Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
Our own life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Yo, what up?
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Getting started. Ain't been live in a minute.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
What up with y'all? About to get the bill cracking. Shout out to the chat. What's up, Barn Dog? Natty Royal in the building. Garrett, what's up? Tony. Legends of Melanin. We got James in the. We got Pan African Designs. Hopefully we could get a cool build going. Play a little bump and then get right to it.
Moronic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. All cool. That's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core for meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite, who them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, you're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make the fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Nijar was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers. Dead period. If you want
Oh yeah, I just got, that was just Sauneron and Inky. Without what it though. All right, let me see. Oh, where we at? I'm just chilling. We've been doing a lot of studying, looking over stuff. Y'all know we addressed this, right? But we're gonna look at it. We're gonna get some professionals to take a look at this and readdress these statements. Let me see if I can get the screen right. Do me a favor. Say something if you come in, like the video, put out something so we can get the stream popping. I ain't been alive for a minute, so I'm going to warm it up. Hopefully we can get some people in here. Y'all already in here though. I see Tahuti. What's up? You was ready for that track? Oh, we stopped the track? Okay, we gonna let that ride, family. Just like this. Let's go.
Wayne Sauneron, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic. Quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got it to store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautics fake out.
The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer. Okay, let's get it poppin'. This what they be mad at right here. Cause we go to them primary attestations. And we say, oh, hold on. No, we here now. All right, cool. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me get my seat right. So on the left side, we done been over this so many times, I'm not even going there. I'm just picking up from where we lightweight left off. If this is your first time seeing this video, you still just could get it from the title. But right here, we at Professor Serge Sauneron statements, remember? The ones everybody was tripping off. Saying he said would have. He said would have. We're just going to warm this up for a minute. Put that in, then we're going to open up a Zoom, get it popping. Chill, get our thing popping. Let's see what's going on, though. Because I'm straight to it. Professor Sauneron intervened in the course of a lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Job, stated that in Egyptian, Kim, feminine Kemet meant black and the masculine plural was Kimu. He said the masculine plural, remember that, is Kimu. The masculine plural is Kimu. And the feminine plural is Kimnet, is what he said. That's what he said. The form Kemetu could only mean two things. Those of Kemet. There's a lot of things we need to look at. The inhabitants of Kemet, the black country, these are his words. And it was derived from a Nisbi formed from a geographic term which had become a proper name, but it was not necessarily felt with its original meaning. Now, this is the part where they was slipping, because they thought they could lean on this 50 years ago. Two years ago, a friend of mine asked me to say some MC rhymes. So I said the rhyme I'm about to say. The rhyme was deaf and then it went this way. That's crazy, huh? My brain was thinking about too much stuff to even go into that. But 2 years ago, maybe 3 or 4, maybe 10 years ago, it was like 4 years ago. A friend of mine hit me up like, yo, this Kemet argument is going down. And we got to get it popping. I was like, I ain't on it like that. I need to study more. We've done a lot. We should be proud of ourselves, even both sides of the conversation. So what if y'all took an L? The L is over. But what y'all helped do was push the conversation forward in the whole wide world, not just in what we call the conscious community. I have one PhD who's already dedicated to writing a paper on the subject because of what we doing. I got 2 discourses coming up with 2 of the leading Egyptologists, and I'm not about to expose them to a crowd like this, but y'all gonna be able to see it. What I mean by a crowd like this, ain't nobody about to be like, well, you got the white boy on your all in the chat and shit. Not on my time, not on my watch, making us look hella stupid. Crazy. You feel me? So they say to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu. Notice these 2 together. Why these 2 together? Kemet or Kemu. Now, this is what you need to notice, that Professor Sauneron is not dumb. Professor Sauneron encountered the text that I'm about to show you. So we, as laymen, focused on his would have and didn't give no focus to his or and his not. Right? He said they would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetu. Kemet or Kemu is not saying either or. He's given us 2 options of what they would have said. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetu. That's something easy to establish once we stop and slow down. It's not an either or between Kemet or Kemu. And I'm going to show you why. And we already showed that they have used this term for Africans of the hinterland. So when you start to investigate primary text that you know the professionals and the PhDs in the field have already perused, they had to, if not, they wouldn't be forming conclusive, authoritative stances on the subject. They would hopefully be honest and just say, I don't know how they would have said black people. But being a linguist, first and foremost, if he had not encountered an attestation with this on it, he knows how the grammar works. First, he told us that Kim, KM, means black. Right? So he established that and settled their quarry. Then he said more, but then he said to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu. Now, what's the difference between Kim, Kemet, and Kemu? We got 2 suffixes, 2 relevant suffixes that can help us figure this out. On Kemet, we have a T on, well, let me say this more clear, because this is what we're investigating. So I don't want people to hear my words like I'm saying it authoritatively. I'm saying it like, yo, this is what we're looking at, right? So the reason why I have to say that is because first and foremost, in this book, they opted for some reason not to use a transliteration on these terms. Unless, of course, we're supposed to take this capital KMU as a transliterated state of it, and this capital KMT. But then we say a capital K and a lowercase mt. So that messes us up for a reason, because we can't see if he actually meant Kim with the root T, with the suffix T, and Kemu with the suffix, or Kim with the suffix Quail's chick. Both of those mean different things. They would ultimately, here we learn they mean the same thing, but they're stated as we learn in two different ways. So let's just look at the text. This is coffin text 189. We looked at this a couple days ago, but we got more to look at. 189G and all of its renditions. And then the qualified reconstruction was done by, what's that, Kurt Self. Meaning, I'm not saying what I'm about to say about what's in the broken off blanks. It's under footnote number 7 on this page of spell 189G in the coffin text, right? So it might not be so easy to see. I wish I could make it bigger. I thought I could. But we see Haka and Ek. Kemet. We definitely got to see this bigger. Hold up. Why am I snipping tool making the stop right there? All right. I'm going to get it for you. Hold up. Just give me a second. I think I put this in a document on my Google Drive. I don't know if it's going to get how much bigger it's going to get. Yeah, still limited. We're still going to go through it. Hopefully people can see and follow. Oh yeah, there you go. It's a lot bigger. So we're starting from the right side. Now, if you notice, starting from the top, you don't have to read the glyphs to see that we're starting with the same symbols, right? First word we're reading is Haka. Haka is like a ruler. We have Haka Enek. So it's like he has ruled. Right? Yeah. And then we got, what is this? The Kim glyph, the M, and a T. Now, this is why I was hollering at Chris. I wish I wish everybody was around who was working on the grammar, because this is a piece we could be working on, right? But we've been working still. Tepiu Ta. Y'all see that? This face right here is Tepi. It's Tep, but it's really Tepi in this state. And we have Tepiu. You just don't see the Y here. Tepiu. Right? Ta. What's the problem with this sentence? Grammarians. The problem with this sentence is it reveals that Serge Sauneron went through everything we're going through right now. But what is for the grammarians, what's the problem with this construction? Huh? Well, it is a problem with this. All we got is Haka in Ek, Kemet, Tepiu, Ta. But here's a question. Why is, for the grammarians, why is Tepiu pluralized? Why is Tepi pluralized to Tepiu? What other part of this sentence does it agree with? Well, Tepiu is like those who are upon. Tepiu, those who are upon. So now this sentence creates a lot of problems. Not only grammatically, if we only had this to go off, we have to already say, we know the ruler ain't plural, and this is not referring back to the ruler. He ruled Kemet that are on the earth. Now, that already need to be having you raising some questions in your head. He ruled Kemet that are on the earth. That are don't match with nothing singular. Kemet gotta be plural here. Now notice that in this rendition, they don't put no determinatives on the Kemet. Let's come over here and look at how they formed the reconstruction. This is why Serge Sauneron said what he said. Well, we see this right here. What's omitted is all the way up into the M-owl, meaning this T glyph is not there on this rendition. Remember what he said? He said to say black people, they would have said Kemet or Kemu. Not Kemetiu. This is before any word Egypt was out. So this Kemet was Kemet when they said it. They said Hakat in that Kemet Tepiuta. They said he has ruled, or he's ruled Kemet, those who are upon the earth. Now, if we go back to looking at this reconstruction, then we understand that everything up until the Kim is broken off. And we're going to go over and keep proving it. What we see here is not in the first one. What we see here, right, is a uchik. So now we like, hold on, how, first of all, wasn't nothing plural in this first rendition for Tepi-U to agree with. But in this other rendition, the scribe chose to take Kim and put a uchik on it, giving us Kim-U. There's still questions to ask about the addition of that uchik because it just ain't as simple as we often think. But nevertheless, in this instance, it's showing that this scribe thought Kemet and Kim-U to be interchangeable. And we're not even finished showing how we can't get around this. Now check this out. When he said Haka in Ek Kemu, and if we will understand, he using this divinity glyph, but as we read through the text in other places, this glyph is just used for a man, as a man of rank. We looked through that already in the text, as opposed to this one, which is just a regular man. If you go read the coffin text, it says, he has ruled Egyptians, those who are upon the earth. So we know that ain't it. We got Kemet and Kemu, but let's keep breaking it down. Because when they put this divinity, they put plural strokes, Tepu or Tepiu, You scroll down. Tepiu Ta. And now we see some people who are on the earth. But this is funny because the statement is already made, as we see right here, and it repeats. Let's look at this construction. We got the same thing, Haka. Now look, this is what I said. When they're talking about the ruler, notice this. They're using this determinative, which sometimes is used for divinity. So we know they're not talking about a Netchin, right? Haka, this is him who ruled over Kemet and Kemu. But let's look at this construct, because everything ain't missing here. Only the Kim glyph, the I6, and the owl is missing here. And y'all can clearly see where the Uchik is coming in right after the Kim glyph and the M. We got this Uchik. We got the divine man, the same one as the ruler. But what's even funnier is when he's talking about those upon the earth. Now this scribe chose to put a determinative down here with some plurality. However you want to see it, right? So now let's look at the other column. Because we got Kemu. It ain't a would have when you got it on the screen. But y'all want to say, no, it couldn't say that. It got to say Egypt. So we're going to dive into that a little bit. We're going to open up the chat, bring some people on. Got a little special treat. We're going to have it popping. So just stick around. Let me see. The final one, what do we see? Haka, papyrus roll under the Haka, and that Kemet with a 049 glyph. Now we got to talk about it. Because as I always said, 049 ain't really about the land. It's more like the people who occupy a particular spot. Put it this way, 049 ain't used on no ghost towns. 049 ain't used on no necropolis. 049 is used in the Duat. So it don't really mean land. It's used in the stars. It's like X marks the spot, yo. I keep saying that. It's better to say it's like the biggest intersection in your city. That's why it's an X in a circle. It's not necessarily referring to, all right, put it this way. What do we call a city that ain't inhabited? It ain't called a city no more. It's a city when people inhabit it. When it ain't, when people ain't inhabiting it no more, it's a ghost town. And when they want to indicate a ghost town, they take the circle off of this and just use the X. It means desolated and ruins. So if they just use the X to say desolated and ruins, well then the X with the circle around it ain't desolated and ain't ruins because people is there. But I don't even have to say that. The text is showing you that. You can't say in these three instances, he says Kemu, 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 and it is references to these people indicated here. Or you want to say, whatever you want to say, we could talk about it. Right? And then this last time, oh, it changes up. That's about Egypt. Well, if that's about Egypt, make these three be about Egypt. Can't do it. Really can't do it. And if you look at what we was talking about earlier, Tepiu agrees with Kimmel. He ruled, because if the statement is saying he ruled over black people, those who are on the earth, then Tepiu is agreeing with Kimmel. That's why it's plural. And that's what Serge Sauneron knew. So that's telling us that this Kemet is plural, as the grammar of this first line would not work. Unless y'all gonna say the earths. See, they messed up. Ain't no way out of this one. The earths ain't plural. The earth ain't earths. And those who are upon us already represented by Tepiu. So who are those? Kimu. Kemet. That means this Kemet right here is plural. Ain't no way around that. It might be. But I ain't getting this from nobody who just like proud they know the grammar on YouTube. This coming from people with accolades, credentials. No disrespect to us. Straight up. I hope that, no, I'm just saying. Because when I heard like, oh, that's gonna sound like definitely not a shot. Definitely not a shot from somebody's people I'm looking for to teach me shit. So don't get it twisted. That's just what I'm saying though. So, and Kimmel ain't done. Kimmel all over the place, man. We just in the TLA too much. Y'all see Kimmel? Find the Kimmel. Now let's look at this. Because I'm looking at this like this could say different things, but we done ran this through the ringer. Starting right at this pa, which I'm reading as the. It could say something else. But I'm reading this as the Haka ruler, right? All right, everybody in the building, say something. Say what's something in the chat. What's up with y'all? I ain't seen y'all in a minute. Hey, and like the video. Y'all see where the mouse is going in the circle right here? On to the right, on the shinu or the cartouche right here. Pa, haka, core ear, Kimmel, nay, Nayin what? Nayin Ra or Nayin Horu? Irharu. Harharu. Now this is a little bit different. It ain't really a little bit different. Because I'm just saying. But what I want you to notice is there's one entity, one determinative under this Kimmel, right? And it don't have plural strokes. And this Kimmel has a papyrus roll here. That ain't changing nothing because they can read the text. It's like the ruler, this is almost like an and. Core ear. So we got, if we say core ear, we got a few things we could choose from. As two, maybe. It's not like core ear. This is a compound. I could demonstrate it. Hold on. Let's beat conversation with demonstration. And shout out to all the brothers who helping it work in the back chat. In the dojo. We really be in the dojo. You feel me? There ain't no agree echo chambers going on. It just ain't no nonsense. Let me see. So how we gonna verify that? We're gonna come right here. We're gonna look at the text first and make sure. Now this the TLA. Everybody got the TLA. Y'all know how to use the TLA. You just go put guess. So we about to look up core ear, but we got to know that this phrase ain't two words. It's compound, right? And it's going to be like XR, maybe JR, and not IR. I'll be messing up all the time. Here it go right here. Right? Y'all see exactly what we see on the screen. So we know now. But what does it say? And then, so do and then work? The ruler and then the black people. They mad at me. Kemet ain't Egypt ain't an option. This don't say Kemet. It say Kimu. Any way you want to play with the grammar, you're boxed up. Let's say this was added for this chick wasn't added to add plurality, which in some cases y'all know we got that instance. If this, which it ain't, but let's just say, if this was the verb to become black, which is a different word, kimim. It ain't Kim, it's kimim. But let's just propose that this is the verb to become black, right? And they wanted to change it to a noun. They still got to do the same thing. This is another way to do it. With the uchik, this is why the uchik ain't always plural. And do it look plural here? It kind of don't. Right? And it don't even, honestly, I mean, if you want to all the way go real, I know this is Kimu, but it ain't the black person. Right? So I let the research do what it do. I don't force nothing into no barrel. But this is Kimu, but we got problems. This could be the deity Kimu was said. Then that's a good problem. If that was the deity Kimu, now you ugly. Because now we got Kimu with the other text that's showing Kimu is Kemet. And that one is indicative of people those who are upon the earth. So if this is referencing to the blackness of Osiris by calling him Kimu, then you really boxed up. But I wouldn't take that. I'm just saying you got to be fair to what you see. Now we got another text that back and say that. Just look at the bottom. Well, we can finish reading this. Not in, I did read it. But it's like, shout out to Dahudi and Douglas. Now this is like, this is Papyrus Kahun, by the way. And shout out for that contribution. It helps. So we got Haka, Haka, Quran. So which one y'all want to choose for core ear? Since we got the tools, see, this is a workshop. It's not me telling you something. If I just show you with the tool, right? That core ear, actually, you got the options of and then, but, after, so, and as. Do it say the ruler, and then Kimu, That could work. The ruler, but after that, Kimu, ooh, that's hot. The ruler as Kimu. See? Now the ruler as Kimu actually would work here if Kimu was there. Because you want to know why? Let's look at the text. If you look at this construct, and it took us a while to focus on this, I had to get some help. But looking at this is like, well, they got nay in right here. Nay in. And then they say haru. Nay in is like these. Nay in. Come on, man. We can qualify everything, dude. You got the tool. So if I'm saying something, you could just be saying, he said nay in. Look, put an N or A, put a hyphen in the N. It should pop up. And you might not find it the first time, every time, especially if you don't know the transliteration. I put a capital A because of the transliteration scheme. There it go. I said it means these. Now notice this. To be more accurate, it do mean these. But look at how this says this from are the ones from. And that's probably more appropriate, but people don't want to do that here. They say these days, and I'm like, nah, this say the ones from the, well, it can't say the ones from the days. So they right. So let's go back. But now he like, they from back in the day. But to be more accurate, it says these haru. Haru is days here. Now you see the sun with a single stroke and then 3 strokes to let us know it's plural. Then we got ear, the eye of creating. But I always think of it as only creating. I'm gonna do like 15 more minutes, then we're gonna open up the chat. But so, you know, I just gotta make sure there's some good stuff in every video before we open it up. So we got ear Haru, and I was saying who created the days, but it ain't no who here. If you got this if this is its own statement, this is a verb. This it ain't like made the days. It could be made the days, but it's like eerie means to make or to create. Well, with ear, right? And then we got, if it's eerie, it'll be one who makes the days or whatever. And then we got whore or her, hurrah. At this moment, basically, today, or at this day, on this day. So who did that? We could keep reading, but I want to go down to this. Giving y'all these Kimus. Now this Kimu a little different. Now look at this. Remember who made the days before up there? After this Kimu right here, we still got the same construct. It says, for ear Kimu. So Haka, the ruler, shout out to y'all for contributing. Oh man, Anointed Sadat, the hoodie, y'all doing, hey, y'all make me want to stream. I'm tripping. So we got the ruler again, I'm just going to read it, the ruler. Remember, let's go, come on, I don't want to forget the options. I want everybody to be doing this, not just me. So we got to remember the options, look. As to, but we're going to remember the nay in. These are the ones from when we get to the nay in. But I want y'all to remember what's before that. That's this right here. And then, but after that. So let's try that real quick. Put more stuff open. All right, so look. The ruler and then the ruler as Kimu. Now, I think this pa ain't a the. This is pa used as a different type of, not as a definite article, but maybe as a particle. I mean, you know, because the days, the 6th day, You feel what I'm saying? So it's like whatever. But we're looking at Kimu again, and I'm only being fair to say I don't see this. If I want to count this chick as a collective, that just would say blacks, yo. Ain't no way around it. You taking black and making it plural. And now, if this was the verb becoming black, right? Then you take the chick and you still change it from a verb to a noun. It's gonna switch up on you. So then it's gonna be about something that's black too, and they draw this divinity here. Now I gotta be fair. Look at this. You see this? Is that a divinity? No, it just says reach. This is remet in a different way. This word that my mouse is on, I just skipped to this different line. Because that's the people who making the days now, common everyday people. Mock, reach, behold. People, well, you can say this ma ain't mock. That's C then, huh? So I would be starting from the beginning. See, I'm sorry. When I just hop into text like that, it's hard. So we, you know what I'm saying? But we got Marets. That's not Merets. Well, these could be Maroots too. So don't trip off me saying reach. Because let me show you something. Bottom line is, it's still just saying these people, but let me show you something. MRT, but it don't really have an A in the middle. Watch how this pop up. It's just, again, now there's nothing wrong with increasing your word count, your lexical inventory, you feel me? It's nothing wrong with increasing it, and because you gotta learn the words, right? As you ain't ever gonna you're gonna always be going back to a dictionary source. And so reading this, just because I popped in it and said reach, then I opened up my horizons and looked after this determinative where it says I'm in here. Got that man, and then we got Marit. Now you could take this A out and it'll be merit. And merit is a class of people. But it could say my wretch. But they don't normally use this T with a wretch. So I'm gonna go back with this. Watch this. MRT, right? It's gonna say merit as weavers or workers, but it's really like being on a low level of society, and you can make a, believe it or not, meritorious rise. Does that sound funny, huh? You can make a meritorious rise. Why? Because I believe that is still the root to our term for merit. But I haven't heard any linguists say that. So let me show you what I mean. There were people who were Maroots. You see this MRT? Right? There were people who were Maroots. Let me see if I can find it right. Who became, like, it's hard to distinguish between when you're looking at a beloved one and a worker, Maroot. But it ain't one to pop up. Watch, I'm gonna just do it a different way. Oh yeah, let me open up this chat. Let's see. You see how I say MR here? And it say weavers? It says Emmy or Marut. But the T ain't there. So Emmy or Mar. Here it says Emmy or Marut, overseer of the weavers. In this sentence or statement, phrase, Marut is the weavers. And you see the people there, but it just say overseer and it got people and it got the Merglyph here. So Marut. But I wanted to see if I could see it the same way I just seen it. Here it is a different way. Overseer of the, it says something different. Gotcha. You see it here. Weavers. Hold on, I gotta pause out. I'm about to open up the chat. Let me open up the chat. Do. So then, if you got it written on the walls, then what is there to say? I do want to know where I fumbled on this grammar right here. From all my studies, it appears to be what it appears to be. It ain't no agreement in this sentence. Tepiu is plural. So something else got to be plural. What's plural? The haka? Haka ain't plural. Kemet is being referred to as a plural here. And this ain't the last text we was looking at. This got 3 strokes under the Kemu. This is people. We could go to this text and look, he got the same determinative right here under himself. So that ain't a deity. That's not Osiris. That's people. Now, they called him Kemu. And I'm just going to say Kemu. If you want to ask what Kemu mean, I'll tell you. Serge Sauneron said to say black people that would say Kemu or Kemet. So then make some sense out of this if it don't say black people. Did the person write, he ruled Egyptians, that those which are upon the earth? That don't even seem like that makes some sense anyway. No, I'm sorry. It ain't even supposed to say Egypt. This is supposed to be singular. Remember? So does this say he has ruled Egypt, those who are on the earth? That's incorrect grammar. So it's dead that now we see Kemet. We got an attestation coffin text spell 189G is over. Let me play some slap and open up the chat real quick. Get the vibes popping.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon-Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan care about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norm of the agricultural farmer that grew you weak for the store.
I'm laughing. Hold on, let's have fun real quick.
The people when we defeat the.
Hey, you see how much bombs we be dropping? And since this Amazonian mirage, exactly what you are, your name is accurate, right? Since you saying you fake right there on your name. I can't make this up. Hey, but since you out here miraging, you want to say you are very insecure in your blackness. That's not true. And nothing I presented will make any wise thinking man or woman say that. And Stephen A. made a career out of talking about basketball. 50 videos is nothing if you're focused on a subject. But guess what? You're watching and you don't like it. I like what I'm doing. You're displeased right now. So who really tripping? I totally enjoy this. You totally hate it. So who's tripping right now? Oh, and my blackness feel better than your whateverness. Whatever you could be behind that avatar, my blackness feel better than that. See? Dang. You got it wrong, person. I got a record deal at 17. $250,000 in the black ghetto. See, when we talk about real lives, people start looking stupid. I made fun of people when I had to stop. It was too antagonistic. Shit was too good for me to be making fun of people. I said 250,000 at 17. That was that was just the start. So you are hiding behind an avatar. So anyway, I hope I shared the link. Let me see. Sometimes I'll be trying to get blacker. Y'all ain't never tried to get blacker. They don't know how good this shit feels. They think somebody insecure in it. When your chick, whatever race you is, your chick is trying to see the mystery of that blackness. Please believe that. You don't think that's a perk on this earth? Stop playing. You feel me? They don't know how. That's a perk. While you over there on your Greek statue chill, hella mad at my blackness. You getting your Greek statue pose on right now. Hold on, I thought I had the Zoom open, but it must have closed back up. I apologize. Now, oh yeah, I had some blapping for y'all. I just had to stop and address, bruh.
Feeble, they wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all playing woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit fool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, act divine, a Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Sorry, MK in the building. What it do?
Say by it, Smash Rockwell smashing it as usual.
Man.
They in trouble right now.
Oh yeah, it's ugly. Kim move all over the place.
Man, so when Sauneron's words come back to bite you like that, that's checkmate. That's the checkmate. Pretty bad. Because we done think about what we done went from. We went from is Kim black to okay, Kim is black, but it's not Kemet to okay, Kemet is black people, but it's actually just people kind of like to okay, now we got black people in the sentences, and yeah, it's done.
Oh, we got Set Imhotep and Naughty Royal in the building.
I'm a top gentleman.
Oh yeah.
And they go to Pan-African
Let
design
me
and
see.
all them.
Why it look like I got two Zooms open? I don't know what's
No,
going
you got one. You just one.
Well, I don't know how to I gotta go like this. Hold on. Gallery. Speaker. What up with it? Y'all there?
Natty Royale and
Yeah,
company.
peace. What's going on, Smash? What's going on, Assault? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What's
Yeah,
up with
pick up,
James?
fam.
Yeah, man, long time no see. You feel me?
Mhm.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, like Assault just reiterated, it's pretty much, you know, at this point, I don't understand what we doing. Like, but I feel that it's definitely necessary to continue on just studying and, you know, kind of like, you know, cleaning up, you know, some of the mistakes that they may have made. But I've been reading this Christopher Eric book, Ancient Africa Global History, and the same book that these people are holding up. And he's definitely saying exactly what Jabari said. So it's interesting.
Yeah, people just be doing some crazy stuff. You know that whole book is saying I got so many quotes from that book. I don't got the book yet. I could buy it, but I just ain't bought it yet.
Yeah, I'm highlighting right now. It's just amazing just how you can misconstrue what he's saying, but he does have a couple of ways of alluding, you know, and I think that's just like not using the term black is a way that they're trying to get away from using that descriptive term to make it to where you can't include other people that's not what we consider black. That's what it seemed like that's going on. It seemed like they're trying to start confusion in this age by changing the terminology to keep confusion going on. And like, it's like if you want to accept that, you know, that's kind of troubling to me. You know what I'm saying? Because now that we have some primary evidence that these people actually use this as a descriptive and not in a racialized term, I don't understand why we still having this pushback. But go ahead, I'll let somebody else speak.
I seen Set Imhotep and Naughty Royal in the building. What's up with y'all?
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace, God, peace.
Hey, what's up? Good meeting you, man. Thanks for tapping in. We've been bumping your music online almost every other show. You feel me?
Yeah, set been showing, man. I love the love, man. I love it.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm like, man, you got some fire. You know, like, damn, I be feeling that. I actually was on my personal hype showing my wife some of your music the other night. Like, just had you on the big screen in the house. You feel me? So just know somebody in California, I had you bumping on the big screen. You feel me?
I've been wanting to talk to you for a minute too.
Word up. Yeah, that's what's up. We're gonna have to get a verse or something. You feel me?
Yeah.
Word up.
Word up. Whenever.
Hell yeah. Seth, what's up with you? What you been up to? You there, Imhotep?
Me? Yeah, me.
What you been
I'm
up
good.
to?
Yeah, I just wanted to well, to be honest, I kind of put down the Medunetcha for a little bit because I ain't doing too well in school. My last semester I ain't do too well, so I kind of disappointed in myself, you know.
Oh,
but
what?
I wanted to link you guys.
So what you really studying?
Law.
Huh? Law?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, don't mess that up with the Medunetcha. You feel me? Yes, yeah. Maybe you could pop in.
Yeah,
Pop in on us and let us know your progress every 3 or 4 months. But yeah, you ain't got no time to be messing it up with us. You feel me?
Yeah. Now, but I wanted to link you and Natty because well, I don't know anything about the music industry, but it seems that some of your audience seem to like, you know, his music, seem to bump with the vibes. So, you know, I wanted to be able to get the audience a little bit of his catalog, maybe.
All right, tell me
and put
when
you
to
guys
play.
together and see
Tell
what
me
you
when to
can work out.
play. What to play? I'm about to play something right now. What to play?
We can probably play that Corruption Money just because I know it has somebody in the chat that's listening to Corruption Money already. So Natty Royal Corruption Money.
Yeah,
Corruption Money.
we can have a break and bump that real quick.
I mean, I gotta listen to some of these cats, man. I ain't heard everybody.
All right, it's a lyric video. Hold on. All right, hold on. I guess I'll just play this. Hold on. Yeah, we about to have a break and bump, my man. Now, hey, where you hitting this from right now, Nadi? Where you at right now? Oh, I can't even hear you. I can't hear you. You on mute.
I'm in Trinidad right now.
Oh yeah, I thought so. You two set?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We're actually in the same building right now.
Oh, okay, y'all chilling.
Trinidad and Tobago,
Yeah, y'all
baby.
chilling. Okay. That's what's up. I'm about to play this video. Let me make sure I share it with the audio. I don't see that button.
I ain't been to Jamaica in a minute. I'm gonna have to shoot down your direction.
Maybe I'll just share.
Well, we ain't in Jamaica's video. We are a little bit further south than that.
Oh, share something.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a double trip. I'm gonna shoot to Kingston, then I'm gonna shoot over to Trinidad on y'all. Like, what's up? Come outside.
All right, we about to bump that naughty one time. Let me know how y'all feel this in the chat. We need to see. If y'all feeling that fire, listen. Hear that in the Zoom?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear it in the Zoom?
Yeah,
Okay.
Naughty Don, Corruption.
Here we go.
More. What up?
Hold on a sec, Smash. Let me share the lyric video for you.
You made the corruption money.
Oh, I seen it. I didn't know which one you wanted me to play. I'm about to play that. I didn't know, That's great.
I bet. Thanks, Smash.
Yeah. Natty. More. What up? You made the corruption money. Made the corruption money. You made the corruption money. Same Natty with a new fade, with the mark of a new age. While these fake gods toothpaste, they love games if I do play. They in my palm like loose grade, another loose grade. Can't get justice in the court. Police just wanna extort. Coast Guard wanna export. Westwoods wanna act Porsche. Till they see me whipping in the Porsche. Hard weed in the exhaust. Bust a laugh cause you vex lost. I bust a laugh cause I know you want a guy who hype to jump on the mic to make you bubble and ting. I am not the sort of the type, but I can flow tight and my lyrics could make a man think. Cubes in my eyes, seeing everything linked. Now I feel so woke, dog, that I can't blink. White dog in the throat and you know you can't drink. Call a car, get my vote, dog, I'll let you stink. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Coming into my own. Seeds gotta get sown. Food gotta get grown. Looking out for my home. They say they blessed, but they obsessed with the flesh. Now I gotta pick a bone. Staying on my line and the door pay rent. They didn't give me nothing for the enslavement. So I only so fast where you feel it is lent. Starting today, you go make payments. I want big stink links from my chest. My own fabric, so my gal look best. My own holidays too, wish up and zest. On school for we youths, we don't want them be best. Too many in jail, can't get no justice. I'm to legalize it, like the prison compressed. Ban all plastics, I don't want less. If you can't give me that, then you better has press. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. Where the corruption money? Give me the corruption money. My dust, my vibe. stacks over coins, dog, my money can't afford. Everything cash, dog, fuck a car loan. Pull up to the dance, girl, by the car load. They never seen a drop top on a Prado. Things so dark, then my name turn who? Touch a roadblock, then look into road through. The police say stop, my window drop. He say sorry, the boss, didn't know it was you. All my contacts have big contracts, and I never worry about the income tax. Send it to dry clean, I can't play that. Up in the casino, 10 towers on black like, oh Lord, the car don't spin. Big mansion for my dogs and them. House and land and weed and food. Make sure everybody nice on the ends. You see money such a thing, dog. It's what everybody sin for. What she make the pussy skin for. Had to teach her tricks first. Make it flip and it go bring more. That's what everybody sing for. Money.
That's how it was.
He's jamming on there. Saying like that.
Yup. That's that natty.
That corruption
That's
money.
what's up, boy. Let me stop saying.
Big it up in next session one time too. Irie, who also featuring on the track in the background vocals.
Who was that?
Irie, you would have seen some of her music before.
Word up. Hey, hit me with an email, casual@hieroglyphics.com. We're gonna see what's up. You know.
Alright, so that's
You know, you can listen back to this video and hear my email, casual@hieroglyphics.com. Yeah. It's just all the dictionary spelling.
alright. If anything said go, send it to me for sure too. You know.
Word up.
It's but I'm glad to see all the feeling in music, and that our audience could understand some of the stuff I'll be talking about. So, you know, I was taking in the live and, you know, the talk you're having with KMT and all of that stuff. And that was a big inspiration as far as the stuff I put in my music as well now, you know what I mean? The whole conscious movement and all of that, you know.
Yeah. It was good to be able to read along with it too. So thanks for sharing the lyric video.
No problem.
Yeah, man. Well, we just been having a study session. I mean, just talking about topics we've been talking about for the past 10 years. I don't be mad when people say, you talking about that all the time. When you go to a school, you got like 4 or 5 different periods. But in first period, they talking about the same thing for years.
Yeah.
In second period, you know, math, they talking about math. You feel me? So if they want something else, then they could, you know, give me a break and come back when they want to hear the blackness some more. You feel me?
Peace.
Thank you, Shefford. Thank you, Shefford. He just put my email in the chat. Appreciate you. What's up, Chef? Yeah. Hit me up, man.
Word up. Yeah, I'm gonna email it for sure. I like even on like the whole music side. I was wanna like Seth told me, you know, you're very involved in the industry. You know, you be doing your thing. So I know I have a lot to talk to you about.
I'm an old school rapper. I ain't very important, but I got some shit. I mean, you know, I got some history. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate the kind words. Set word up. Appreciate that. Yeah. I got signed in the 90s, B. 91. 93. So you feel me?
So like, what like was it like over there though, like touring and you know?
Well, I'm about to tour Europe with my crew for the first time with the whole crew this year in Europe. We've been individually, but we ain't all been together. So we about to go out in 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like how that is work out, like obviously I never toured before, you know, I don't know like what the experience is like, how to even organize a tour, you know.
Oh, you know, it's not as hard as you think. If you're trying to start from the ground up, you're just going to start learning who the talent buyers are at the venues. And you can route a map just like you know, just draw a circle on the map. I want to hit this city, this city, this city, this city. Start finding the big venues in that city. And then, you know, you can map it out and really do it. And now, even if you ain't got no pull, you're probably going to be trying to negotiate getting on other shows that don't have an opener yet. You know what I'm saying? It might be some bigger shows And if you hear about it early enough, you could probably negotiate to be the opener, letting them know you're going to help sell some tickets or something. Or door splits. If you know of a bar that got a stage, you can say, you can tell them, don't trip off paying me nothing. I want the door. Give me the door. And if y'all don't trust me, give me 70% of the door and y'all take all the liquor. I'm about to fill up your bar and y'all with people who gonna drink while I'm rapping. They always take that deal. If you assert it with some certainty.
So how do you get people to come out to the events? How do you promote?
Few ways. But if you're doing some grassroots in small venues with 200 or 300 people, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be doing grassroots old school flyers. I'm saying if you're doing it on the small level, it depends on what level you're doing it on. You know what I mean? But if you're doing your self hustle, man, and you got a venue, say somebody did give you a spot that could fit 250 people, and they told you, however many people come to the door, whatever you charge them, you get to keep 80% of it. We just want all the liquor. You think you could get some people? Would you pick an appropriate price that people would come in to chill? If not, you got to get the music circulating so they want to come see you perform.
That's what I mean. Like, how do you get people to come and see you perform? Like, want to come and see you? Because in my position, nobody know who I am at all. So, you know, especially if I come across to the States, it's just like a whole environment. Nobody knows who's Natty Royal. They don't know the vibe. So, like, how do I build a buzz to sell tickets? Because, you say 300
Your
is
music
small
got to
down
come
here.
first. Your music got to come first. If your music come first and it don't fly, then you ain't never going to come. But if you get your music out here and people like the shit, they going to summons you to come. You see what I'm saying? So instead of thinking about touching the soil, I'm saying you could get it in the right hands of some people, just like we did. You could do bigger than what we doing and possibly try to get it to some radio DJs. Right? I mean, get it distributed through a You got some distribution?
Yeah, I'm on all the streaming platforms.
Well, okay, that's cool. But then that's just like saying, that don't really help if ain't nobody know to go look for it, right?
Yeah. That's the predicament I'm in, which is why I want to talk to you now, because, like, again, you have such a wealth of knowledge. You will save me a whole lot of time as far as trying to figure out all of that. Like, how do I promote? Like, I don't even know what the culture is like where you guys are from and stuff,
Oh, hold on real quick. Audi Osiris, please, I'm looking for a person like you. Is that, you have a name, Osiris, and you wrote a comment that said, the fact that y'all really think these people call themselves black is crazy. Hit the link. See, that's what they ain't gonna do. And it won't be anything abrasive. We're gonna show you some sources and bring you to some conclusions. Right? It's so easy to do. I wouldn't even have to show you 2 pictures. Right? And so if you Audi Osiris, what's that? What is audio? Oh, audio. Oh, I'm with you, bro. I'm tripping. I like that. I like Audio Osiris on some hip hop stuff, but on some Kemet, nah, you tripping. But that Audio Osiris is kind of fresh though, huh? Like, you feel me?
That is fly.
Yeah, that's kind of fly. Shout out to you anyway. I wasn't seeing what that was.
Get your information right.
I was thinking about an Audi 5000 G. You feel me?
Yeah, like, get out of here.
You can hit the link if you want to, Audi. We could talk about it. If you can read the language, it'll help. Because they didn't say the word black in English. They had their own word to describe the darkest hue. And people called themselves that. But you would not have to know how to read the language in order to join in on the conversation. Feel free, it's all good.
Give me the corruption money. Give me corruption money.
That what we love to see us. Yes, sir.
He over there jamming on it.
Let me see if is this the whole screen?
But yeah, just going through those glyphs from the other day in that last column, the way you refute the argument that I think that they're gonna come with, it sounds like this is gonna be the scholar you're about to debate is gonna have a difficult time.
I'm not gonna really debate him. He's gonna either tell me something I don't know that can't be found in any grammar book about what's going on here. But I'm already consulted with a linguist about this. And so
yeah, this would be difficult for him to topple. So you got to hit the book, right? Because you got that first Kimmel or first KMM, I believe, and then yeah. And then
you want to here come Audio Osiris. We're about to have some fun.
Yeah.
Let me get a presentation. Peace to Audio Osiris. What's up with you?
He's still connected.
This about to
there you go. Audio.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Peace to you. Thanks for tapping in. Appreciate
Hey, what's up, brother Jonathan? Hey, let me just start out by saying I'm originally from Oakland.
Okay.
Long time hieroglyphic fan. I'm from I grew up in Funktown. We moved out in the 90s, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm from the soil, you feel me? And it's no disrespect, bro. I've been following your scholarship since I seen you you was on Sauneron for like a quick minute here and there with the Amin Ra squad. I'm familiar with, the family of scholarship. You feel me? So don't take this as no diss. And
it definitely ain't no diss. We could get some clarity for people who don't think they was calling themselves black. But go right ahead.
No, and it's an interesting perusal, right? And I've been looking for this. I've read a lot of, tried to study as much Medu Neter as I can, and I'm not going to debunk it or debate it or even give it any sort of credence beyond the perusal of it and study it for myself, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody else who's been doing it for so long, I get little tidbits. Here's my question, just really off top, like as I've seen people studying this subject matter, right, from different perspectives, and other translations, the Hebrew, Greek, Amharic connection with the Bible and all that, right? Like I've been into that for many years. So my real question is, okay, what is the point historically and culturally? What is the point of a people far removed from other people that do not look like them? And of course, there was interaction and exchange at different times. I've seen the images on the wall where they do delineate different skin types and different phenotypes. You know what I'm saying? I've seen those examples, right? So what would be the point of identifying yourself strictly in this very limited sense of a color, knowing that Africa has a multi-diverse, range of pigmentation, distribution, and what would be the point of identifying yourself amongst yourself as this, as a primary identification form, rather than all of the other aspects of your culture, your linguistic, your society, like your vernacular? Like why would this be a primary descriptor? Not saying that it wasn't something that would have been said if you were to describe yourself, obviously, but even the word black, in some cases, yes, it can be applied, but what about the other variations of tone? Wouldn't that have been accounted for? And why would it just be strictly black? Again, if it's amongst yourselves.
Okay, so I'm definitely gonna answer the question. It just was long, and I just was making sure I recanted everything he said. And so it's been I think we can say this is a loaded question and kind of loaded with some of your own presuppositions. One of those, you presuppose that they had a concept of something called Africa, right? And then you went into that concept, like if everyone, I mean, I don't want to paraphrase you wrong, but it was something like if everyone in Africa was black, or so to speak, even though you had seen on the walls where they made distinction by color about the people to their to their east, their south, and their west, right? And so, I mean, you have seen that they distinguish people by color. We're trying to figure out why. Now, the phenomenon actually developed as the origins to what we call human taxonomy now. We call it race now, right? But we got to think about civilization when it's first developing. What they did was look into nature for almost everything, and they seen that animals traveled in herds. That's kind of obvious to observe. Now, in their lexicon, we could find that they started using terms for herds with groups of people, right? And so we for some reason we could go all the way back to the pastoralist culture, which started at Nabta Playa, and we'll find no human burials, but what we will find buried is a black bull in a tumuli. All right, and so now it's showing us that since the earliest times in their foundation, they had some reverence for this black bull. Now, a black bull and a herd of black bulls is called Kemet, right? So I'm giving a demonstration kind of on the screen. You'll see 4 different colors in front of these cows. What they were trying to indicate to us by putting this glyph down here, that this was the...
Yeah, it's not showing. It's still showing the Kemet.
Oh, okay. YouTube is seeing... Wait, it was just showing the Kim glyph? It wasn't showing the Kim glyph?
Yeah, we're showing them Kemet lines.
Oh, okay. Thank you for pointing that out. You see this? Y'all see that?
I see it now. Yep.
Okay.
No color determinative needed. Okay.
So when this just Gardner I6 is just a way they could say black amongst other things. Right here, they put this term in front of this cow to indicate that this is the dark hue cow, right? Now, we talk about how they see themselves synonymous with cattle. The image that you've seen when they broke up the people into 4 different races. I don't want to say races, 4 different people groups. It's called, they call it the Book of Gates. In the Book of Gates, they assess themselves as the Aut Ra, the cattle of Ra. So they're not. This is not the image we're looking at now. This is a basalt relief from Mortuary Temple of Ramses III, where they're showing the cattle separated by different color groups. Now, Kemet, as I said earlier, is the way that we can indicate a collective of cattle. Well, Kemet, if you take the same Kim glyph and put it next to the people, it would indicate whatever, well, the classifier indicates what group the word is in, right? And so we're not confused about them calling themselves black, because we could find it in many texts. You see, just same way they got Kim next to this cow, now we'll go see Kim next to the people. And so we don't have anything to do with that. These are personal names that rock Kim and Kemet. We could go look all through it. And then I want to finish by trying to answer the question, why, even though it's not mandated, we just got to show evidence that it occurred. If we want to get the higher understanding of why, they have a whole black reality that it would take like a while to unfold. But let's just try to start with it. Osiris or Osir, or the Osiris, the black Osiris is called Kimi. His name is Kimi. And so the root of that is Kim again. The black one is how we say Kimi. Now we know that when an individual dies, his intent to live through the afterlife is to become a Wasir, right? And so I'm giving credence to more than just physical appearance for why one would want to say that they were Kimi or black like Osiris, which is the book I just wrote. You see what I'm saying? And so now, just to end, and I hope I gave some answers to it, but ultimately the question is, if other people were black, then why would they call themselves black? And it comes back to what we're talking about these cattle. It is because, as Brother Reggie put forth, Kemet is a divine herd. So not just to put that on Brother Reggie, and I'll close here. I just want to show you one thing so you can see how we lead into these conclusions. So if you've seen us Google search, or if you've seen us look through the TLA for this term Kim before, are you guys seeing the TLA right now? Y'all not seeing the text corpus? Okay, y'all are. Cool. Now, I'll close by just showing you the herd called Kemet and the people called Kemet. Now I'll ask you a few questions. Look, here's holy black cattle. We see it as a collective. It says a reference for holy black cattle. But when we look at the terms, it's just Kemet and then the determinative for cattle, right? The same term is used for a group of people called Kemet. And the argument is that they seen themselves as the divine herd as people groups and taxonomy of people started to develop. You see, this is the same thing. Kemet, this is Kemet to you, and they say it just means the Egyptians. But if you go and put a bull right here, it means the black bull. So the argument is mounted on points like that are easily seen once people start to scrutinize and ask why that is.
So that's okay. I'm not trying to interrupt, but I think
I'm
that's
done.
Okay. So what I see let me know if I'm wrong. I see you using the black bull example to point out the aspect of the different differentiation and pigment of the animal, because you showed the 4 cows and then you showed the glyph before the bottom cow, which was obviously darker than the other 3. So that was denoting that. But when you showed the glyph for the Egyptians, as it's on here, you see that you do see the same glyph, I guess what you're saying. But you're also inferring the aspect of the divine herd. So that's kind of, it's a little confusing. I feel like there's something being inserted.
All right,
there's a conjecture that you're making.
No, I don't make no conjecture. Let me prove it. It's just parts of so you seen the picture.
The parts of speech. Yeah, I've read, I have, and I know you're probably going to scoff at this, but I do have Wallace Budge's Egyptian language first edition, his Egyptian language dictionary. And, it's at least a good reference. It shows you some examples and you can cross-reference it. It has, at least shows the Hebrew glyphs, so-called Hebrew glyphs alongside some of the other glyphs and gives you a comparison. So I do, I have a reference. So I'm not unfamiliar with what you're pointing out here.
Okay, cool. You can see the screen right now?
Yeah.
All right, let me show you something. I just want to. So you've let us know that you've seen the photograph, the picture from the Book of the Gates, but have you ever read the story?
I've not read the Book of Gates, actually. I'm familiar with it. I've read the Eloquent Peasant. That's a nice piece of work. Actually, Brother Reggie sent me that PDF a few years back.
All right, so let me show you. If y'all seeing the screen right now?
I can see that, yep.
All right, so we're going to go to the beginning of, and this is what happens when we actually start to investigate what the text says. You never would have said I was conjecturing anything if you knew that the picture you used for your demonstration says, Horus says to this cattle of Ra, right? The cattle, this is Horus saying it right here. And so he's talking to people because they seen themselves as cattle. That's not conjectured. So the word they're using here is Aut Ra, is the cattle of Ra. It looks like a Hakah, but when we look it up, you see it says Aut here, Aut Ra. So now it says we clearly see that Horus is talking to his cattle, but I just want to show you various instances of this. Because when we seen those people sectioned off into different groups, if they were to be seen as cattle, then we should possibly then they are groups
So
of.
I guess cattle is almost a placekeeper for tribe, if you will, right? Or family group unit. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but there's a better term. It's not A'ut-Ra that they use when they want to say it like that. They use a term Windut. And so Windu is an ancient
That's
Egyptian.
interesting because in Amharic, how you say brother, in the Ethiopic, you say Windamoch.
All right, watch
So
this. You see are you seeing the
correlation?
Are you seeing
I've
this right
studied
here?
Amharic thoroughly, so I found a lot of comparisons with Amharic as it's used today and what people call the Medu Neter and Hebrew for that matter. But yeah, this stuff it's very it's all very closely related.
So let's keep digging in it because just so while we illustrate that we're not conjecturing anything, then we'll be able to go back to that original point that they did see themselves as cattle. So here we go. The root to this term is going to lead back to just a unit. Y'all see the screen? It says Windu. Now notice Windu right here is a particular type of short-horned cattle, but we learned it probably didn't start off that way as we look through the various terms. A Windu is also a goat, right? Windu, right, is units. But Windu is also offering. So basically, whatever your units were, whether it was produce or things or people, we could see if you gave that to someone, then Windu, you gave them Windu, and Windu was an offering. Now we see, or Winju, I should say. Now, because the DJ represents. Now we see Windut, cattle, or herd. But notice the same exact word with no variations on it. Windut in the transliteration is people, right?
Stop right there, Smash. Okay, so I guess as Audio Osiris, right? From just these two right here, transliterations or however you say this, wouldn't this pretty much answer what you just asked? If you kind of understand exactly what he just showed,
it's given an example of the usage of these glyphs to describe things specifically, and that's great. I'm looking for, I guess, a more overarching, what do you call it? Is this the lingua franca in for lack of a better term? Like, is this a part of the lexicon in a way like the way we say dope or fresh or that's my brother or that's, you know what I mean?
Yep. We're in the right spot for that.
You know, and I've been looking and seeing. That's the thing. I guess my questioning is more or less I'm trying to get the answer. I'm asking in good faith. I'm trying to get the answer because I've seen it. I've seen little hints of it. Yeah, Kemet, black soil, things of that nature. You hear people extrapolate something from something else, and then they, you know what I mean? Well, this means this. Like, you know, even with Ashra Kwesi and a lot of people, you'll see a lot of reaching or a lot of like, what do you call it? Like unsubstantiated things becoming the substance, if that makes sense.
All right, but right now I'm showing you I'm substantiating everything. So I showed you one.
But you do understand my question of okay, so you show me these. I'm not trying to minimize it, but you show me these very specific, like we have to go look for it. Is this something to where it, like I said, is it like a lingua franca?
Oh yeah, let me help you out. Let me help you out. You go. Windu is how you say I have not killed people in every book of the dead.
Right. The confessions, 42 negative confessions.
So I'm about to bring a scholar on and we're going to be talking about that term in general and how they see themselves as cattle. But just to be clear, this one is from...
I'm not disagreeing with that. You've proven the cattle aspect very clearly.
So we can move forward.
It makes sense in terms of like I said, like I can see how they would use that taxonomous phraseology to describe tribalism or groups of people or gnomes or whatever that societal descriptive term would have been. So that's you're clean on that. Like that's very clear and clean. So I guess I'm looking for the blackity black.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we it's a process, because now that we understand that, yeah, they did kind of look at themselves as cattle, right? Well, now let's show how they separate themselves from other people real quick with this term Windudes. And so we're just what you said, we're in the right place, because we're going to look over attestations. This is the loyal a document of the loyalist doctrine of Kairsu, right? And so in Kairsu, we could read, gather yourselves, people. Well, they say that the sock in is there, but it's broken out. So they say Windu. Okay, well, let's keep going. Gather your human herd. This is how the scholars on the Thesaurus Lingua Egypti are translating this. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't make it smaller. They're translating it this way because they see the term Windu, right? And they know it sock in Windu's 10, right? So they say gather your human herd, people. Right? And it's because they know Windu is a herd, but they know it's really referring to people. So I'm not even making this up. You could clearly see the scholars.
It's very clear.
Yep. So we're going to keep it pushing along. Just real quick so everyone watching can know. I am one of your people, Osiris. What they're really saying is I'm the cattle of Osiris. So now let's slow down, because who is Osiris? Osiris is Kimmy, the black one. So I have to show us this here. Now, unfortunately, that text didn't say, I am your cattle, Kimmy, because if it did, it would make it too easy for us, right? But we do got text that show Kimmy and Kemet. So this is a rendition of, you still see the Kim glyph in the M, but they added the double reed leaves to change this into a noun and make it a person. So this is why the scholars translate the black one. Like when we talk about the blackity black, this isn't me. They're saying this is Osiris in his black state. But what we're looking at is this is simply the Kim glyph with the suffix Y on it, which helps us change the class of the word, basically. It's coming from an adjective to noun. It's a noun representing
No, so I see the Kimmy. I see the, okay, I'm going to just, it looks kind of either like a porcupine or it looks like a shadow. That's kind of what I'm getting. It's a shadow, right? You see the light, and then you see the absence of the light behind it, right? So I can see that symbol right there. But what are the other four glyphs? That's the two. That's is that saying Wasir? So it's saying Kim,
so this says
Osiris.
Kimmy. It doesn't say Wasir in here on this one.
Okay, gotcha.
So this is an epithet or another way we can say his name. But when we say his name, we're addressing him as the black one here. You see what I'm saying? And so and we can find him. Now, it's not written on this text, but we can find him in his black state on this text. It's written
of course,
on the
black and the green. I've seen the black, the green, right?
So one thing to observe about the black and the green Osiris is there's no title to talk about the green Osiris. Like the title we find for the black Osiris is Kimmy. But you'll never see him addressed as Waj That just means the Mediterranean or something. And so that's another thing. He's never the great green. But so in order to continue now, since we learned a little bit about how they was classifying, how they classify cattle with black, and then we seen that, they do look at themselves. I mean, they do look as people, sort of like cattle. Well, that's individual. We got plenty of attestations to that. But when we start to think of the collective, well, they had a collective term for the cattle that they thought were divine, and they used that same term on themselves. So it's not like a stretch for us to say that, oh, well, they thought they was the divine cattle out of all of these people, the divine black cattle. And we know this because the king is represented by a black bull. He's the bull of bulls. Right? And so that's not really like a stretch.
Hold on, Smash. Let me ask. So everything that you talked about, this is in the book, right? So please go out and buy the book Black Like Osiris.
Yeah, you can get it
break.
$9.99, as cheap as
Peace.
$9.99.
Okay, go back
Thanks
to
for the
regular
commercial.
program.
$9.99 on Amazon right now near you. Back to your regularly scheduled
There's
program.
another thing too from my brother. You stated that they wouldn't like amongst each other say this, which is not necessarily true. Usually when you're around other people of your same sorting, you make distinctions like that. But they used it at a time when they had invaders coming to land from Palestine. You had to hit Kasut under the Amu, it appears. And there's a distinction between how they look and how they look. So at that point in time, it would be an appropriate matter to start to make some distinctions. And so when we look at the gates, we've got different cultures based off affinity of how you look, how you dress, how you talk, as they tease the Greeks about their speech, and a few other things. So they definitely make distinctions concerning culture and color. Color would definitely be one that you would make a distinction for, because when they pass away, they looked at the universe as divine. Remember, the creation stories, when you go to, we'll use my brother Saber Reggie's acronym, Ankh, Amun Amunet, Ker Kerhet, right? Nun Naunet, Hehu Hehuet. So the Keku is the darkness. It is the blackness. It's the beginning. It's what they refer to as the Zep Tepi. So when they're going all the way back to Zep Tepi, the beginning of time, they're saying you come from the blackness.
They really are. We got the text that show that. We'll look at it later. Keep going.
Then you put the bitumen on your skin. Yeah, you put the bitumen on your skin to re-relate yourself to that blackness if you thought you were too light.
Right. So check this out, my man Audio. I know you sound like a thinking man, so I know you're not going to just refute the sources for no reason. This is a Crumb's Coptic dictionary. We all understand that Champollion was a master at Coptic, and this is what helped him to be the one who deciphered the glyphs. So when I could pull up Champollion's markings, and we'll notice that he never ever once in his whole entirely life that I've seen say anything about no black silk is the meaning for Kemet. He don't do that primarily because he knows the Coptic. So the Coptic was active, right? And so we see the root that we're still investigating, but we see it in just like some Coptic script. Came. Now notice he broke it down. This would be synonymous with Kemet, actually, Kimi, but we'll talk about that later. This is came, right? The one we're actually looking at. This would be the I-6 glyph, just written in Coptic. Here it goes, Kim. So we can see that this is just a different state of it. That's why they switched the vowels in Coptic. Kimi, everybody can see the Kimi, we don't have to trip. Now they's telling us in the Coptic that adjective is black, but here go the crazy part. It tells us it could be a horse just like everything. We've seen it as a bull. We've seen the Kim next to the bull. Sheep, snakes, anything is showing us where we can find the Kim used on these other things. But when we come over here, and there's no reason to resist this.
Oh,
it says
Nagella Sativa. Nagella Sativa.
Yeah, it says in Sahidic, Badaric, and Phyumic, a nominal noun for a male or female, or masculine, feminine. Kimi can mean a black person or thing. See? And so I'm saying, okay, well, Kimi, I got plenty of attestations where people call him Kimi. And the scholars even are honest in those attestations. They say the name is look what they say on this. This is Herman Ranke, right? Look, I didn't put the Schwarzer, the black one. The Schwarzer. He's just writing it in his language. Der Schwarzer. So they saying all these attestations was people calling themselves the black.
All right. I'm buying what you're selling. I'm buying what you're selling. Keep it going. Wait, did the mic drop? Okay.
Well, just to make it better so people won't like think there's no, look, listen, we're going to make it more accurate. we see the same Kim glyph in the adjectival position, right? On all the same glyph we was looking at on the cow. We accepted that when it's next to the cow, they trying to show the different colors of the cows. But now when it's next to the people, we don't want to act like they would call themselves black. So I like this name. It is Amin Happy Kim. Now, someone could ask, well, what did that mean? Well, we got Amin. We know Amin is a Netcher, right? We do know Hap is a Netcher too. But I don't know if
Amin is invisible, right?
Yeah, Amin and Amin, it also means invisible. If that was the case, this would be hiding at the beginning, or hidden. But Hop is also a Netcher, the Apis. But this says Happy. So if you put an I after Hap, that's one of Hap. Even though it ain't spelled like Hap, the bull, we still reading it. And then Pa, we all know Pa is a definite article for the. So this person really put the definite article in front of his blackness. He's saying, I'm the black, like the black. And so I'm just like, man, I can't hide this. I'm not going to act like I don't see it or nothing. But I know if I show it to people who have a logical process, they might come to the same conclusions I'm coming to and think it. But the problem is people think this has a racial context. It don't. It got the context of physical appearance.
Descriptive.
Like imagine if somebody well, imagine if you live in Africa and somebody broke in your house, right? Mm-hmm. Then saying he black is not gonna really even help to do too much, right? You know what I'm saying?
You have to be like,
hold on, Smash.
Go ahead.
No.
How would you call it? Would they have a term for light skin back then?
Oh well, they do have.
That's what I was saying.
things.
Even within our own lexicon, it's going to be a variation of skin color, even though it's still Kim.
Like Smash, like.
So just
a real quick question. So for instance, let's say we was back in the day in this area, right? This region. Mm-hmm. And yes, we're using a descriptive like Kim to describe us in totality or as a whole. But then amongst yourselves, would there be, like you said, an attestation to say this light black person came in my house, like somebody broke in your house?
Well,
like if Brother Tajay broke in your house, if Brother Massey broke in your house back in the day in this context, would you then in your diary of your chronicle as an Egyptian be like, on this night such and such broke into my home, and you give a description? We know that he's black because he's from this region, but would you now have to adjust that terminology to describe the fact that they were light skinned?
No, because Kim got a semantic range. But basically, if they were in a darker hue of colors, they could. If it was dark, Kim mean dark, so it could be dark green, and there's even a Arabic word that I don't know that includes dark green, dark blue, and black. I heard him say it, but I heard it in audio. I didn't read it, so I can't really recite it. But what I'm saying is dark is the Kim. We could just think of it as dark. Now, that's not excluding the darkest hue, but it also includes, and especially as a term of comparison, whichever one is darker can be Kim. It don't even got to be black. You see what I'm saying? And so that's something we should understand too. Like their use of Kim ain't as limited as we're trying to make it. But I know,
like you said, it's not race. Like you said, it's not like racial the same way we would apply it today.
Definitely not. But here's the thing I said it was the beginning of starting to come with human taxonomy based on physical appearance. It was, though, because they said we are herd, y'all, and they separated themselves from other, just like certain herds separate themselves from others. But what Reggie points out is they chose the divine herd and they named themselves. See, the term Kemet for cattle appears way before Kemet for a city. And so, this was a pastoralist culture. We just cited a bull burial, a black bull burial at Naphtha Playa. How I know it was black? I don't think they did that. So I'll just say a bull burial at Naphtha Playa in a Tumali as the oldest burial that they got there. And so we see this culture coming up out of what they traditionally call Black Africa, right? Like, I don't know, but it's not hard.
Yeah, you put that together real well, Smash. I mean, I don't see, that was nice. You know what I'm saying? That was a nice way of putting it.
He have
But
demonstrated
not
it
offensive
a
or
million
anything.
times. I'm trying to figure out, because people will say, I think this is an issue too, where people will equate it to the modern construct of race, right? We know that's an issue, but we know, looking at all the attestations Smash have shown, that they are making a distinction between themselves, using the color Black and separating themselves. And then the other thing is, people will say, well, they didn't call themselves Black, they'll say Kim, as if they don't know how translation works. You know, you have to find the equivalent term in the language that you're translating it to. So Smash will demonstrate 100 times in the context of the metal netter, people calling themselves the dark one or the black one, but then people won't accept that when it's right in their face that people are calling themselves Black. Like this brother, you say you're familiar with Smash's work, and all he does is demonstrate this every day, showing people call themselves Black, but then will come on and say, how do you guys, make that association?
So
like, are you still?
That's a great point, dude, and I'm not cutting you off. I just want to make the point that right live on the screen is an attestation from the text corpus. You know, I'm not like, I don't got no secret website. I'm not putting these words in here. And their translation says the prince, the mayor, the sealer of the king of Lower Egypt, the only friend Nikausis, his eldest son, they should have said his beloved, but they said his lover. The only friend Nikausis, the dark-skinned and elder. Now notice when we go into the transliteration, they use the KM to say dark-skinned. And so I'll give it back to Dude, but I'm showing you, we doing this live, and how if your brain work with logic, you gotta say, I'm see what you're saying.
You know, and like I said a minute ago, I'm buying what you're selling. I asked you for an example and you gave me multiple.
Yeah.
And I said, and again, my question was, in the context of usage and multiple usages throughout not only the language but the culture, is there continuity to that? You showed plenty of examples. I'm not arguing with any of them.
Yeah, I think
more or less. I'm more or less accepting of your scholarship, but now, I'm just gonna reevaluate my sources and look for more examples based on what you showed me and things that I have. So that's what scholarship is supposed to do, edify. I'm not here to criticize. No,
man, I definitely appreciate the way you approaching this, because it takes some people 3 or 4 years to even get to this point where you at. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I've been studying languages for years and years. So yeah, man.
God, like you just came on one day, looked at something and said, I think I might need to go back and reevaluate.
So look, we could prove with the grammar, and now that we could prove with the grammar that this Kim, first you'll notice what's consistent as we chill and look through more renditions of this. And Logic still, his name is Logic in the chat. He earned his wrench. He don't have to agree with me. But he's still saying, I don't see what you're saying. I don't get it. Your name shouldn't be Logic, bro.
I'm here.
Because we talking in straight plain English here. All right, so now we're going to give you another chance. We're going to press reset for Logic and watch how simple we make this. Now, I'm going to just start with this. This is the noun. His name, Nikau Isis. This is a person, right? To modify this noun in ancient Egyptian, you follow it with whatever you're going to modify it by, right? It don't just need to be modified by color. It's modified by something else. We both see that here. Now, they shouldn't even put this. I know this dot on this shimsu, but they messed up. Whoever transliterated that. This ain't plural, really. This is a singular phrase. But anyway, Shimsu like elder. Or Simsu like elder. But let's talk about it. It comes from Semes. But let's talk about it real quick. Let's look at this. Nikau Isis, Kim, not Kemet, because Nikau Isis is a man. But if we look at Samir Weti, as they talking about this, well, that's a compound word, so we don't have to worry about that. You can just look into the front at how all these genders is matching, right? You could say Erie Pa. Sometimes they say Erie Pa. Here they say Erie Potts. And then they say Hati, Himti, well, Samir Wati, Nikau Isis, Zaef, like his son. Now it's saying something about, Simsu is saying elders here, and it's saying elders here. What I'm just trying to point out for you is that Nikau Isis, every time we go down here, it'll be followed by something in the adjectival position that is going to match the gender of the noun that is describing, basically. So if you know that the gender will only change if you add the gender will change if you add a T to this Kim, and we'll get Kemet. And Nikau Isis, if he was feminine, if there would have been stated in the feminine, there would have been Nikau Iset or whatever. It's a set. You see, like we say, Neferet.
Yo, Smash, before you leave that part, what does that PL stand for? That's not inside the word. His name, right?
PL.
The PL and Ni.
Oh, no, that's a plural. So let's
okay. I just wanted to know.
Let's break down his name.
Okay,
Ni means belonging to, right? Ni means belonging to. Ka is a spirit, but they said plural. So this is Ka'u. A Nikau Isis, so it is the spirits of Isis, whoever Isis is. His name is like the possessor of the spirit of Isis, basically. Okay. Right? And so that's how they breaking that down. Nikau Isis, Kim Shimsu. But I didn't want to get stuck on that, because what I want my partner to see is, as we keep going down, everything that gets described as black, it's not going to be people every time. But what you'll notice is that if I click this now, then it should be cloth, right? Because this is all we're doing. We say black cloth. Ancient Egyptians said cloth black. So right here, if everything I'm saying is true, when I click on this, the noun that this blackness is modifying must be the cloth. So when I click this, it's going to say cloth. You see thread. And so basically now we could clearly see consistency. So why would we stop it when it start modifying? See, now this is a good one. It says black skin. And I use this one too, because people act like they don't talk about black skin. But this is peppy, right? And there's a phenomenon of people in the 6th dynasty calling themselves Pepi the Black. But they was naming themselves, I propose, now I'm conjecturing, they were naming themselves after Pepi, because Pepi is stated as having black skin when Shu came to pick him up. And my man Jay Mill asked me why I misspelled Shu. Is because on my slide, I copied directly from the TLA, so nobody won't be thinking I'm doing the translation. So this say black skin. Now let's see if this is synonymous with everything we said. The ancient Egyptians
You gotta
would
bring back the bombs.
the ancient Egyptians would have said skin black, right? So that means when we go to analyze the transliteration, we know Kim means black. So that means the word before it that's being modified, it should match in gender, which it does. There's no T on this, right? There's no T on that. And when we click in it, what is it going to say? Skin, right? Skin of a man, hide of our skin color. So then now you kind of like learning just a little, this ain't nothing of the grammar, it's just a little dose. But tell me what rule, even in our logical minds now, would change something when we put a person there? Why wouldn't it be a black person? It's just gonna change. It could be thank you. It could be a black cloth. It could be so here it is.
Nothing that would make you change it.
Now we see the feminine agreement.
Scientific racism.
Oh, this is gonna be really good. This is
there go the answer.
This is a really good instance to show this feminine agreement. Look, you are the black ram, right? They says in toot. It's like your image. As like this is a ram. That's black. You see Kim? But look, it ain't no T on this ram, so the people who translated it know to translate it as a masculine something, right? Now they should have.
So hold on. To say a female ram, what would you say?
Well, they supposed to do it better. They saying ram and sheep.
They just changed it
you
to
see?
Z.
Yeah, but
it's got a T on
let me ask y'all something. Do they have males? Are male sheeps all rams?
Yep, I believe so.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, that's the male. That's the male version.
Well, that's the one that'll butt you in the head. I mean, that's a goat that'll do that, huh? That's not a.
You can see it right there, Smash. And the male
Rams will too.
You go on and say it, James. Hey, let's let James do this. Go on and tell him, James.
Well, if you're looking at the sentence and then he's saying that you understand that it reverses, we already know what Kim is. It's the KM. So only thing we got to do is just find that first. Then you find, if you know if that's a ram, that ZT, which he just told us, you see it saying ram.
But you mean the ZJ, the ZJ, right?
The ZJ is the male version of it.
Exactly.
But then when you skip on down the line, you see them the feminization of it is the KMT.
Exactly.
So now they're talking about a female.
Thank you.
And now you're gonna see the ZT again, but they're gonna feminize it with that T.
Y'all
so
see that?
Talking about a
man.
sheep. So
James
now it
is
says
cooking.
black sheep. So it's
I
just
need-
I don't know what the hell is going on.
James is cooking.
I mean, I like once you show us this, like I don't understand what's going on.
Man,
and
you
it don't
just
take
breaking
that long.
down. It don't. That's what I'm saying. But if you don't want to learn it, you won't. Now notice this one. This one got black inside of these brackets. Now notice this means the scholar saying that it ain't there. So what should we see in brackets up here? A Kim. But they got a Kim T in brackets. So if it ain't there, they're guessing that it's a Kim with the T root because they know it should be matching this T. See? So this is how you can reconstruct. They know it got to be matching the.
So hold on. The
cow
T is the cow, right?
Yep.
And cows is feminine too.
And they feminize the Kim with the T.
Now notice.
This is too easy at this.
Cow is a female.
Y'all, I'm over here tooting my own horn.
Hey, that's what you're supposed to do. Because no, James is like this. Stuff up here, now there's more to it. I don't want to be misleading, but I'm happy that we are at a point where things that once looked hella complicated starts to appear easy. But you got to remember something. That's also a gift and a curse. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because it ain't easy to the people who didn't just spend the years. You've been spending years. You just ain't tripped. But we started this conversation about 3-4 years ago. And so now you getting it and somebody still sees scribble scrabble on the screen. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I say it's a gift and a curse. Now you just showed you could explain it. And if a man can't understand what you just said, then they playing, bro. Because I heard you explain it.
He did it right and well.
Now, I ain't saying I'm far from everybody listening. I don't know much, but I know what I just seen, and I can explain it because I've actually been kind of doing a little bit of studying myself. So they ain't just. So go ahead.
Let me say something about. I think it's a cop out too. Whenever you show all this stuff, and then people will come in and then say, "Well, why would they call themselves black?" Whenever you show all these things in context, how people are doing it, and then they ask you that question as if you can know every single thing from thousands of years ago, and we supposed to understand their thought process behind every concept and construct that they make. You know what I mean? I think that's
very unfair.
Big.
But
that's very unfair. But let me say this though, Smash.
Go ahead.
I think we can still make the case with what we have, but the thing is, we kind of have to postulate and like, you know, show people how this implies that, but they don't want to do that because then we seem unscientific to them when we start postulating. But we have mounds and mounds of evidence to show why people see themselves that way. You don't ever ask an Asian man why he looked like his God or a white man why he looked like his God. But then when it comes to black people in the ancient past, we can't have that. It's just crazy. Mm-hmm. And the divinity, we don't want to look at black people as being divine. You know what I'm saying? When all other people, they have themselves being, you know, cultures are ethnocentric. But when we come to black people being ethnocentric and the world revolving around themselves, like we don't want to accept that. We don't like to see ourselves as divine. People fight against that. And that's kind of just weird to me. To me, that shows some type of self-hatred. And I don't want to just jump out there on a limb and say that, but the way people are fighting against the divinity of blackness and people seeing themselves as such seems so.
So now y'all in 2024 talking about y'all divine because y'all skin is dark skin, right?
that's you.
So let me try to get to
that was the worst intro ever.
See, you about to say no, Smash, but your
you could have had a better intro. Look, so James, hold on. Let me introduce him correctly because he didn't introduce himself correctly. What's up with? Let me greet you properly. What's up with Moses? Golly. First, we got to start greeting each other properly because it makes the discourse go better, right? You just blurt in, you already tripping. So how you doing? So no, that ain't what we were saying, but you could go ahead and ask your question.
I mean, it's so look, so the part where I agree with you, right? I see that there are small, I wouldn't even say pockets, but you have individuals here and there that seem to have dark enough skin to be described as black. Okay, that's cool.
Man.
Here and there.
But, so
a couple pockets.
So how see like what that good guy did? I'm not sure if that was that good guy due diligence. They kind of sound the same. And I wasn't looking at the list of people who was on here. So if I'm making that mistake, I apologize. But what I'm saying is that so Smash was reading where it said you have a few individuals who went by Peppy the Black, right? Mm-hmm. So when he says that, we have to at least acknowledge that they're talking about a small group of individuals that existed over a period of thousands of years, right? We're talking about thousands of years of people, right? So these small group of people who might have been dark enough to be considered black does not allow me to be able to say, oh, the Egyptians now considered themselves black. That's
not what's allowing you to say it. What's allowing you to say it is you find the same term, the same exact term used for a collective.
Dozens of times.
Not only that, you're watching. What? Let me.
Yeah, Kemet. Don't you know Kemet is used for a collective? Go ahead.
Nah, Smash. I was on that show when
Sar was about to build.
When Deborah Heard corrected you when you tried to ask that question.
So Brother
That's not
Moses,
true.
right?
I was actually there. I heard.
I got the video right here. You want to lie about that?
We heard you,
I ain't gotta lie. I was right there. We could definitely play it back. When you asked her, you can play her answer and see if I lied.
Oh my God.
Now, so what I'm saying is, I'm agreeing with you that there might have been some people dark enough to be described as black skin. I'm okay with that.
Here's the issue, Brother Moses.
That's nothing to argue about. But I feel like you make a jump when you try to say, the Egyptians called themselves black, as if everybody in Upper Egypt, everybody for the whole 5,000 years would have considered themselves.
Get your ass up out of here. All right, you got the floor,
He's just bumping his gums.
Yeah, he just got kicked up out of here.
Group of people, and he talking about the Sudan region. What does the Sudan name mean? Number one. And it wasn't even named that back then, but what does the Sudan name mean today?
That's crazy.
So when you say a small group of people, and remember, the Sudan is where it starts. So all of the people, let me just rephrase it. At that time, all of the people in that region were that and are still to this day. Then as they migrate down north. I'm
about to play the video that he lied on, said Deborah Heard disagreed with
break him down.
With his
but shout out
and bring him back in too.
No, he got kicked
diligence. Yeah, due diligence used to be a progenitor of saying it's not. And with the evidence, this is how you know he's a man of ma'at, of truth. With the evidence, you see his stances. He's doing a swivel right now. Because why? Because you have evidence. When you get evidence from primary resources, you don't refute it. Exactly. You go with what the truth is.
He lied. Go ahead. He lied on Deborah Heard. Now I'm gonna show the video. He thought I didn't have
and
the
check
video.
it out. They often move the goalposts because now it's a matter of how many. The question was, did they call themselves black or not?
Exactly.
And now we arguing how many people call themselves that.
But
That
see,
don't
this-
even matter.
You good? See, you want to do? Cause see, that's what
I told
that's
y'all
what it was. It was minimalization at that point.
Yeah,
Oh, so
I
it's just a few
earlier. I said it went from this to does Kim mean black?
So they can see. So they can see.
Yeah, that was a
basically,
concession. He did concede, but
yeah,
now
they say, "Oh, it's only a
the
few." Oh, so
minimalization
y'all
of it
saying
now.
it is something, then, huh?
Yeah, it's
That's
a
how it always
minimalization.
goes.
He shifted to the minimalization.
Once you
aspect.
prove your point, is why would they do that? Well, it was only a small number of them. You know what I mean? It's like, dang,
Hey, what I'm looking for right now? Oh, that book.
Look,
I'm
I
looking
thought
for
you
the
were looking
book.
for the video.
Yeah, the
but,
video.
Yeah, we just chopping it up.
Because
but,
you live.
You know that, yeah, you have and that's what I'm glad you kind of nipped that in the bud early, man, because everything was going beautiful. And you don't mind people coming in just having some legitimate contention like Audio Osiris. I mean, like he came in, it seemed like he had legitimate pushback. He seen what was going on. He rolled out. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, now he was a real.
Yeah,
one.
I like that.
He
brother.
seen what he was looking for.
But see, when Moses came in, you could tell that's that indoctrination that's still in it.
So look what we about to do, y'all. We about to show y'all. We about to show y'all how much clowns they really are.
Now I'm gonna tell you, if I play that video when me and Saber Reggie was talking about the other day, it's gonna be a wrap.
Look at y'all. They went on the show. Now y'all know I'm sitting back in the kingdom laughing, right? Because when we in the back chat, we just had so many parties. It's funny. They tried to make a show out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to misrepresent what happened in the data so bad they thought we didn't even have it. Right? They didn't went and, oh my gosh. So he just told you that the scholar, esteemed Sister Deborah Hurd down here, disagreed with me when I joined the panel. Why would you lie? Because you didn't know I was going to show people? So let's get it in. God, they be lying.
One of our panel.
Hold on, we got to zoom forward.
Paraphernalia.
Okay, now let's keep going. First of all, I was myself, right?
Of our color.
So we're going to get to when it's my turn.
Several places in the show.
Everything I said so we can see when I got disagreed with.
They can deal with the deficiency however they
want to know what really happened? All of the people who've been trying to say Kim ain't black got disagreed with, but they edited that shit out of their video when they showed it. That's why they never showed Smash speak on that show. How if you beefing with somebody and you got tape of them doing something goofy, you ain't show it? Because it made me look hella good. That's how I know cats is some clowns. Because on some real shit, you won't show something that got me on it because I'm looking good and being loved by the experts. Loved by the experts. Bringing smiles to these esteemed sisters' faces. And these dummies actually thought me quoting a lyric of mine, casual, of hieroglyphics, to the scholars was something to chuckle at. But if you watch the video, you won't see a cheek, an unrosy cheek, because they don't got no charisma, they don't got no flattery. They just dumb laymen. And they can't prove that they're immersed in the culture with limericks and lyrics. But I can. And so that's why I was so well received. So well received, they didn't show this shit on their show. That's why I be kicking back like this some clown shit. Let's watch this.
We can't talk about because it's science. But
I'm gonna play too much of what they said because this was the back chat. This was the scholastic back chat. This wasn't on YouTube.
And I see your head, Dr. Frazier.
So I'm gonna just try to get to when I'm allowed to speak.
Govern themselves. Yeah. He writes.
And if y'all didn't hear everything, you should have been there. I'll try to be at the next
formula where.
But we'll share the relevant stuff.
How can I? Said gay.
I'm sorry, I didn't have it queued up. Oh, here we go.
That's what.
And I'm just gonna say
why this
I spoke in front of everybody in my life,
And they
right?
showed how many
But
square feet
in the
of
presence
boxes.
of these esteemed scholars, I was like, okay, I'm kind of like, I wouldn't say nervous, but I was like, I'm just giving them, I want to make sure I don't do the Garfield and get up there looking stupid. But damn, I was just about to speak and then y'all can hear the audio, right?
Yup.
All right, let me see. I'm sorry.
Sort of working.
So they cut necessarily this. Here we go. My lady, see if somebody disagree with Smash.
I wonder if other folks who, you know, have remained quiet, cameras off, want to somehow or other jump into the conversation. No pressure, but I just wanted to invite people to feel free to just at least share your name, your thoughts, why this round table drew your attention.
I was looking for a way to digitally raise my hand, but I couldn't find it for the longest. How are all of you? And my name is Jonathan Owens. I follow all of your work. Solange Asby, Shayla Monroe, Deborah Hurd. I've been watching because I have a small Discord group that's concerned with this information, and we do our own research, primarily linguistic research concerning Medu Neter, terms in Medu Neter, and we've been coming across a lot of things. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak and to introduce myself. My name is Jonathan Owens. I've written, my latest work is called
I ain't
Black
never
Like
seen you
Osiris.
starstruck before, Smash.
Right. And so people, I wrote it, I titled it that way on purpose. Told you, obviously, because it's more marketable. But the overall thesis is to find out what is behind this Black symbolism, this Black reality that has sometimes been written off by Egyptologists. For instance, Kemet means the fertile Nile silt. I can say right now, just from my limited research, that all of us would be pressed to come up with a primary source that says the ancient Egyptians stated it this way. Let's stop. Because I just pushed line politely.
Oh, man.
I just pushed line in all the scholars' face politely in the way you're supposed to do it. I think all of us would be hard pressed to come up with a prime. They would have said, you wronged in the mud. If they disagree with me, watch this. Let's watch this.
Arrow shot.
We go into the terms, Kemet. We do a lot of hard research on these matters, and I just wanted to say, I don't know. I mean, I just wanted to let you know what we're doing. We're not doing it necessarily inside of academia, but the methodology that we learn from following people like yourselves is affecting us. And I don't know if you're following some of this conversation in the social media platform where it's taking a different stage. We have a facet of Black people who are now arguing, wait, the ancient Egyptians were not Black. And since it's being pumped into this machine, it's getting a lot more media than a lot of the work that some of us are doing to show the multiplicity or how it was actually in ancient Egypt. And so we find a lot of resistance to what we're bringing forth, but I don't want to filibuster or anything, but I do want to let you know that there are others out here following your work with only the intent to support and to get this conversation to more people. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you, are any of you all connected with the Nubia platform?
Hold on. I thought Deborah Hurd disagreed. See, you just be lying. But let's keep listening to see if we get any disagreements.
The KNubia platform?
Because I have not heard anyone mention the KNubia platform.
Because Mario Beatty is teaching a class.
Hold on, stop right there, Smash. Stop right there.
Posts.
I introduced, right before this video, I had introduced this off into the group. This same thing that she's talking about with Mario Beatty and that Nubia language group that they're trying to start up. So I had mentioned you just hadn't paid attention to it, but go ahead.
Now, you got to remember, my second time speaking, I ain't going to be nervous no more. But I had the scholars and the black women and my elders. I got respect, and you can see the respect on my face. So that's what that was. But it's going to get right. I'm going to get right into my smash. So here we go.
Like a whole bunch of sources, like every class. So if even if just one of y'all join, because it's a subscription based, because it's connected with narrative. Karen Hunter, are you familiar with In Class with Carr?
I'm not familiar with In Class with Carr. I am very familiar with the work of Dr. Mario Beatty. We support his work and even use some of his statements about Kemet.
I mean, he's up to like 50 something lessons, but it's all archived, so you can start at the beginning. And like I said, he uploads attachments for like every class, and it's community based. So almost all the people in there are just non-academics studying meta nature.
Wonderful.
So let's stop.
She just said all the people in there are non-academic studying Medu Neter. Hold on. She just said all the people in there are non-academic studying Medu Neter. She's encouraging me to go and study further. Where is the disagreement? Why are you a liar? You about to lose your wrench, Logic. Hold up. I know you don't care about it, but it's still going to get took. Hold up. Lastly, I will close by saying professionally, I go by casual. I'm from a group called Hieroglyphics, right? We came out in the early 90s and we didn't know anything about Kemet or anything. And so after rocking this moniker, actually, if you look up hieroglyphics.com, we actually own that. And it has little to do with ancient Egyptian history. It's just we had been rocking this moniker in hip hop for the longest of times from the Bay Area. And if you ever listen to 90s hip hop, one of our more popular songs was 93 Till Infinity. It was just an old hit from the 90s. And so in my progression as getting older, I'm like, why are we talking about hieroglyphs and none of us actually can give anyone any useful information about the hieroglyphs? And so then I pursued my own trail of learning. I know you're familiar with some of the people I learned amongst, but I don't, since I'm not a formal student of anyone, I won't name drop. But it just led us on to where we're at now. So I'll surrender the floor because I've been talking for a minute. But I just want to say thank you for everything you guys do and the contributions, and people are watching, and whatever we can do to support, let us know.
Well, let me just, if I may, I was not an academic when I started. I had a friend who introduced me to this group of people who were in this organization called the Kemetic Institute, headed by Dr. Jacob Carruthers. That's where I started formally learning about ancient Egypt, about the language Medu Neter. I say formally because my father studied Egypt. You know, my father worked at the Greyhound bus terminal. He read prolifically. And one of the things that he was interested in was ancient Egypt. And so when I started going to the meetings at the Kemetic Institute, it was familiar. What they were talking about was familiar because these were some of the things that my father had said. So I started learning Medu Neter. There was a group of us. We used to meet what we would call we used to meet Baba Jake's mule at 8 a.m. on Sunday mornings, learning Medu Neter. We would have our study sessions on Saturdays. He would come in on Sundays and see all these wine bottles in the trash. You know, and he's like, oh, I said, and he would say, oh, my connoisseurs are ready for class. Yes, we are. He said, yeah, I'm gonna call you connoisseurs instead of calling you winos. But, you know, that was the kind of of camaraderie we had. And we learned this language, and so I didn't really start going to, at that point, I wasn't going to college. I wasn't in college anymore. I thought my academic education was done with. But then I got to the point where, okay, I can learn more. I can learn more, and I actually started working at the university where Dr. Carruthers, where where the Kemetic Institute was housed. I got a job there and I ended up, okay, I can take classes. I can take formal classes. So that's how that's how I got started, met Ben Levy and some other people.
Well, I'm just going to say that to have some scholars even talk to you about what you just said for this long is an honor, man. Y'all better stop fronting. They didn't shoo me off and be like, next, but let's keep it popping.
People. I am 70 years old now and I'm still learning. I'm still learning and trying to, and everything I learn, I try to teach it to somebody else. I've got students now that are out here doing things, that I've taught, and not formally in the classroom.
For 70.
But but they're out here. One of them is, his name is Chico Tillman. Chico Tillman is out here actively trying
Chico is killing it out there, isn't he?
He's out here actively trying to change the rate of violence in our communities. And he just graduated his first class, because now he's at the University of Chicago. He just graduated his first class, and their graduation was at the White House.
Yep.
This was a couple of weeks ago. But I'm saying this to say, I didn't start off in academia. I started off in a community class.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter where you start as long as you start.
Right. That goes along with what Shayla was saying too, and what Solange was saying about the importance of starting with the community, which is one of the things that we did in the KI. Our thing was all about bringing this to the community, and we accomplished quite a few things with that, and we could see the fruits of that. So
let's just stop.
I
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 PhDs in the Zoom. For real.
Peace.
Not 1, not 2. We'll hit y'all with 9 at once. All Black, all agree with what I teach. But let's get to that part.
I tell you, brother, it's that part of bringing it, because sometimes we got to bring the academy to the community, because sometimes the community is a little bit uncomfortable, or with the academy, until they get in there and find out we all people too.
And Jonathan, I'll add, Rosetta neglected to tell you, Solange put in the chat that she's learning Nubian, which is a Nubian language.
JD, what is you talking about? They not claiming he an ex. What are you talking about? Why are you even misreading this video I'm sharing? Like, cats is tripping. Oh no, I think you supporting what they saying. Sorry, JD, I thought you was going against what they were saying. But now I read it again, it seems like you're supporting what they're saying. Shout out to you.
Let me put this in context before to Smash. Mm-hmm. They don't know who you are. They don't even know what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they don't know to what extent you even know Meta right now. They don't. That's why she's telling you to go to school and stuff, which I understand what she's saying. Mm-hmm. And this Nubian language that she just referenced to, that's what I was talking about, that Mario Beatty is talking about, that we should probably learn, because it has a lot of cognates off in Medu nature. So if you look at the video, you will see where the guy is talking about some of the words are still living today off in their language.
So look, at this point in time, I'm just trying to tell them everything you said, but I'm going to do it with a rap lyric. And they noticed what I did, so they like, you on point. But after I say the lyric, right, I actually give a disclaimer to the knowledge part, and they say, no, don't give that disclaimer, brother. You 100% on point. Now watch this.
Uncomfortable or, with the academy until they get in there and find out we all people too.
And Jonathan, I'll add, Rosetta neglected to tell you, Solange put in the chat that she's learning Nubian, which is a Nubian language. A Nubian
Now stop. See, they hit me off with the Nubian, and you said they don't know what I know. So I'm just going to show them what I know, but watch this.
Language that people speak now. And they're about to start up a new session, right?
Yeah, we're starting on the 23rd or something like that, yeah.
Well, we're actually going to be doing our review session starting March 4th.
4th, okay.
And so we'll be doing our review sessions throughout the month of March. And after that, we'll probably, I would say in early to mid-April, we'll be moving on to the next phase of our learning.
So Jonathan, if you look at our symposium for last year, Rosetta's towards the end. She's in that last segment.
Hold on. I see why they didn't play this on Pseudo Killers. Now that I'm looking back, because they appreciate that I'm making the effort to support, yo. That's all I can say. Humbly, they ain't tripping off nothing else. They just appreciate it. And y'all some haters. Y'all don't got no appreciation in your heart. But let's keep going.
She's speaking Nubian. So she's showing us what she learned. I mean, she's showing off.
Yes, she is.
Yes, she sounds like a native speaker.
Yes, she does.
So I'm trying to merge my artistry with what I'm learning from you guys, and I want to share a lyric. I'm not going there. I'm just going to say something I think you would enjoy. My last song, I said, melodic script in my cartouche. I rolled through with them Nubians, Harkoof. Now, I know, stop, because I'll be looking at facial expressions, right? When I said lyric, Shayla Monroe eyes got big like she thought I was really about to do it. Like, when it comes to the time of day, so phase, you know what I'm saying? So why don't y'all take a look at whether they were delighted or whether they was feeling this, and then listen to what they say. Well, see some people in the chat might not know what happened is she said they studying Nobian language, the Nobin language. So I said in my last lyric, I said melodic script in my cartouche. And then listen to what happened. Watch this.
Sometimes we got to bring the academy to the community, because sometimes the community
merge with the art as well, so we can get it out with more people. And
she's speaking Nubian. So she's showing
all right, this
us
is
what
Shayla
she learned.
Monroe
she's
next to me.
off.
Watch how she looks when I say I'm about to say a lyric.
She
She gonna be like,
a
don't.
native speaker.
Yes, she does.
Watch this. So I'm trying to merge my artistry with what I'm learning from you guys, and I want to share a lyric. I'm not going there. I'm just going to say
look at her
something
face.
I
Look at her
think you would enjoy. Did y'all see that? Oh, y'all might not have seen that. Hold on. She was looking like, no, he didn't say he about to share a lyric.
Oh, no, he not.
Yeah, I seen it.
But watch how these cheeks go up after she hear the lyric, bro.
Well, but it's gonna be all of them.
Oh, everybody get a pure black smile on their face. Now watch. This is comedy watching her face.
Look at our symposium.
She's like, is he about to really try to rap? But now I got them bars. Watch this.
For last year, Rosetta's towards the end. She's in that last segment.
Hold on.
And she's
Nobine, I think you were just. Oh, hold on. Let's look at her face. I just want to see Shayla's face.
Yes, she is.
Sounds like a native speaker.
Yes, she does.
So I'm trying to merge my artistry with what I'm learning from you guys, and I want to share a lyric. I'm not going there. I'm just going to say something I think you would enjoy. My last song, I said, melodic script in my cartouche. I rolled through with them Nubians, Harkoof. Now, I know, see, a few of you might enjoy it. Now, that's the purest smile Deborah Heard had on her face. Y'all got to stop playing with bruh.
Look at Solange's ass. She got her hand over her chest, Like, you know, and she's really smiling. Then the sister to the right, the dark sister, she's really smiling too. So they
Rosetta.
enjoy it, and the elder brother.
Oh,
so it's just us having a good time with our people. Like, I don't understand.
And y'all gotta remember, this the back chat. This was the after party, so they trying to hate, but this is really perfect. But now let's see their response.
I'm hating
because we know how
I wasn't there, so I'm hating.
It's who they sent.
So,
but oh, sorry.
And so we'll be doing our review sessions.
Real quick, I'm gonna let it play, but let's just look how actually they're gonna notice how it linked with the scholarship that we're talking about. That wasn't just no rap lyric, but only the people in the chat who know what I said know that I'm referencing what they just said. So listen, merge with the art as well so we can get it out with more people. And I know the melodic script has nothing to do with Nubian or No Bind. I think you were just
No being wait now. Come on.
Now. So they just said, hold on, you are on point. Don't fall off now. That's what they saying. Cause
they say, hold on.
Yeah, she's like, wait, you doing good. Don't say it don't got nothing to do with it. Listen. Now I know. See, a few of you might enjoy that because we know.
Yes, she is.
Sounds like a native speaker.
Yes, she does.
I'm gonna let it play through. So I'm trying to merge my artistry with what I'm learning from you guys, and I want to share a lyric. I'm not going there. I'm just gonna say something I think you would enjoy. My last song, I said, melodic script in my cartouche. I rolled through with them Nubians, Harkoof. Now I know. See, a few of you might enjoy that because we know how Harkoof is who they sent out to get the brothers from the South when they had beef about the 5th or 6th dynasty. And so I am trying to let it merge with the art as well so we can get it out with more people. And I know the melodic script has nothing to do with Nubian or No Bind. I think you were just
No being wait now. Come on now.
I don't know that then. Does it
It
have
100% does.
Then I'm right
Damn.
on point. All right, then I'm right on point with the lyric I chose. Then I'm right on point.
That's there go arrows up right there. That's a damn shame. They totally agree.
I hope this is not the correction that boy is talking about.
He's really learning. No correction takes place in this video. They dumb feeling me for the whole vid, but let's keep watching it.
That's that genetic memory. It's in there.
The expression I use, dumb feeling me, means feeling.
Look, you smiling harder than them now.
Yeah, I'm where I want to be. Shoot.
Right, you think you right in the mix. Word.
You gotta keep listening, right tap into it, and grow with it. Yeah. But I like that.
Yeah, they proud of you.
I like that.
Well, that's some art, but when we
I wish they could hear that
we
song.
have a lot of good research to share for you guys, and I would want to get some of your opinions on some of the things we found, particularly about the farce of the Blacks' land being named after. We know Diop attacked that thoroughly in 1974, but it's been 50 years later, and we have done a lot of research, digging through the TLA, looking at all primary sources, making sure we got it right, and they made that up. Basically, they can't get past Plutarch. And if we look at what Plutarch says about this black silk, he didn't say Kemet was called Kemet because of the black silk. He made a statement that Egypt had the blackest of soils, and they call it by the same name as the pupil of the eye, which is Chemia. So saying why they called it Kemet was because of the blackness, but he had no statements towards the silk. Furthermore, he goes on to say that they thought the life-giving properties were from the facility of moisture in opposition to dry, arid land. And so this would give us our distinction between what we call black land and red land. But again, these are some of the things and then we've even found the term that clearly shows that we can't say that it is Kemet, the black land, because if we find a medical papyrus that shows an ointment for burns was rubbing Nile mud on the burn, and in the text they call it Amat Kemet, where Amat is the mud and Kemet is blackness. We can have Amat that is not black, and so this is another attestation to us to prove that Kemet does not mean anything about the soil, and we can have a further conversation about that whenever time avails. But I feel like I have too many scholars in front of me to be talking so much. So
Well, you normally when you see in the glyphs.
What's up?
I was gonna let her talk, but are you ever gonna have something in the future to where we can come on and get a chance to ask our question? I know you don't want everybody bombarding her with craziness, because I've went on the pseudo killers before where they had experts on and they jump right in front of me as if I'm asking dumb questions and things like that. So I was just wondering, will there be a time in the future where you'll bring on, some scholars so we can like chop it up in an intellectual manner, with the archers, maybe in the
You know
backpack.
what? This is us joining in on their Leo Hansberry event, and we told them we get more people to support. So we all got to start following the Leo Hansberry events. They do this often, and they don't want to just be preaching to the choir. So if I could come back like, yeah, I'm here with 50 people in the chat. I told y'all we coming through thick. What's up? Then that's even going to be better. You see what I'm saying? So yeah,
Yep.
I would encourage us to support, because support is what they want for their work. They do this, they dedicate their lives to this so much more than us. So
they said they're gonna start doing this every 3 months, due diligence. So subscribe to that Leo Hansberry channel if you could find it. Maybe we could try to all get a link to it for everybody.
maybe Sadiq can find. I know Sadiq might have it or not, but I don't know if it's public. But
put it in
look
the
through
private
Leo
chat.
Hand. Yeah, it might be in the chat or whatever. But
So
here's
you
the
don't
point.
plan on doing nothing yourself though, Smash, like for the Discord?
Well, I got emails from this, and when I said I wanted to make my presentation, me and Salim Faraji hooked up, and then I got Janelle Marshall's email as well. But he
That's
said
dope.
you still not gonna play where they correct you about the 049 glyph. So now he's maintaining his lie, and then when we get to the part, what he's gonna do is act like, oh, he didn't remember it happened the way that it's about to happen.
Hold up, that's on this video on the other.
Yeah, we about to talk about it. And
That's crazy.
I think I think you might be making an honest mistake, Logic. They disagreed with Joe L in this video. But let's watch it.
You'll see the word Kemet, and you'll see a determinative behind it that is translated not as land, but as city.
Yes. Thank you. Now, is that a disagreement or agreement? I just
That's
gave them
exactly what
I just gave them a 10-minute
Absolutely
spiel
not.
saying it ain't no way in the world they could provide nothing about no land, no silk. And she coming back with her PhD academics telling me, you're right. But he wants y'all to think somebody disagreed with me about this 049 glyph that she's talking about right now. So let's listen. Distinction between what we call black land and small bar.
So you just need to go on and take the class.
But he had no statements towards the silk. Furthermore, he goes on to say that they thought the life-giving properties were from the facility of moisture in opposition to dry, arid land. And so this would give us our distinction between what we call black land and red land. But again, these are some of the things and then we've even found the term that clearly shows that we can't say that it is Kemet, the black land, because if we find a medical papyrus that shows an ointment for burns was rubbing Nile mud on the burn, and in the text they call it Amat Kemet, where Amat is the mud and Kemet is blackness. We can have Amat that is not black. And so this is another attestation to us to prove that Kemet does not mean anything about the soil. And we can have a further conversation about that whenever time avails. But I feel like
I just got that, Smash. I wasn't understanding what you was getting at that point, but I get it now.
Yeah, they get it too. Because they like, yeah, well, if it's supposed to mean the black silk, Kemet's supposed to mean the black silk by itself. But we find mud and they use Kemet to modify the mud to make it be black. So that means if you don't modify it, they're not even talking about black silk. So Kemet just means black because you amended to mud to modify the state of it. Like, I don't get it. But again, let's see what Logic is talking about. Let's see if they agree or disagree.
Well,
Logic ain't
normally
about
when
nothing.
you see in the glyphs, you'll see the word Kemet, and you'll see a determinative behind it that is translated not as land, but as city.
Yes, ma'am. That's
'cause
my argument. You
they
talking about
call the
Gardner
land
049? The
ta-
049 glyph? The city, the X with
Yeah.
the circle?
Yes. So
Look at you, brother.
you know, yeah. So you just need to go on and take the class,
See,
brother.
hold on. Y'all, now you starting to be like a sucker, Logic. Because she told me I need to go on and take the class on some props that I know a lot of information, not on some you don't know enough. When I said the 049, Joseph Ben Levy said, "Good look at you, brother." And then she said, "Oh, dang, well, you just need to go and take the class." You saying it like I said something faulty and she telling me I need to go get some tutelage. You're misrepresenting everything that's happening. Why are you doing that? You making yourself look dumb bad. I have too many scholars in front of me to be talking so much. So
yeah, they don't
Well,
understand.
you normally when you see in the glyphs, you'll see the word Kemet and you'll see a determinative behind it that is translated not as land, but as city.
yes, ma'am. That's
'cause
my argument. You
they
talking about
call the
Gardner
land
049? The
ta-
049 glyph? The city, the X with
Yeah.
the circle?
Yes. So
Look at you, brother.
you know, yeah.
First of
So
all,
you just need to
first of all, I'm
See,
talking
they
to
don't
some
even
people.
know.
They didn't even know it was 049, but Ben Levy knew.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they don't know what you on.
They was
That's what I'm saying.
quiet.
That's
They
why
was
they
quiet.
really like, damn.
We talking
You know
about
what I'm
this
saying?
Smash being modest.
She clearly brought home that it's not land, but city. We just had this on the last show, did we not?
And the
Absolutely.
queen.
Oh, hold on.
came
Chris is
through.
in here. I'm taking classes. We all do classes. Y'all just think that it need to be somebody standing in front of us like, you know, y'all don't respect yourselves. Some of us don't even respect what a black man could do, to where if you see a group of black men, you won't even think it's a class going on. When we be in the back chat, we be in class.
Yep.
Learning.
They should know by what I just pulled off. They like, I know good and damn well James didn't just do
That's
that.
why I said, James, you want it now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they know we
Man,
doing
James
it.
then came a long way.
Man,
They
they need to quit playing.
Yeah.
And let me say this: I enjoy just sitting in, but I'm not that interested in learning the language. But I enjoy. I want to contribute in a different way, so I'm working on something else, and maybe one day I can share what I'm working on. But I can't. I work a lot. You know what I'm saying? And then my time that I have to myself, I want to work on the things that I'm interested in and try to support you guys at the same time. So that's the only reason why I don't be just contributing like that.
But hold on, dude.
But it's
Let me
all
tell you
good whenever you're
something.
ready.
Like,
The content
right
is
now-
content, so don't feel like you got to be perfect. You know,
Right,
it might
right. But
start
hold
a
on,
conversation.
dude, I was
Plus
where
there's-
you was at.
plus
But hold
there's-
on, dude.
there's two different
It's some
things going-
tools that can help you learn this stuff at an expedient rate, bro.
It's a
It
class,
ain't gonna
but it's
like I'm telling you,
in-
probably within 2 days, you will know a little bit more than what you think. So I'm just saying, don't be discouraged by because you starting from zero. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Plus,
I just go ahead.
There's the Nubian Language Society, which is what I'm assuming they're starting to become a part of, where you learn how to speak Nubian and you learn how to speak Kenuzi, which is the other language, which like a lot of my partners from the Sudan speak. So when you get involved with it, you're not just making a bridge just scholastically, but you're able to have discussions with people in the Sudan and in those areas. And then if you decide you want to go visit, then you're able to speak the language. So you don't become a couch potato. Now you're able to facilitate going over there or different things of that nature. So the fact that they're teaching a Nobin class and hopefully Canuzi as well soon, that sounds awesome. That's awesome work.
Shout out to Kent Rodriguez. He said Metatron already debunked this in his latest video.
Oh gosh,
No,
Metatron
he
lost.
put an LOL with that, by the way. So he,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But now let's just give everybody some props. We see Brendan from the Pseudo Killers on the screen. Shout out to Brendan. We see Sadiq Abdullah on the screen. He was there. Shout out Sadiq. We see Logic. Now look at the bottom of the damn screen. The dude in the chat named Logic. Look at his name down there. You think he pressed the button? Hell no. He know, oh, Smash Rockwell. I'm on next. I can't go on after this. He had stage fright.
A lot of these cats couldn't even formulate what to say to the scholars in a suitable fashion. And just listening to listening to their line of question before.
He just hold up. Why they didn't refute when that happened right there live in their face? Why didn't they say that it don't mean what
they don't never do that?
The 049 don't mean that. Why
they said it do mean that. They said
no, I'm not talking about
he's
them.
saying like
I'm
the
talking
pseudo
about
killer.
Brendan. Hold up.
He's talking about the pseudo killer.
Brendan. I'm talking about Logic. I'm talking about whoever's that's been in opposition to it. Me, why they didn't just jump on the mic right then and there?
I gotta give Joel his props. I'm gonna give Joel his props. He the only one of them who felt froggish. Yep. He tried to feel froggish. He gonna get so sat down. They left that shit off the show too.
Yeah, put what he said.
I'm about to get to Joel. Yeah, but they felt me for the rest of the stuff. I ain't gotta show it, but we gonna get to Joel.
You was talking about when Joel tried to hop in there, brother Moses. That ain't the correction you was talking about.
We just heard the correction when he said the 049 glyph. You heard she said it was a city.
That. You know Moses is pseudo. But I'm saying he was talking about some correction that I thought he might mean this one. I'm trying to give him a chance to redeem himself. You ain't talking about when she corrected your man?
Now, this is what's happening right here, bro. Asar, this is how I had feelings. I felt like telling him, there go one of them right there, and he won too. But I couldn't do that, bro.
No, that would have been really wild.
Bro, I was hella mad. So I was like, so I'm just about to sit here and let y'all beat the brakes off this fool since he trying to sneak in here, act like he's supporting what y'all doing, then he want to go back out into the real world and prove everything y'all teach is wrong. Joe, now watch this.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Joe wear that jacket all the way, just to be clear. I'm taking a few levels off the jacket I gave him. He kind of got that jacket, but he ain't got a black belt. He got like a orange belt.
Yeah, Joe was trying to act like he riding the
fence. Yeah, he try to act modest, but how you gonna try to act like that when he come in here like this? Watch this.
Clearly, Dr. You was it?
We come in with this all crazy shit.
Why did they say it? What were the circumstances?
First of all,
yeah.
There's one other, I can't think of it, but yes, definitely that's sub-Saharan, and I say because you don't say super-Saharan Africa,
so don't say
sub-Saharan. You say North Africa. So if you mean the Africa below, then you should say Central Africa or South Africa or West Africa, East Africa. Don't do that, because the sub part is also like they say the dog whistle. People hear the sub.
Yeah, plus the term doesn't even. Why did they say it?
I will say when I was just sitting there, I got
there you
told
go.
to my
He in the
face,
upper left hand corner. Let's listen.
So I never did it.
Tell me this ain't something corny going on.
May I
ask
a
follow-up question?
Oh, wait. A follow-up question. Well, your first question.
What is your alternative when you're teaching to your students?
Hold on,
I tell people don't use that is
because I believe.
Yeah, plus the term doesn't even show.
Or maybe he asked the question with his camera off. So
people somehow never figured out how to cross a desert that has not always been there.
Where's his? Oh, they cut his first question out, man. Cats be faulty with the data, bro.
Like people
say, Central Africa.
Cats be straight making sure they cut this part out, man. Oh my god.
Part of the
That's why Joe started with saying, "Can I ask a follow-up question?" That's how I know y'all fake and y'all some suckers. I couldn't rock with y'all in real life. Y'all do shit like cut parts out the goddamn video when it proved y'all wrong. Somebody needs to y'all cats really need the shit slapped out them.
How could you cut a part out the video after they correct you and still count the same argument if you're truly seeking the true answer?
So scholars is
Exactly.
Hold up, y'all sure they cut it out?
Bruh, Joel starts by saying, "Can I ask a follow-up question?" They so
Well, hold
dumb
up, go
they didn't
back a
cut
little
that
bit
part
further,
out.
Smash. It might be still
But you
in
got to
there.
remember,
don't
I
know.
was there, so I was
Yeah,
filming
I
at
was there
looking at
too,
his
but-
face on the screen. So I know his face supposed to be on the screen when he first started talking, because I was looking like, and I took myself off the screen. Like, I don't even want to be on the screen with this fool. So, but that ain't how it starts here. See? So we could just go through, like, this is YouTube. You can see.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it just
So he gonna start with a follow-up question. This some bullshit. Y'all hell. Now, now let's listen to see how it happened. Here go the edit, because how Joel go from down here to up here. So now we just found the edit. Look. I mean, you know it happened when somebody lead a Zoom, but this the same amount of squares.
And Tony M popped up at the
Yes.
bottom.
So let's see if that happened naturally or if some voices cut out. Watch this.
It's like
I
sub.
guarantee you they're gonna be talking about something and the subject gonna switch right where they edited. They don't know how to edit.
That's gonna be a check.
Watch this. They don't know how to edit. Watch this.
Human,
Mm-hmm.
sub intelligent. There's that is part of the language that gets encoded with sub-Saharan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so I tell people that if I'm giving a public lecture, I go through that terminology. Do not use sub-Saharan.
Exactly. Yeah. Plus, the term doesn't even show up until the 1950s. And one of the things that we often fail to do is look at the origin of ideas. Where did that
That's
idea
why I'm
come
at
from?
right there, Smash.
Who said it first? When did they say it?
Now,
Why did
let's
they
listen
say
to
it?
the audio.
What were the
Watch it just
circumstances
shift to a
around
different
even-
All the
subject.
money.
There it go.
Control the
You see
policy.
Damn,
it?
that was the cut.
Y'all
Control
seen
what
it?
laws are
They some
being
suckers.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah.
say North
That
Africa.
just flipped
So
the
if you
whole
mean
script right there.
African
Right.
Yeah,
live
that
and
mean they
direct.
really ain't even trying to teach nobody. They trying to win.
Yo.
Live and direct, bro. That was crazy.
And you can't switch up the frames because we can see what's happening.
Let's watch that edit again.
And you should say, Central Africa or South Africa or West Africa, East Africa. Don't do that, because the sub part is also, like they say, the dog whistle. People hear the sub. It's like subhuman, sub intelligent. There's that.
Here comes the edit. Everybody watch.
The language that gets encoded with sub-Saharan.
Yeah.
So so I tell people that if I'm giving a public lecture, I go through that terminology. Do not use sub-Saharan.
Exactly. Yeah. Plus, the term doesn't even show up until the 1950s. And one of the things
Right
that
here,
we
it's about to
often
go.
fail to do is look at the origin
Look
of
at the
ideas.
origin of ideas.
Where did that idea come from? Who said it first? When did they say it? Why did they say it? What were the circumstances around even?
All the money.
Uh-oh. What were the
Control the
circumstances
policy.
around what?
They cut him right off in
What
the
were the
middle of his sentence.
circumstances around what? Now watch
Cut him
Joel
off.
come in and say, can I ask a
Follow-up
follow-up question? See, they took out when Joel got his mask cracked. They just didn't want y'all to see it. So he gonna try to follow up, but it's gonna let you know what his initial question was. Let's watch.
What laws are being made, and also that other identity opens you up to political marginalization all the way up to violence. You kind of have to take what people say not necessarily with a grain of salt, because I believe
Hold on. We got more forensics to do. There was a message on the screen that could exonerate whoever
what happened?
Edited it. Because watch
I think he started rewinding.
We're going to see their
Already.
mouth. Y'all can't hear? Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all couldn't hear me in the Zoom. There was a message that occurred on the screen that might exonerate somebody from our suspicions. Now, we got to read what that message say from Zoom. And it's going to give it all the ghosts. Watch this.
Nah, because it cut him off while he was speaking, though.
Yeah, we know that,
was a cut.
but it could have been that someone's Zoom had stopped recording. They might be only get 30 minutes of record time. You see, so we got to be fair and before, try to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Well, let's see what that message said.
Wait, don't you got to go before he get to the top right there?
Oh,
like,
no,
right,
so
like
So
right.
that is
right
part
here.
of
Let's see.
the language that gets encoded with sub-Saharan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so I tell people If I'm giving a public lecture, I go through that term.
I beat Chief up on that sub-Saharan, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah, plus the term doesn't even show up until the 1950s.
Let's
and
read
one
the
of the things that
screen
we often
when this
fail to
edit
do
comes.
is look at the origin of ideas.
I'm gonna pause it.
Where did that idea come from? Who said it first? When did they say it? Why did they say it? What were the circumstances around even
all the money?
All right. Failed to detect your microphone and speakers. Please make sure your devices are properly connected. So now we can't see this message. So this is the person who recorded it, Zoom, saying that. So he's checking his audio. So this seemed like an honest thing. You see what I mean?
Right.
Because
it could be.
It cut off, and now he's reconnecting and checking his audio. So
that just happened to me when I was on early. It kicked me off, and I had to reboot and get back on. So that could happen.
Well, it looked like that's what's happening. I don't want to be saying nothing, then got evidence that it say right here, failed to detect your mic. So if you was editing it at the house, you was smart and you put this image on top of the screen. He was like, let me put a fail to edit the mic sticker on the video. That way. Exactly. You gotta be too sharp. So I'm gonna give him credit that maybe they didn't do that on purpose. But nevertheless, y'all don't give no credit over there. But nevertheless, Joel got his wig cracked in the first part of the question. Now he want to follow it up with something. So let's see.
Control the policies, control what laws are being made. And
all right,
also,
I'm gonna say now, I hate to get on my normal stuff, but you could just look at people's faces like y'all could look at my face. You could tell I was having a good time. Joel already asked the question. Now just look at his face while he's waiting to ask the follow-up question. I mean, you gotta know how to do shit. Look, watch this.
Okay,
he already did it. Fuck.
I'm gonna say this.
Not necessarily with a grain of salt, because I believe in people self-identifying however they wish.
That ain't I just got my mask cracked face.
Damn, look at the queen in the red.
That Joe question got him over there falling asleep.
With the sleep. What the hell is going on?
But
the brother at the top right, he like, man.
I'm I'm asleep too. Look at my eyes closed.
Yo, that's the damn shit. You just blinking, man.
My eyes is dumb closed. I'm doing it on purpose. Like this dude retarded. Nah, Joe cool. But the look on your face tells it all, Joe. Long face. But you're gonna try to bring it back with a second question. But y'all see that face and everybody else sleep. You didn't put them to sleep. Anyway, let's keep going.
But you also have to understand the wider context in which you see clearly dark-skinned people identifying as Arab. And I won't extrapolate that to the entire, Arab world.
I'm not putting this on YouTube either, is what she's thinking. So let me fast forward this shit.
But I will say.
All right, but I'll continue to listen.
Now, let's get to Joe.
Okay, so I'm going to say this and I'm going to jump off. I'm going to continue to listen, but I'm, stop interrupting. So, okay, Kemet means Black City. I would love some context.
Stop. See? Can I ask a follow-up question?
What happened?
Okay, Kemet. Oh, damn, they're not hearing me on YouTube. I'm sorry. I keep only unmuting on Zoom. on YouTube and not in the Zoom. I stopped it to make a point. Y'all can't see what his initial question was?
Yeah.
Well, I know I don't know what is it, but I know what he's talking about right now.
Well, he came back in like, well, okay, Kemet means Black City. Because that's what she just told us.
He got beat up.
Yeah. So he want to ask another question about it. Now watch how this go down. They gonna just continue to drag him. Like if you don't get up out of here, watch this.
On that, help me to understand what they meant by that. And then Joseph Ben Levy mentioned KMT. I wanted to know.
That was Rosetta, but I'm with you though.
Okay. Rosetta mentioned KMT.
No, either way, I can go with you on that though.
All right, but I wanted to know. The second question is: did they refer to others as KMT, or is that just for those within their, Egypt territory? So that's
all right. Now look. I gotta give the side note to everybody. He think he gonna get some information from them that they could take back to the pseudo killers to debunk me. And he don't got enough sense to know that how they was just feeling me in the beginning, and they know my spiel. You don't think these are scholars? Dude, right. Anybody can see that you mounting the opposite, or you probing towards the opposite of what I already had them manifest. So now they just gonna drag you like some elders. So watch how they do this, boy. Man, this is funny.
That's a good question. But one of the things that, you know, as a polyglot, I like to say that if you really want to understand what a term means, you have to learn how the people themselves viewed that term in their language.
Uh-oh, let's stop. He just kicked you out. Because we sitting here talking to Metadata, we doing it, right? We all up in it. He got juice. I said the 049. He know I'm up in their language. He talking to you like you need to do what the dude in the chair next to you doing. But he gonna go on and tell you. And you see we do it every day. We look through ancient Egyptian texts to see how they used it. We was doing it at the beginning of this video. I had to do it for Audio Osiris.
Every day, B.
Every day.
Which means that when you see, you know, hieroglyphs, the symbols themselves will tell you what they mean. You know that when you're looking at
because actually, I'm gonna take this sound bite and hold on. I'm gonna take, y'all couldn't hear me. I'm gonna take this sound bite. Let me see, Campbell. I'm gonna take this sound bite and add it to one of my slides, and it's gonna be more powerful when I play the slide. So allow me to just do it, right? Y'all know this means black, right? And he's telling you how the glyphs work. So let me get to this slide. It's this one. Then we're gonna replay the audio. I thought I just seen it. Maybe it's not. Oh, okay, hold up. Different presentation. Don't trip. It's right here. And that don't say commit, that say commit to you, but we'll talk. I didn't finish editing it. We're looking for this. Right? And then we're going to listen to the audio of the video again so y'all can get what he's trying to get us to get. Wait a minute, I'm doing too much at once.
Isn't there a word for that, Smash, to where the picture symbol actually means what it's trying to say and don't mean something else?
Well,
I forget that.
Well, that's the logogrammic stroke at certain times I think you're referring to, but he is talking about, as you'll hear here, how these classifiers behind the term, you see the term black, right? But then the classifier tells you the category of what type of black they talk about. But he's the PhD, so let's let him talk. Can y'all hear him?
All right, but I wanted to know. The second question is: did they refer to others as commit to you, or is that just for the
Arab? And I won't
help me to understand what they meant by that. And then Joseph Ben Levi mentioned commit to you. I wanted to know.
That was Rosetta, but I'm with you though.
Okay. Rosetta mentioned commit to you.
No, either way, I can go with you on that though.
All right, but I wanted to know. The second question is: did they refer to others as commit to you, or is that just for those within their, Egypt territory? So that was it.
That's a good question. But one of the things that, as a polyglot, I like to say that if you really want to understand what a term means, you have to learn how the people themselves viewed that term in their language. Which means that when you see, hieroglyphs, the symbols themselves will tell you what they mean.
Now, see, he's trying to answer his question because he got this image in his head. The dude is asking about Kemet to you. This is a version of Kemet that some like Daniel Selden render as Kemet to you. This is Kemet to you to the right. He's telling you the symbols will tell you what they mean. If this say black right here, and they put some, well, I'm gonna let him continue.
You know that when you're looking at the word, you know, Kemet, and you know, and it has an owl in it, and it has a determinative for city, and it has a determinative for what Diop describes as a crocodile, as a piece of charcoal that's described as a crocodile tail. If you see all these different terms, or the loaf of bread that's a T, when you see those terms, they say what you see is what it is. It's what they call a WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. All right, so that whenever you see it written or a form of it written, it always means the same thing all the time. And depending on the context in which it is used, that will determine for you whether or not it may or may not represent people. If it's representing people, it's going to have a determinative for a man and a woman at the end.
Uh-oh. Did y'all hear that?
Yep.
Everybody hear that, and Joe heard that. But he didn't carry this back to the community. Matter of fact, I don't even know if they played this part. If they did play it, they tried to reframe it and repaint the narrative as if the man ain't saying what he's saying. He said the word gonna let you know what it means, and it's gonna mean the same thing every time. Like when we was looking through the TLA, it kept meaning black on every different attestation. Now he like, when you put people behind it, it's not gonna change what it means, but he ain't gonna just say it other than like that. Listen.
You know, Kemet, and you know, and it has an owl in it, and it has a determinative for city, and it has a determinative for what Diop describes as a crocodile, as a piece of charcoal that's described as a crocodile tail. If you see all these different terms, or the loaf of bread that's a T, when you see those terms, they say what you see is what it is. It's what they call a WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. All right, so that whenever you see it written or a form of it written, it always means the same thing all the time. And depending on the context in which it is used, that will determine for you whether or not it may or may not represent people. If it's representing people, it's going to have a determinative for a man and a woman at the end of it, usually with 3 strokes under, meaning more than one. If it's by itself, it could mean something else entirely, depending on what is, because there are many different ways that the word Kim is used. And that depends on, again, what is following Kim.
Mm-hmm.
But that's always clear in the language. It's in the glyphs. Oftentimes when we see these things written by people who know no glyphs, or who throw them in some book in English, more often than not, their context is not quite correct. And this is why we advocate for learning the language, learning the glyphs, going out to KMW, studying the glyphs with Dr. Mario Beatty, because he's like an expert. I mean, we got a lot of people who are good at it, but that brother is like really good. All right. And there's several of us who are good. I could teach glyphs. You know, Rosetta could teach some glyphs. But, you know, I always say, yeah, I'm good, but Mario was a whole lot better. And I've been studying since 1977, you know. But at the same time, you got to always look at that all the time. It makes a difference. I just got through studying hieratic. And to see Kemet in hieratic, you know, it's like a whole nother different type of flavor.
Now let me ask you something. He could have been saying some super high information right there, and I know what he mean. Because when I showed y'all these from earlier, the Kemets that say Kimu, and he like, man, he probably a Mason, I don't know. He just ain't gonna tell you straight out the face. Look, man, if you go look into the damn hieratic, they ain't even saying Kemet no more. They just give you Kimu. Now what they gonna do with that? Right? So this is translated from the hieratic. So I got the hieratic. And we can look at that too. I can share that with a click of a button, I think. Where'd it go? One of these pages, let's throw them away.
What it sounded like he was saying to me is basically that the Kim glyph or whatever is being used as an adjective, and the thing after it is always going to be what it's describing, or that's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah,
That it's
that's 100% what they're describing. But when we see the 049 glyph, people confuse that and act like 049 means the ground at a location. It don't. In a few instances, it do, but that's when they're talking about mounds. So people got to understand the category of these terms too. Let me go back.
And he said that too, and he said it'll change in context. So
let me see if I can show.
Yeah, like that other rendition you had with the T-Bird and the town determinative 049. That was a good because even right here in this, what you're doing right now, you're showing the T is the feminine, I guess the singular would be the Y and the plural would be the W, right?
Why did this open? Hold on.
And that T-Bird you showing, because that's what we looking at.
Wait, what you see on the screen right now? You still see
T-Bird.
Oh, that's still sharing on the screen? Hold on. This is what I'm seeing. Peace to Montu, and if anybody else I missed, let me
Your
see.
brother Chris on the
see
panel.
Peace to Chris. I thought I said what's up earlier. Hey, so this is Champollion, right? And we did this work. He deciphered the damn glyphs. Show me where he say this shit got something to do with some fertile now silk. So they came in after with that bullshit. Excuse my language. Right? And this is when he talking all about how it's coming from the Coptic. Now let's something good we could do. I'm gonna show y'all. We did it before. We could just have them translate this right into Google and it'll just read it out for us. But if y'all don't know, he looking at Kim. This is Kim right here, see? So notice something. He got Kim, Cain, Neor, right? We know Neor is black. G320. He has Kim. Now he's telling us Kim because he's using a different dialect of Coptic. This is Champollion who figured this out. Then he's like Kime, which is another version, and the final Kimi, which at his time period was the name for Egypt in Coptic.
Now hold on, Smash. But he put ain't that in his language? Ain't that Egypt right there?
Exactly. He's 100% right. Here's the deal. This is Coptic, right? Coptic and Greek damn near got the same script except for 7 letters that are used to match hieroglyphic sounds from Rani Kemet. So so that means if when they was writing Coptic, Greeks was around basically. I mean, we could think of it like that. Or because why would you need to take a Greek script and then put 7? If someone argue against the way I'm saying it, would say the Coptic script was here first. It don't make no sense for the Coptic script to be here first because it got 7 additional symbols than the Greek script. So what did they subtract the sounds and then omit them from their mouth? It can't work like that. They had some sounds that they wanted to represent, so they added additional symbols to their script in order to be able to represent these ancient Egyptian sounds, and so we get the Coptic script. Now, think about it. The words of the Coptic script is 50% Rani Kemet, right? Or ancient Egyptian, 50%. And we probably got 30% Greek. And so if he know Coptic, if he know 100% of the Coptic lexicon, he can start substantiating cognates once they figured out the consonant system of the glyphs. So this is some of the beginning of it happening. All right, well, I ain't saying this is a scratch paper, but this, he didn't put out no dictionary while he was alive. They put it out posthumously. So I guess we would have to say this is some of his scratch paper. But as we look at it, he got this glyph in the category of crocodile stuff. Gardner comes after him, takes it out of crocodiles, right? And puts it in, or do Gardner still got it in crocodiles? Somebody can speak up.
Yeah, it looked like he have it in the reptile.
Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? So
yeah, I'm seeing exactly what's going on.
What's your piece, Chris?
We got it in the reptilian
You know, I say, yeah, peace. Yeah, Jan said it. He still has it in the reptile parts.
Oh, Gardner. So who takes it out of reptiles and put it into charcoal?
I mean, only person I've heard say that really is Diop and a couple other people, but Gardner's grammar doesn't classify it as a piece of charcoal, though.
Yep, word up. And so he's on it like it's a crocodile. But if we look at the bottom, just to be clear, Champollion. And the other day when we referenced back to Higher Apollo, I kind of knocked that we did that, but he got that from Higher Apollo. So I got this book right here, and I got this G20. Well, I don't think that's the one. I got the photograph I could show us, and in that photograph, Champollion actually referenced back to Higher Apollo. I think it's on this book page where he got. So he didn't really. What happened? Did I just stop sharing?
Yeah, we can't see it right now.
I did something different. Hold on. So here's more of his work, right? But I think it's on the bottom of this page. Let's look at what he said for where he got it. So I went and looked up these sources. And on here, he gonna say, look, right here. From Higher Apollyon, hieroglyph 70. So if we know what Higher Apollyon is, that's Higher Apollo. The obscure whatever. So when I went to this page, it got the Kim glyph on there, and it's Higher Apollo who say that this got something to do with a crocodile tail, right? So I'm simply trying to track when did it turn to something to do with first the charcoal, and then when they start associating it with this fruitland stuff. And you can see nowhere in any of his definitions do he put like this is the fruitland or whatever, right? So I don't know, but we could keep building on.
So who is this, Gardner or Champollion?
That was still Champollion.
Okay.
Now this is I would like to revisit this one with you, Chris, right here, because when I started looking at it later, those questions about gender started popping up. And I was like, okay, this Kimmel, even though the mu looks plural, it might not be plural. So when we look at this Kimmel,
yeah,
why is the determinative singular is all I'm asking. You feel me?
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought this up. I actually wanted to finish this. So that's in this case, the Kimmel that's being complete is by a young lady, a female.
Oh, so now you saying that wait. When you said complete, you know Kim is also an option for complete, so I'm kind of confused.
Right. Yeah. So this text is talking about the selling and the trading of goods and slaves. Well, I don't want to say slaves, servants. And one of the people who's doing the trading is a female, a young lady.
So you saying that this ruler is a young lady?
No. She's paying homage and respect to the ruler. Right. They're doing it through the ruler, but she's doing it in the presence of the ruler, in the presence of priest, in the presence of vizier, in the presence of the first prophet. And it's her, and it's a guy named Mesu Amun. And they're doing this.
Hold on, I don't see Mesu Amun. I'm looking.
Yeah, go down one line below and go over to the right. The other way.
To the right.
The other way. Yeah. That's cool. So
Mesu right here.
Amun.
So Mesu Amun. Now, what did you say? Maretz here, or did you say Meretz?
Yeah. So this Ma Remech again is kind of alluding to in the presence of with people and people among them and all people. Remech Nebu or Remech Nebet. All the people are
this is a Remech.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's how I read it at first. But then when we come back and see this Ma, I start seeing a Meret. You know, those are weavers or you know what I'm talking about, MRT, right? Yeah, so that's keep going though.
Yeah, so they're trading a Syrian slave. I keep saying slave. I don't want to put that on like this. No, they didn't say slave, it said servant. A Syrian servant and some garments, and then of course up above is where they talk about right up in there is where they talk about the seals and the pieces of gold, not gold,
Yeah, we was working that out. So when we
Yeah.
got to this, when we got to this part, this is a stone and an amount of it, like we was saying, or was that completely wrong?
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Chetem, and then it was Chetem Debin.
So we could just do some reading right here. I don't know where we would start from and then they said, or
Yeah, that's why I went from. So basically it says, and then, and go over, it should be a they. Yeah.
She said though,
Oh, my bad. Yeah, in this case, yeah, the one below is she said, but this is they. Yeah, you're
So
right.
let's
And
let the
she
people,
said.
I'm gonna reiterate. We're starting from right here. If y'all can find our mouse, this aha N is like the and then the jet N S. That's why I said she said, but you can continue so they can follow. What did she say? Why?
Right. So then she said or spoke, I think Sawa. Let me look it up again. I forgot what Sawa.
So why
Sawa
I
means
remember
to-
we looked dang, I can't remember now.
Yeah. And it just came to me. So basically, before doing the deal, she spoke or she enlivened the name of the ruler.
Well, hold on then. She enlivened. Where you see the name at?
Well, it says right there, Pa Heka, the ruler.
Oh, I thought you meant Ren. No, you
Yeah, no.
yeah.
No, so basically she paid homage to, she spoke respect on the ruler. But the word
She put
Sawa
respect,
means to-
why, pa, respect the ruler.
Yeah, but the name, but the word Sawa has more of a thing of like to cause to live longer or
But
cause
that can't be a
to.
Sawa though. Because what is this jet in? Jet in could go to the Sawa. It can be a Sawa, but jet in S is she said. That takes the
Yeah,
S.
so yeah, no, that's cool. So sometimes when they write this form, this aha in, go over it again.
So everybody looking, aha in, then Jed said to is the N and the S is her. So she said with the Jed and S. So then that
Right,
S
but
ain't
the
part
reason
of
why I
the
said
Y.
Sawa was because sometimes that form can be written without a subject.
Okay.
And the reason why I said that is because if you go down, or I can't
Are
see
you
it.
saying the Jed in form could be written without the S at the end? Or are you saying
Yes, it's implied. Yeah, and the reason why it's implied sometimes is because later on, I don't know if it's up or down. They actually do it again when they say Jed in sin.
Okay.
Because the people, the Jed in sin, they did the same thing later on in this document, or at least before. It might be up above.
Hold on. So what y'all trying to figure
No,
out?
this is tight. This is perfect because we knew this was a count. He's saying that this is a complete count. Kim means complete. But this don't say Kim. This say Kimu.
Kimu too.
Oh, so we gotta just get there. We're gonna get there, right? So if we're changing, wait, what is the root? Right here. Kim.
Yep.
And then they're adding. This isn't for plurality. This is to change it from the verb complete into the noun. Correct?
Yeah, so a lot of times the uchik don't always mean plural. Sometimes the uchik can imply abstraction. Sometimes if you want to change a verb to a different class.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what you're proposing that it's doing, is taking it from the verb kimim into the noun kim.
Yeah, to be just complete, that which is complete. Yeah. Yep. Matter of fact, let me pull up my copy of it. Got it right here.
And then why they got a determinative right there?
Because it's her, she's making it complete. She's the one who's doing it. Because later on, a little bit later on in the text, she takes an oath that what she sold them is right and good.
I'm with that.
Mm-hmm. Let me find it.
Man, so Chris, evidently you've read this before.
Yeah, no, I'm pulling it right now. I got it right here.
No,
this crazy. I'm like, yo, this is wild. Yeah, he's telling the whole story of what happened and why it went down.
I got it right.
No, hold on. Now, y'all was trying to parse that S and try to see if that S was going with that D, that double.
Is the S going with the
but basically, Smash, from what you say, they try to keep it in the square. So why wouldn't you automatically assume the S went with that H? I don't know what's in between the S and the H because it got that bowl on the top of it.
Well, that's
I don't
true.
know what that is.
But where would they put the S if this was where they go further over here? So
yeah,
they
so
put it right
so that
here.
glyph,
Yeah.
so that glyph that looks like a Q-tip,
Mm-hmm.
it has a phonetic value of sawa in itself.
Okay. It ain't just why, it's so why by
Yeah,
itself.
yeah.
So
So
that's
somebody, let me read it to you. So
Yeah.
my rough choppy translation was now the one below it though. But so then we'll go back to the one up above because they're structured the same. So roughly it says they spoke longevity to the ruler or in the presence of the ruler. And if complete these days, they are made what? Made payments
Hold on,
to.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm with you all the way up to they are made. Are you saying ra in?
Yeah, these. I said these days. Yeah. And if complete these days, they are made. The made comes from the made.
So let's show people because we
Where you at,
understand it.
man?
Yeah, we understand it. And
Yeah,
I
you
have a
going
feeling
fast. Slow down.
we talking past people because I want people to think we can get. So when you see this, I don't know how to tell people that this. I was reading this as the, but you're saying what? How are you reading this?
That's the particle. That's the particle pa. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And now y'all see the sun with the dot. If y'all following, that's Ra, right? But we're not reading it as Ra here. It's kind of like Haru. But here's the thing I'm asking. I thought this was 6 days.
It is 6. It is the day 6.
Okay,
what I was reading. Yeah.
Okay, and now we got what I see as Ra Ninin or Ra Ninin.
Yeah, ready.
Oh, Erdi in it. So he's giving something right there.
Yeah, or prepared.
Preparing something for preparing these. And then what's this over here though?
That word is
mess for him. Huh? I mean, it's for his Mesu Amen, right?
Right. Well, no, not for Mesu Amen. It was two Mesu Amen, but Mesu Amen has the title of he's like a duty officer. So go all the way over to that glyph. Yeah.
Out. I mean,
yeah, sometimes it's pronounced Awit.
Okay, I got a T on it.
Yep.
Okay. Yep, and then we got
Mesu Amen.
Mesu Amen, Ma Retch, Ma Remech, Neb. So all the people. But that's like see all the people?
No. So sometimes that prefix can allude to people in a place or a gathering. Ma Remech. Like literal translation means like in the hand or in the presence of, because sometimes when you want to say also, you can say ma ready or ma.
Oh, so I mean, yeah, I'm feeling you. I know that ma, but yeah, ma ready, ma remech. So you said ma remech neb iri heru heru. Pa unet. Now, what did we do with this pa unet tutu? When tutu. That's where we left off, I think.
So the pa winet. I got that as being because. I got that as being a because.
So how is that formed? Pa is a particle that can mean other than the too sometimes, but what is it doing here to connect with the winet to make it say what you're saying?
Because if you go pa winet meh. Now go to the next line. All right. Yeah. So pa winet f. The word meh can also mean to feel, or it can mean to grab.
All right, but I'm saying though, I thought that say tutu.
Yeah, I did too, but there's also a particle that says because. I guess we got to try to figure out, and I got to look at the primary, and this is the part what's missing there. That seek, the SIC, right above the right above the Braille, so something missing there.
Well, I looked up that tutu and J.P. Allen, and he had said a whole little part about it, so I was kind of convinced that was that, and then I thought that was just a win in front of it. But saying pa, win, tutu, and then having this determinative, I didn't come up with too much, because a definite article in front of win. I don't know how many times I've seen that. You know, it don't make no grammatical sense though. Like
but there's a word pa window. There's a word together.
Yeah, that's how you reconciled it basically.
Yeah.
So the win is at the end. I mean, it's part of the root, but it's not. Is it pa hyphen win? Or
yes, it's spelled. Yes, they spell it. If you transliterate it, it'd be P capital A hyphen Winnet.
So hold up, you don't say the tutu? I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, so what's going on with the tutu in late Egyptian, sometimes you will have a dependent pronoun when normally it's followed by a noun, and they'll say tutu or they'll go riri, and that actually survives over into Coptic. But I don't think that's the case here because of what comes next.
Okay, tutu F2.
Oh, parse it right. So you got
Well, I mean, tutu F2. So if we got, excuse me, if we got a 2 right here, why don't you think these are 2 2s over here? 2 2. Because it's like tutu F2 or tutu F2. I don't get it.
Yeah, so that F has to go with the meh, or it was filled, or it was complete.
I know, but it's may F2, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why I got the question mark there. I don't know if that was Tef, meh, Tef.
See how big I can make this. It could have been a Tef, but yeah, that is a question mark. So this is the question that if anybody don't know the glyphs, you see this loaf of bread and it's uchik, right? It could be, like he said, ending off a word of what? Pawunet, Pawuntu, or whatever. But you see, it's another 2 right behind it. And when I looked up tutu, that was a thing in JP Allen. And this could be it could say pa win tutu. Now he's saying that ain't correct, but then when I came over here, we see the may, and then we say the F, and here go another 2 right here. So my question to Chris now is, if this 2 is standing independent by itself, we looking at this, which 2 is this? This is like the independent pronoun or 2 or what?
Yeah, in this case, this will be acting as like a dependent pronoun. Yeah, because it's my F2.
Okay, it's dependent on the my F.
Yeah, so it's like it's the object. So he filled one, or he
filled mines. No, that ain't his. 2 ain't mines. He filled one. I mean, one. I mean, yeah, I know what we trying to say, but if it ain't working, like, is he filled one working? You know what I mean?
No. I think in this case, the word meh probably more appropriate probably would be something like to grab or to seize.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a different. It ain't filling. He seized one. Make perfect sense.
Or grab, yeah.
Yeah, because you're talking about the Syrians, and you remember he seized one, Sa'un. I mean, Sa'un. I don't know what is that not mess? I thought this is Sa'un.
Right,
2 to shoot or to pay. Wow, he about to pay him right here, huh?
Yeah, because the word here, this word suinet means a price or a fare.
Yeah, so this is, he grabbed one to, I mean, but it says
paying for them.
Suinet, so that is, he grabbed one with a price tag. I'm saying that, I mean, how would you say this? Now this Ari is one who said, or am I said that right?
No. The Erie goes with the Sewinet. It just basically means a fare therein, or its price, or it price.
But didn't he just grab one who? So it's the price of the person.
Person on this is a little.
It's the price of the person.
No. Right now,
this person is covered with the 3 strokes. So,
so go ahead.
Now, okay. Let me see.
Where you looking at? Where you looking at? Sorry, help fill us in.
At both, because I'm trying to parse
the power in that right here. Okay, power net. Okay, go ahead.
Because it's either power win 2 or it's power net 2 and then 2F 2. So we gotta see which one would fit better.
So I'm just asking y'all what I'm only be presuming if I was doing this by myself. Since I see this 2 standing by itself, and I know what that could represent, a dependent pronoun, I'm thinking these are something like that. I could be wrong. Maybe the final one, but then when I looked it up, I thought he said tutu is a longer version of just this 2. I'm gonna have to pull that up in the book right now.
Plus you got toot.
Yeah, it is.
12 chick and another bread loaf. So I'm trying to parse it. I'm trying to see which sentence would go best.
So what does it read in your translation? Before we start messing it all up.
I don't have one. I'm just
No, I'm talking to Chris. Because Chris already finished it.
So the way I did it was I said one was filled or one was complete, because the word meh also means to finish or complete. And then it kind of makes sense, because after that, what was finished or what was complete about one? The price was its price or its cost, and that's that Sewenet Erie part at the end.
But before you came on this show, I don't know if you've seen it, but I was telling people the reason why I was suspicious of this one was because of the papyrus roll and then the singular woman. I think that might have been how we just started this discourse. But and she was singular, so I was like, this. I said on this show, this ain't a plural chick right here.
It's not.
Yeah, and so I was starting to be, and I'm glad we got to the bottom of it before I talked to these Egyptologists, because I would hate for them to do a good explanation like you just did, and be like,
look, and then let's finish this last sentence right here. It says, and then she spoke this oath in the presence of the council of magistrates.
Oh, hold on, you slowed me down because I don't see the then. I see the price, but then I see.
I put that in there.
Okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah, that's
my bad.
So this space right here, y'all, is where he put the then, because I see she spoke right here. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
But no, it's cool. She did do it after this, so then she spoke.
Yeah. So forget the then. My bad. So she spoke. Right, Jed Ensign, an oath or this oath in the presence of or before the Quinbet Sejamui.
All right, now I want to ask you a question. Sa'ank here, I know it's an oath, but why is when it's Sa'ank Kemet, it ain't an oath with black people?
Well, that's not oath. That's a placenta.
Wait, what you looking at? This Sa'ank?
Yeah, right there. That's a placenta.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the word Ankh, right?
Yeah, Ankh, yeah.
So they use Sa'ank when they say to give life to the black land, right? Sa'ank.
What you talking about, that circle right there up under the end?
Of this whole box right here, basically, that I'm kind of circling with my
mouth. You starting with the S or with the Ankh?
With the S, then the Ankh, because we saying Sa'ank. Ankh is life, right? And so Sa'ank is to cause life, but it got a hand to this mouth. So this ain't to cause life. This is an oath. We know an Ankh is
so how you say that? Sa'ank and Ra?
Yeah. No. Just Sa'ank.
Oh, so you don't say the
Well, you see a Ra. No, that's the X sound.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I get confused.
You ain't got to try literals yet, James, to keep it real.
Yeah, that's why I be messing up at, because I ain't figured out when they don't have nothing in it. I know when they got the dot in it, it is Ra, so that's my bad.
You got to read something from the book, bro. You're going to learn a lot from us dealing, but on
that's why I'm learning. I'm like, I'm really learning as y'all going through here. Like, this is crazy.
So James, to piggyback on what Ben Levy said, what he said in this case is a classic example. Even though we know Ankh means life, but look at what comes after it, though. It's a man with his hand in his mouth. So the word Ankh also means to bind or to tie up with words, which would be an oath.
Also, like a contract or agreement is still an oath.
Yes.
That's just to another person. Yep.
And you can tell by him having his hand to his mouth that he's speaking.
That the category of Ankh ain't just life, right?
Right.
If you would have thought that, then you would think he's hungry. But we know they got another word for hungry, so they're not going to put Ankh with a hand to the mouth. So it's pertaining to something coming out of his mouth, and then we know it's an oath there. But now it say pen right after that, so it's like this oath or this man. Are we counting?
Yeah, this oath. You're right.
Oath.
She spoke this oath. Yep.
This oath in by what after?
In the front and before.
In front. Dang, why every time I say in by I pick the wrong preposition? But I always think after. So let me think the phallus is pointing some direction, so I'll say before. I just be having to have little things to help me remember. Now, who did she speak of before? This. Now, we was just talking about this, but that determinative would be up under that right angle. So this is, what did you say this word was?
Quinbet.
Quinbet. Sejam. What, that ain't Sejam?
You're right. No, but it's Sejamui. Sejamui.
One who hears, or what's that? They all heard?
Look, literal translation, you're right. It would be those people who hear, but right. But again, this is kind of a later text. So the people who hear would be judges.
In per, so people who hear what? In per?
Of the house of something.
People who heard of the house, the people who hear in that house are so
No. The council of judges of the house of something is probably something that comes after it.
Yep, because she recited it, the oath, in front of the ones who okay, yeah, that's perfect. So cool. And I'm glad I got a few more for us to work through. I mean, but I'm glad I'm confident that this do say I'm confident that it say completion.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember this right here.
You want me to show you why I'm confident to say completion? I don't know if I was working this out with you, Chris, but let me show you. I got one I already eliminated from my stuff to show because I came to my own conclusion as well. But maybe that was us concluding this, but maybe not. We'll see. So it's one on here. There's a couple on here that I probably ain't even brought out because of the same thing happened, but it wasn't Kimu's though. So I ain't just like, I ain't seen it in that form and I ain't like trying to ignore it and force something. These are going to be Kemet's, but y'all can already see that these are counts.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the word Rimpet. It was one word that gave it away for me. Hold on. See if I can find it. Y'all could, it might take me a second. I thought it was this. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it was just. Oh man, it's kind of like a different way on the text.
Oh, that's the old one that we.
This the one we was. So look, and now read this. Let's read this wrong. First, Chris, don't say nothing. I'm reading this until I check myself. I said that's stupid, right? I'm reading this on the screen. Yeah. Are y'all seeing the screen?
Yeah, we see it. It got a 12.
But we don't want Chris to mess it up because he know what's going on here. Now, if we just start reading this from the gate, and if every Kim we see is black, let's see how this is about to translate. Kemet, and then we're going to try it where it's in the beginning. Is black can't be in the beginning, so we're going to try it like a verb to try to see if we can make something sense out of this. So now, becoming black, now you're going to say by, and then you see a Ren without a sick. You're going to say, becoming black by his name, Hai, and then you're going to say this when he became black. Abu on the first day of Shimu on day 22 until you run into this
is birthday.
Huh?
This is birthday, baby.
Yep, you're going to say that's his birthday. And then look. But look, this is even gonna make you more pseudo because you're gonna read Rob Kim, and you're gonna make this Rob or this that probably is really a Sue or a Horu. You're gonna make it a Ra, and then you're gonna attach it to the black, and that's gonna say this black Ra or Ra made this black.
Oh shit! Yeah.
50 times and 5. Now we even was doing worse, right? Because I did think this, I bet, since it had the single stroke, was indicative of the literal moon. Then look, it was like this sun black. So I was like, oh, this is an eclipse.
Oh shit.
Bruh, it was so funny because you could probably fool yourself with a bad understanding of what's going on grammatically here, but I allowed myself out of that era without no training wheels when I realized this word recant here is a list.
A list or an account, yeah.
Exactly. And so now we know if they're accounting for something, this Kemet, try it as complete. So let's go back and put it in the verb sense, completing maybe. Completed by. Now this could be a Ren. Even though it got a sick in the middle of it, but a Ren is the name. Now I'll stop right there because it could be something else with this, with that little question mark. But we got this high. Now this really says on the first day of Shimu. On this day, it was the list. This on this day is complete. See?
Right.
Yep. So it's like this day it's complete. And so I had
And
to take this out of my, but I do like my man Jay Mills say, you cast a wide net, man. Then you start pulling the bad fish out the net. And at the
Well,
end,
let me see.
you're gonna have something to eat.
Would it be? Let me ask. Would it be a good indication to know that they're not talking about black when you see that papyrus thing right there after up under the three?
But that could mislead you. Yes,
No. Would
yes,
that
but
give
that
you
could
an
mislead
indication?
you.
I'm just asking.
Yes,
No.
but that could mislead you. He says no.
Okay.
Well, the
Okay.
reason why his no is appropriate is because anything that is abstract or intangible, you can't touch a color really. So they could use that on that if they so choose. They got some blacks with the papyrus roll on it. And so you don't want to I mean, some rules is like training wheels, but you don't want to ever depend on them because you will be in some error thinking just because you seen that it mean black. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna say for me, the easiest way is when you look for when you see items being listed like servants and
I get exactly
cloak
what you're
and
saying.
garments. Yeah, then you know
that's
we ain't
what
talking
you're
about
gonna
no
start.
black.
Basically, context of reading the whole sentence is going to give you a better rendition of what's going on.
But that could be
Right,
tricky.
right.
That could be tricky though, because I got a list, and this happened too, where the list is complete, but the list is of black ochre or a black stone, black emmer, EMMER. So now,
Okay, now
imagine
where do you render that it actually it means the color? Which
well,
one?
you're
The
gonna look
second
at the
one?
grammar now.
Yeah, you gotta really get into the grammar.
That's when the grammar gonna help you to know. Complete ain't gonna be modified. I mean, like, look, it ain't right behind no noun. It's standing by its own self as a verb in the beginning. I think, like this Kim is like completing, or it's being completed by Ren. I think. And so, is this his name? Because that'll just mean happy.
Well, his name
they
is Ren, but
rejoice.
his name looked like hey right
his
after.
name looked like hey, right? But then they got
Yeah,
the
but-
hand to the mouth too. So that's something like a report, huh?
Like an interjection, yeah.
Oh, interjection.
Yep. Hey.
I might have an interjection here. This is Audio Cyrus.
peace
I
to Audio.
came back.
Now,
I came back. I had to go take my son to play some basketball. You know what I'm saying? But I've been peeping a little bit. I've been listening a little bit. I've been, catching up. And I just have it's a completely, well, it's not completely separate, but it is a question of translation and representation, like in the glyphs, right? Can anyone tell me if there's ever been a glyph that alludes to the building of a pyramid or anything in the Medu Neter or any other imagery or source material, primary source that references the shape, the dimension, or the idea of a pyramid as we know it today? Is there any glyph? Is there anything Champollion or anyone else is like revealed on this matter?
I would say yes. I would say yes. Yes. I don't know what others would say. There's a glyph that is a pyramid. I mean, there's a glyph called, what is it, Mer? Or it is a pyramid.
Can you show an example? Because I've looked for them, like I was saying earlier, I've looked through dictionaries and so forth, and I had to actually even search through the dictionary to really find certain animals, because there's a few that are always represented. And when you see like a cartouche or different letters, you'll see the bird, you'll see the ibex, you'll see the ibis, things of that nature. But then I'm like, well, is there a giraffe? But then, I was able to find giraffe. I was able to find rhinoceros and hippo and such. So I'm just looking for a glyph.
Oh, 24, Smash.
Of a structure, basically any structure. Actually, like what would be the representation in Medu Neter for structure, for home, for village, for temple?
But hold on though. Right now, you asking us a list of words, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they definitely have these words. But what I want to say for everybody, like, claiming to know the language, there's plenty of ways you could claim that. Like, all of us know. I'm not discrediting you. Just hear me out real quick. I'm not saying nothing against what you're saying. I just want to ask some clarity. all of us know English, but I never knew English grammar. I never knew none of those terms, none of them until I started studying and Medu Netra, right? And so
really, even as a rapper, like I know
no.
a lot of MCs when you
like,
grow up,
like the past perfect or the
dictionary.
No, I didn't know none of that. I know I had the option to learn it. It's taught in grade school. But don't you remember how bad English class was in the real reality?
No. Okay, Smash.
Man,
and this is
that was
because
great to hear, Smash.
just
'Cause
real
I
quick.
thought you knew this shit since school.
No. Here's what I'm saying.
Hell no, that's what I'm saying. I didn't start. Hold on, there's too many of us trying to get our bars off at once. Go ahead.
Okay, no. Now I'm gonna address you as Casual, right, brother? Casual from Hyro. You mean to tell me, as an MC all those years, writing, like listening, when I listen to Fear of Self, I hear somebody with a very developed vocabulary.
Yeah,
right?
I got a vocabulary don't got nothing to do with grammar, and that's exactly what we talking about right now. That's exactly what we talking about.
No, but what I'm saying is, because what I'm seeing is somebody who was already intelligent, and then once you got on the microphone, bro, I need to tell you, the Fear itself is what made me want to rap.
Let me ask you a question. Wait, real quick. You said fear itself is what made me want to rap. Can you name the parts of speech of that sentence?
Fear itself mainly, yeah. I used subject, a predicate, and a what's the other one? Subject, predicate. I mean, I used.
No, you said is what? What is what there? You ain't said what is yet. Is what made me. What is referring back to fear itself, right?
Right.
So what part of speech is that?
The what?
See, I'm telling you, we don't know English grammar, but we could talk English hella good. This is my point.
Okay, no, you can prove the point, but what I'm saying is, no. I'm making an analogy, and I'm trying to give you credit at the same time. Like, I've seen a lot of your work personally, and I respect your work and your linguistic ability pre all of the comedic stuff that I've seen, right? That's kind of what I'm saying, right? So what I'm saying is yes, most people don't even research their own language. If you ask a Spanish person to break down etymologically what Dios means, or you know what I mean, they're not going to really, nobody really does that. If you're a fluent speaker, you still don't, it takes but when I'm looking for, like when I was going back to the comedic language in terms of glyphs, I would just like to see a semblance of terminology that refers to structures and buildings, and see if we can suss out a linguistic connection to pyramids in an example, because Herodotus never spoke of these things. Plato never spoke of these objects or these shapes. Like, I'm going to the sources from classical literature that may or may not have been translated out of the Greek into other languages, right? And
I'm with you real quick, but just for some clarity, you said never spoke of these things. I was with you, but I don't know what these things are. So what you talking about?
The aliens,
pyramids.
You trying to say Herodotus never spoke of the pyramids?
No, I'm asking for examples because I don't see
nah, bro. This is what's happening. You asking for some common knowledge shit, and you want us to do your homework. That's different.
I'm saying, where is it in the Medu Netra? Like, where is it?
Okay. But I thought I was just addressing you, saying that all these other, not the Medu Netra, like Herodotus, them, they said that. So let me help you.
I guess what I'm saying is there a Medu Net? Like, show me the differences between different delineations of buildings and structures in the Medu Netra.
So yeah, we with
how
you.
They relate to the pyramid.
We with you. I'm gonna do it for you. But Chris had told me the something to enter here, and we just got so sidetracked.
Oh, I got you. My bad.
Chris, what do I enter here? No, it's helping us. It's all one big convo because he was trying to show some data. What was it, Chris?
024.
024. So this is going to lead to the glyph you're looking for. That's what we're saying. And so now there it go on the screen. So you see that pyramid right there?
Yep.
That's what
I see it.
So now notice here, I don't want to mislead nobody, and somebody can correct me. I think right now this is being it's being used as a determinative.
Okay.
So This word aha don't got a sound quality in this word, basically. The 3 A's that we see over here are these 3 A's. You see what I mean?
Right. Yep.
And so look right here in this where they transliterated this J and this A. That's these two symbols. And so we see this one don't got a sound quality. So it's letting us know that that is a determinative. It's helping us know that this word, whatever it means, is in the category of, and I don't want to say pyramids, so I would probably say monuments. What's this category, Asar or Chris? When you see a pyramid, you're going to say pyramids or buildings?
Or the structure.
Structures and buildings.
Structures, yeah.
Yes.
So
when you look at,
go ahead. You go ahead.
When you look at the structure, you go to the per.
Right? Memphis. There it is right there. That's I wanted to touch on that. Go ahead. Let's go.
So the per in West, like the height of the pyramid in particular, or when you go over to a different structure, which is the per Ankh or the per the great house, the palace. And so you'll always see that rectangular symbol for the building. If you go to, I'll give you a place. If you go to here, or can I share my screen real quick,
Yes,
Smash?
sir. And Sheffrin cooking with the grammar. He looked like Ujahu in the chat. Talking about it's sentence structure.
No, just to make it clear, I'm not trying to ask y'all to do my homework for me.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I made that statement. What I meant was,
you're fine. You're fine,
let me show you what I mean by that. If it's some easy ass shit that's common knowledge or something, then that's somebody doing your homework. But if it's something that we might have obtained from spending more time doing this every day, that's a cool question because we looking at it more than you. I didn't mean it like that. I meant like you can easily find that shit.
Bro, like I respect y'all scholarship to the nth degree. It's always in good faith. I'm not gonna come in here and just be like, what you talking? You know what I mean? Like that's not where I'm coming from. Like,
word up. Hey, hold it down for me, sorry if you can. I'm about to I got a step. Let me see.
I got you. So here, brother Audio Osiris, here you have height of the pyramid right here, right? This is called the per in wesh, or if we read it here, it's per m wesh, the height of the pyramid. Now, when we talk about ascend and descend, per height, you have per height, descend, come and go. Now, when we go to a different structure, which is similar, because we're talking about buildings and we're staying in the course of what you were asking. We have the per
like Pharaoh, great house.
I'm gonna let Chris build in just a sec because Chris is the man. So here we have the per Ankh, the house of life. This is the temple scriptorium or the school. And here is the per Ankh, the house of life, the temple scriptorium school. You also have in that same situation the per hedge, which is the treasury. Now we've seen hedge with the white wall because it protects. And if you've seen the ancient Egyptian hedge, it's like it's kind of like a white, it's actually kind of pyramid shaped. It's white, it goes down, it has a little hole for the door, and it's filled with grain because that's what the treasure is. So
like a storehouse,
Exactly.
Word. Okay. No, I'm following you, bro. No, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. So the per, like is very significant, like as far as like the syllable, the syllabic application is very specific. Like it's that's the structural, the per, and I guess if I were to
but it's not done. Hold up, it's not done.
No, you good, yeah. It's
we got the myrrh, the love. And you see here, myrrh is the exact word for pyramid. And this is what Chris was just showing. So here's the myrrh, and here it is again. The myrrh. Let me see if we can
like the Merkaba. Damn.
Yes.
Word.
You have the goodies right here. If we go to this
not Merkaba now. Not
no. I know, but it's just that's how that's my mnemonic device.
Got you.
Yeah, but this is when you recycle your Infudishi Jehudimus terms and you say the Merkut.
Sure. Okay. Per imheru, the coming forth by day,
Does that have any semblance, the per in this, to that or not?
In that instance, no, because
Mhm.
M is coming forth to the day. You're coming forth into day, right?
Okay.
And it's correct.
And then so that would be like the vision, the sight,
Opposed to
the
house.
eye. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, Chris, when you step in, because he's asking grammar, even though I know
Right.
it.
So in that instance, the word pair is being used as a verb in that sense. Peret. So it's an infinitive verb. The coming forth, right?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
The verb in that sense. Nominal verb.
This is more than what I learned from like Dillman and Budge, and you know what I mean? Like, which is fine. Like I stopped, I was on this, and to be fair, like I kind of dropped out of a lot of studying the glyphs a few years back. I just did some other things, but it's something that it did intrigue me. I had too many questions and not enough answers in the beginning because it's just it's a very cryptic thing. But once you break some of the code, then yeah, it's like reading Mandarin. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And let me give you a little advice. Don't you read Budge don't use Budge as your go-to for MetaNetcher. Don't throw it away now. Don't throw it away. Budge has volumes and volumes, a lot of work, right? So you want to keep it around, but don't use that as your go-to.
Right. No, it's cross-reference if anything else. And I don't think that his work really gives enough connotation. And what I mean by that is in terms of like background information as to the why, right? I'm into the why. Like, why would you say that? That's why my first question when I came on earlier was, if we're all black, why would we call each other black? Like it's a naive question to get to an intelligent answer, if that makes sense.
Right.
Well, I would say that the Egyptians didn't look at everybody as themselves. But I just wanted to jump in and touch on a question you had asked Smash from the beginning, asking him if he knew, the English grammar really well in being a rapper. Because I remember when I was taking years ago when I took English 2, and I thought I could write, but my writing, an instructor, and he's got me straight. He said, "Yeah, it's poetry, so we can write poetry and make things go into the what's the Papyrus Roll mean? We can go into the abstract, and we can make things rhyme or have a rhythm to it. But as far as knowing the participle, the past, the future, the tense, and knowing all the structures, I know me as a student, we learned it, but I failed at really grasping it. But then once he taught me how to do analytical writing, then that's when my writing began to get better. But yeah, you and like Smash said, words, that's like information, like a data bank. And you can do with that. But as far as knowing, the
I think rhetoric, I think that comes down to rhetoric, right? Like in the Greek trivium, I believe they call it the altrivium or something to that effect. What is it? Rhetoric, dialect, and logic, right? So with rhetoric is once you really get into the real depth of what it actually entails, it's very elucidating on how writing just as a whole operates and how the mind receives it and things of that nature. So there's actually there's a lecture that I've been like revisiting in the last few months where basically someone's breaking down all the elements of rhetoric, all the different parts of not only parts of speech and grammar, but the literary tools that are used in most in speech writing, in poetry, etc. And with all of that, it really does open your mind to the fact that all of these tools are used, and if you are masterful at applying all of them, then you're a much more effective communicator. And so, yes, definitely, I think as an MC, whether or not you pick it up from another MC, like, let's say you grew up listening to Big Daddy Kane and you hear his patterns of speech and the way that he flips syllables and whatnot, you pick that up, and then you pick up something from Rakim or whoever, whether or not we can name them is one thing, but yes, being able to utilize them effectively, and then coming back later as an adult, and that's the beauty of, and that's one of the things that I feel like is missing from the discussions, and not to get off on a side topic, but I think it's important and it's analogous in a way that when we look at culture and we study language, we're studying the culture of the Egyptians, right? We're studying their language and how they came to certain words and certain terminologies. And I think it's important the same way we come to certain slang and modern language, even though we're using the English language, we've been able to invent and reinvent and use those same tools of rhetoric to impact the culture. And so in that's why I referred to the MC quality that our brother Scholar has, because I feel like that's what's informed, like that insight, that subconscious effect, whether, that's been sparked. And then here you see a brother turn into a full-fledged scholar. And like, I have respect for a lot of the cats, and like even the brother Tajay from Souls, he's become an architect. Like that's amazing. Like, so I respect the fact that people have taken
up, I don't want to cut you.
that knowledge base. Well,
But
no, you
land
don't
your
have to
plane.
tell me, but I got you.
Yeah, land your plane real quick, because we got Brother Muntu on the line too.
Yes, sir.
And,
No, that's all I wanted to say. So that's kind of the context of where I'm coming from. But I did see the paired, and that was a very helpful tool. I'm gonna keep taking notes here, y'all.
Yeah, real quick.
Stay on the line, because I'm about to show you your Kemet point too. Go ahead, Brother Muntu, real quick. Hop in there, brother.
Okay, go ahead, Montu. Is Montu there?
He was.
Okay. Well, let me jump in real quick before.
Yeah, he's there. Montu 2.0 and do. So let me say this real quick, Brother Shazmud, and you can hop right in. So to finish our brother's question, Audio Osiris, here we have the herd, Kimiyet, herd of cattle. You can see how it's spelled. It's got the Kim, it's got the
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go, Montu. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I'm watching too.
Oh,
yeah. Pete.
Yeah, I just put my mic on vlog because I'm at work.
Oh.
But then I shared a video in the chat, like about Kemet and KMT, and it's by Dr. Ben Levi. So I wanted to share it at that time that you were talking about it. So I just left it in the link there.
Okay.
Soon as Smash comes on, so we'll see if he can play it, because he's got to make that disclaimer, and I don't remember all the good stuff. So absolutely, family.
All right, cool. And just check if it can be played like publicly or not, because I know like it's a scholar's video and so forth. So you just double check that.
He can usually get around that stuff, and I don't know how to. They be blocking my joint if I use a joint. So
I'm sorry. Before we jump, let me jump in real quick. So I did want to make a disclaimer as far as I wouldn't say that some rappers, just touching on what the brother was saying earlier, some rappers probably are good at they learn certain aspects, because a lot of the great rappers they wrote their own rhymes. So they knew how to put verb, subject, noun, pronouns. But they knew how to flip that stuff. There are some that do know the English language really well. And I was going to say, the English language is we know it's a quote unquote bastard language, but it does things that the older languages didn't really do. The English language, you can say things one way and it just means, it can mean so many different things. Whereas back, in ancient times, a lot of times when they said certain phrases, that's what they meant, what they said, and they said what they meant. They didn't do the flim flam stuff.
Go deviate from it, yeah. So, go ahead, brother. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have here Kimiyet, herd of cattle. This is to Saber Reggie's point. You see the Kim as the adjective, the descriptive in there. Here we've got Kim, black, just by itself. Then we've got Kim where they say Bitter Lakes. You don't see a lake anywhere in here. We know that the locality is around the Black Lakes, but they called it Big Black in ancient Kemet. And then they went on to try to call it a Threbus later. But what you see is Kim and where.
for great black. And that's how they refer to it in the old language. That's how you'll see it come up in the TLA. Now, when you had asked the question, like you see things come to completion in the final, this is for my brother James, because he was asking. So here we can't really make a distinction written except for if there's a determiner. So here Kemet is the locality. They put the black land, we'll put the black city because we have the Nwit symbol here for city. Here, same Kemet, spelled the same way, except for this is the scroll. This is when we know it's completion, a final account. But don't take that wholeheartedly. Why? Because right down here, we've got Kim with that same scroll turned sideways to mean black.
Yeah, I see it.
Then we've got Kim with that same scroll sideways to mean completion, profit, or duty. Then we have Kim with that same scroll to mean total up, amount to, complete, or put an end to, or to pay to. What does this mean when we see these, and how will we know? You need the sentence, the syntax, to differentiate what it's going to be and what it's going to determine. If you don't have the sentence, and this was me and my brother Ujao's discussion, I say, if you have no sentence and you just put this up, there's no way for me to know which Kim you mean. There's no way for me to know which Kemet you mean, because there's more.
So yeah, is that the significance of the standing up scroll versus the laying down scroll? Can you expound on that real quick? The versus the laying down scroll and the final account completion versus the standing up. How does that operate linguistically or symbolically?
Right. So this is going to be a determination of the sentence, and it's also going to be a determination of how they aesthetically fit together. So there's something that you'll learn as you write Medunetra. The scribes will put stuff aesthetically together. You have long words. They're called long, thin. They're called short, small, and there's two other terms, right?
And so just as an interjection to that, so you mean also like, so for instance, I've seen it where a certain glyph might, whether it's like a character of a person like you have here on G122, D21, for instance, let's say those two characters, the two prostrating, I've seen it to where does it mean something if it's turned the opposite direction versus the other way? Like, isn't there something to that?
That's what I'm explaining to you now.
Okay,
so hold on, Asar. What you're saying is, if he was to look at the differentiation between the two, the one that's flat and the one that's standing upright, the one that's flat has a T. So you use the word aesthetics. So from what Smash and others have told me, that they want to keep things in a block form somewhere.
Exactly.
So by them adding that T, they needed to, for aesthetics, they laid it down so it could keep the same formality of the square.
Say that one more time, James. From the top.
Oh no, I'm looking at it. I can see the geometry. No, that makes sense. I can see
so now that they don't have the T in the other renderings, they to make it in that same square formality. They just put the
symbolically right now. That makes sense, bro. That makes sense.
And trust me, audio Osiris, I'm just learning this. James, I'm just learning this right as we watching this.
Sure.
But I mean, I do have a little bit of comprehension on what he's saying because I've listened before.
No, so. Like I said, I'm a little familiar. So this is making sense, but I guess my question of orientation, because I have seen it to where like the arm or the body will be turned in either position. And I'm wondering if that has to do with the determination of.
But that's just the way you read off into it. Whichever way they're facing, I believe.
James on point, y'all. Y'all see y'all.
I'm just I'm just saying whichever way they're facing is the way you start.
This is a technical question.
So if you flip that around the other way, you're going to start it from right to left. But right now, I believe we're starting from left to right.
That's right. Okay.
No, that's listen to me real quick.
Let me cut in real quick. I'm sorry. Let me cut in real quick.
When you go ahead, Patah.
Appreciate it. That James also, I think he's also asked. You know how when they have the whole person, the image of a man or body, where it's turned upside down, sometimes that, we know that means something else too. It adds to the information that of the word that's being said. I can't remember right offhand.
Well, the dead asleep in that instance. Like
right.
if the man,
A lot of times when they're in the spot. Yeah, right.
Yeah. When it comes to reading this, James said something very important. You're reading into the faces of the animals and the people. Notice how the people here are facing the same way as the animals.
Exactly.
So you know to read it from left to right, whereas if they're turned the other way, you're going to read it from right to left.
That's
what I was
okay.
trying to
That's
explain to
way
you.
clear. That's okay. That's super clear. No,
because that's what he was
I
saying.
got
He
you.
was asking why would they, when they flip it, what does that mean? So that's what I was telling Shamu. So
You said
go
it
ahead.
well. So here, over here, you've got the horned viper, you've got the crow chick. They're both facing to the left, and the hand is open to the left because there's more than just the animals that you can read into, right? Here, the hand is open to the left. Only when you see what we call retrograde glyphs, sometimes you'll see them to the right, sometimes you'll see them to the left, but usually those columns are separated from each other. Chris, because you're the grammateer here, did you want to add anything? Notice I made up a word, grammateer.
Yeah, that's not a bad PhD word. I mean, right?
We
Isn't
might
that
have
what a
to ask that
PhD
to
is?
be put in the dictionary next
Yeah,
year.
no, that's what a PhD. As a PhD, you get to make up words. That's literally one of parts of the job. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So look at these, right? Here's Kemet. This is people. Everything else has black on it. They only put Egyptians here. Egyptian wasn't a word that existed at this time.
Right.
So we can probably put it in this same category as black.
The blacks.
Yes.
Black,
Here we got
lane,
jar. And what kind of jars did they make back then? Black top pottery. So we probably know, even though this just means jar, this could be descriptive for the type of jar that it is, depending on the sentence that we find it in. As we go up here, that completion and final account, you see it has another way of being spelled because it's several completions. And you notice the way that they spell that, they also spell black. And you'll also notice the way that they spell total amount and complete put an into is the same way they spell black here and the same way they spell this here. So you always have to have a syntax or a sentence in order to make sure you know what it means. Otherwise, you'll say, oh, that's black. And we just would have made the mistake when Smash and Chris went over the sentence that he pulled up in that older book of
we didn't have the syntax to get context to it. It'd have been a rap.
Exactly.
We just would have been, you know what I'm saying?
I don't see the more I look at the abstract, the more I guess I start asking questions about the absolute. And just forgive me for a second, because I guess I have another just basic naive question. I've seen it explained. I've read Gerald Massey's work. I've read some of the other people he might have cited here and there, and others in terms of the relationship between the automatopoeic morphology, right? We start with a sound that's resonant with the object or an action or a thing. For instance, the bee, the buzz, like we would find something relative to, the way that automatopoeia is basically some of the building blocks for just implicit communication, whether even if you developed a symbol after it to resemble that sound, the fist on a table could be, pounding, right? So you draw that image, fist on table, we know the sound based on the image, right? We can imply that it's a hard, heavy, and now whatever automatopoeic phraseology you come up with that in your own culture, because they're all different, everybody laughs in their own language. So I guess my question is, in terms of the symbolism that we see, that because I heard someone use the word spell, and I know you're saying that in the way that we use it now, but when we look at the symbology of the Medu Neter, are we spelling in a phonetic sense through images that are symbolic of automatopoeic, and because somebody mentioned how nature has informed the language, right? So when we have this bird or this scroll or this shadowy light contrast image that is Kemet, right? The black behind the white, almost like a cloud creating a shadow. As I'm seeing the image of Kim be represented, how do we know how to reverse engineer that image into a sound, and where's that primary evidence?
So we're talking about ideograms, phonetics, and other things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence would be the Coptic, right? Because the Coptic is spoken Egyptian. You will also have Demotic, which is also a format of spoken Egyptian that I believe was given to the Greeks, but just staying within the context, was formulated from the Medu Neter by the Greeks. We have those two things still in existence. So we know that words were spoken.
I'm familiar with Demet. Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with Demet for sure.
Now, because I have my big brother Saber Reggie in the building, and I could really get in depth on this because I just taught a class to a couple of my brothers, I'm gonna let Saber Reggie go in real quick. Go
Is
ahead,
this brother
Saber.
Reggie Mabry? Brother Reggie Mabry?
The authentic one, yes,
Oh,
sir.
brother Reggie, I haven't spoken to this brother in about 3, 4, 5 years. I still got the copy of the Eloquent Peasant that he sent me through G. Hey, peace to brother Reggie, man. I'm gonna close my mic and listen.
Yeah, peace. I get like this every couple months where I have no energy, and I think this show for kind of stimulating me. What I think helps is that we have to think like these people, dream like these people, and sometimes just go back in time with our mind to be these people. These are the only group of people that we know of that venerated the color black. They venerated the color black, and they built a world. So when we look at the compilations that Sar showed, or he said the what it says on a book on a page that says conclusions of the book. We have to build this relationship, and Smash was in the chat also helping with this. Is that for them, Kemet, among the relationships meant perfect, the end, the conclusion, the final. So Kemet is the book, is the conclusion, the final, the perfect, right? The best. Second, to grow old, to be a person that grows old in Kim, right? Akim, a person that well, not a person, but a shield to defend Kim, right? They built this world, Kemet, the cattle. They found an animal that best represented themselves, right? In the places of the Kemet, the people and the cattle, right? Kemet, the Serapeum, the burial place of the Apis bull. The Apis bull, just in general, the selection of the Apis bull, where he has a star on his forehead, a beetle symbol on his tongue, right? A thick black tail, a murmur, and other kings running around with the black, with a big black tail, right? They did something that we actually take for granted. We think in our European terms to solve a problem that can't be solved, you have to solve the problem in the ethnicity. And the ethnicity of this people is these related concepts. They're all related at the time that they say, you know what, this Kim is the most important thing of all the things that we have. We could build more relationships on this. And so with this word Kim, we have way more relationships that we would not expect. Our job is to build those relationships. For them, Kim was sacred. It was sacred. So if you want to say the black book, it's the sacred black book. It's sacred. And they connected it to the stars, right? They put the bulls of heaven, right? They made the kings strong bulls, right? These are early people with incredible cognitive abilities, both to direct things, physical things, and to symbolic things, from the direct to the symbolic. That's why this country called Egypt, which is a Greek name, can be called Egypt, but they were never ever they never ever had the ethnicity of the ancient people. Two different groups: a modern group with a Greek name, right, and the ancient people who thought differently. Those modern Egyptians can't think like and so for them, they know it's part of their national security. They can't, and since they own the artifacts or run the control artifacts, they can't, because it destroys them. These are invader groups of people, whether or not some of them through DNA connect with the ancient people, right? But their ethnicity, their mind, who they are, their existence is not those people. The Coptics is another group. Yes, they hold the language, right? Yes, they spoke the language. Yes, they were the last of the speakers of the language, but there's Old Coptic before it was Christianized. And we need to pay a little attention to Old Coptic rather than the Christian Coptic. So when crazy Dr. Manoub says that, oh, he's Coptic, can't read Coptic, and he's the Egyptian, yeah, you're Egyptian, but you're not the ancient people, right? You don't think like them. You don't believe like them. You didn't want to fight like them, right? So here we are. So if you want to tie it to things like Smash does with rap and stuff like that, Smash actually embraced it. Look at his lyrics, right? Our other rappers, they embrace their American existence, money, cash, women, power. They are actually on the wrong track, because they're not philosophical outside of the American super exploitative situation. So when we go and we start reading these terms or other terms, or actually have relations to key words. And one of the keyest words in which we fight for is Kim, because we're the ones who know. We're the ones who know enough. Even when I listen to the so-called experts, right? And I know Rosetta Cash. I know her. I've been on many conferences with Rosetta Cash, and we'll be on one in April when ASCAC has its other its national conference. And Dr. Deborah Hurd, I've looked at her work. I don't know her personally, and a couple of other people, of course, Ben Levy. I've always followed Dr. Ben Levy from the early days. These are students of Dr. Jacob Carruthers, who was a teacher of mine, a kind of a mentor, not so much direct, but I believed in his work, right? So now it's you. It's actually on all of us to do something what other people don't think that we could do, but we've already done it, right? We have separated, we have looked at Kim, we have looked at these words, right, in a way that the Africans looked at it. And we have so many cases. That's when Smash goes, oh, wow, right? And that's why Asar and Ka is always on it, because we've looked at these words in the context of not America, not of Egyptology. Egyptology is Greek, right? We've looked at it in the context of these people that lived around the Itaru, which they call the Nile, which is another Greek word. Like Memphis is a Greek word, like Thebes is a Greek word, right? All of these they looked at it through the eyes of the Greek. We have the opportunity to move past it, and we have our opposition, and I'll stop. Our opposition says that we can't do this. Our opposition, who doesn't know enough about the language, says that we can't do it because they will always be thinking in American terms. And I'll stop. Somebody pulled up a screen.
Yeah.
So
I got it. I'm just here with you because what you just said is very important. He just told you we're not thinking in terms of them. If we look at what they think, they're going to tell you what they think, right? So here, I'm just going to pull this up here. Let's look and see what they think real quick. This is the creation hymn. It says, just as he separated the two lands, so did he assign their boundaries. It is from the food which he made that they eat. While the lands of the Phoenicians have their rations, their outward appearances were distinguished from one another. He having overturned their forms, just as he colored their skin, so did he distinguish their tongues in order to interact. This is how they thought. This is how they thought. So when we try to put our own reconnaissance on what they think, they're just going to tell you because you're gonna read the text and it's going to be over.
Yes.
And when I say it's over, go ahead.
Can we get a chronological date for this
on the
text?
bottom? On the bottom.
You know, I just want to make sure so we ain't in the.
Hold up, Saber, real quick. Just in case.
It says,
here go your favorite guy, Sauneron. Studied this passage and compared it to other texts, mocking non-Egyptian food. In his opinion, the rations for rule of the Phoenicians may be understood as lowly in comparison with real food, ka'u, of the Egyptians. Sauneron did this for you. You didn't know?
That's a damn shame.
And ka'u is connected again to the cattle culture, right? The ka'u, and the king ate the Apis bull to absorb the powers of Ptah, right? He sacrificed, he ate it, right? He wanted, and in the afterlife, he wanted to be like a cow, a bull. He wants to urinate, he wants to copulate, right? I mean, he wants to do all those things a strong bull does. So now we're in a form of, we don't have to be, we're not ancient Tawi nuts. What we're doing is, if you're gonna study the culture, you gotta read the writing. You gotta understand how they thought, not how Europeans want to think about them, or Greeks, or Arabs, or these other groups of people. If you want to study the field, and so that's what we're challenging the field on. You don't want to ever be these ancient Africans, right? You don't want to really study who they were. You want to tell people who they were, because if you read what they wrote, they mocked you. They mocked you. You were the non-Africans, right? You was the lowly, right? You was the babbler, right? You was that in history. I don't care about your gods that we can't, and your Solomons and all those groups of people that we can't find. They had real people. They wrote to their sons, and their sons were not just their sons and daughters were their people, right? They were the holy herd. And so the challenge is can they take this away from us? Can they take this away from us now? So it's only a few of us. I've studied lots of people who study this stuff. And that's why I go to Smash's channel, because I'm saying these people here are symbolically the holy herd. You have it. Even my brother Chris. Now Chris was on the other side of things, and he stays true to grammar. But every time he comes on, if I can listen, I learn so much, because because if there's a case that that weakens my argument, I need to know the case. But so far, I just gotten better, because he's a person who actually knows the grammar, helps us correct some of our things before we go too far, but he also strengthens our arguments. But Kaul is related. All right, stop.
No. I just was saying, yo, brother Reggie, click the link. I'm back. I was running, ripping and running, but I just got into it. Look, I went to the dispensary, right? And this what just happened to me. I just wanted to get some treat. That's how I get it in. I ain't even tripping. But look, so I'm in the line listening to
store? Wait, you go to a store?
Yeah, we go to a store. It's completely legal out here. It's nothing like that. And so I'm in the line, right? I'm listening to y'all on the phone in the line. And this big white dude, hella cool with me every time. He wasn't flexing on me or nothing. He actually said, please. But he was like, can you move up in the line, please? And I looked up, and I'm at about the COVID, COVID distance. Shit, I don't get hella close to people no more. So I said, okay, sure, sir. Like, I did it perfectly grown man. I'm almost 50. I'm like, yeah, sure. I stepped right up. Man, this dude circled back around and said, can you move up? Oh, I could not stop. I couldn't be grown and mature no more. I turned right back to Smash. Fuck you talk, bro. You want me stand? It was not cool. Because now I'm getting loud in the dispensary to where they could be like, what? We kicking you out. You never gonna come here. Guess what happened? This girl came and rescued me from behind the counter. Hey, come over here. Got me. So now that conflict ain't there. Guess what she said? Are you casual? And so I said, but at that time I was so happy she noticed me, I didn't even stay humble. I kind of was like, yeah, tell that nigga but I
even more.
But then I checked I didn't turn up, because this is the thing. When you have a debunker with one employee, you got to make sure you endure that next employee to you, as you ain't got nobody on your side. So after that, as soon as she addressed me, I was like, hey, and just gave her super smile and walked over there. So, and you can't act like this is hostile Negro going on.
No, yeah, now it's almost like, now you see I'm a nice, now somebody knows I'm a nice guy. Yeah. You the one who's fucking up. Yeah.
But look, I told him, he told me, move over, he the fast security guard. I said, I'm cool. And then he just was like, it was a little silence, like, oh, they about to throw it. But dude started walking off like, oh, you cool? And just walked off. So the boss was looking like, okay, my security guards are some noodles. I know he didn't even make eye contact with me or nothing, but I could tell, because I'll be in that situation. So he was like, okay, my security guard handled it like that, okay. But when the girl came, I seen the boss, when he seen me and her talking, he came and got on the register next to me and her to see what we was talking about. So I'm so cerebral, and I'm one of them people, like, I read between the lines. I might be speaking to what's going on in between the lines while it seemed like I'm talking to the person in my face. So that's what I started doing him. I said, oh, so you said you been to a high road day? Like, cause she said that when he wasn't standing there, you feel me? Right. So when he came over there, she was like, yeah, I've been to off.
Want to come to the high road.
Look,
one video, one tweet.
I'm gonna end right now.
His business.
All he heard her say was, I've been to all three. Yes, they be so. And I'm like, okay, yeah, and let me walk out on that note. But that was just a little whackness.
Yeah, but to the owner, you need to go and pull him to the side and say, listen, my dude.
Right.
At least your employees are in the world, but just one tweet, just one video, I could wreck your whole business.
Not even wreck. I said the other way. One tweet, I could get y'all online. I could double this line right now, boy. So keep it popping.
Hey, Cash. Hey, I'm gonna share something with these people, and I'm gonna put something out there, bro. I used to work at Rasputin's in downtown San Francisco, right there on Powell, right? So this was like mid 2000s, 2004, something like that, 5 maybe. So I'm working there, right? I'm working on the hip hop floor, which is the second floor, right? And I'm not throwing nothing out there, but I remember seeing you come up in the store, right? And you was trying to replenish their shelves of your product. And you even had some of the newer stuff that was on. I don't know if did y'all have Hyrule Imperium at the time?
Yeah, I run this. That's
right.
me. That's my job.
So I remember you going up in there and talking to the.
I remember that day too. I damn near remember what I had on, bro. Keep telling the story.
Bro, so you go up in there and you tell them, and everybody's like, "Oh, casual." And I remember the dude. He was a white kid with glasses. I forget his name, but he was one of the buyers, right? And because I worked there for like 2 years, bro. Like I was in the elevator and all that. You feel me? So I'm at Rasputin's. I'm standing on the hip, putting some CDs away or whatever. And I see you up in there. I'm like, "Oh, casual." I was like, I said, "What's up?" You saw me. I shouted you out or whatever. And then I seen you go up to the thing. And they wasn't trying to give you no kind of money for what you had, bro. Like no disrespect, but like I watched how they played it because I know if you went up to Amoeba or anywhere else, it would have been a different conversation. Because Rasputin's, everybody knows Rasputin's don't give you shit for when you try to sell. Like they give you the least amount, and that dude's hella notorious for being a cheap asshole. But
that's my partner, bro. That's my partner. Wait, you said a balance? You talking about balance?
I'm talking about no. So what I'm saying is
no. I'm talking about the person's name. Was his name Balance?
No, it was Ben. Bro, okay. Why did I just remember that? Ben. It was a white kid,
not white. No. The white dude ain't my partner. So I probably was looking for Balance. Do you know Balance? He was the buyer for the whole Bay Area.
No, it was at the Frisco store. So I don't know Balance. I mean I know the homie not Andreas. What's that cat's name? He makes beats and shit. He used to be a buyer, and then the homie, the black cat with the he kind of had a wonky eye. He was the buyer in Campbell. Carl used to be a buyer. But yeah, man. So I'm just going back to this one story because it was foul how they was trying to give you like 10% basically, right? And these was real legit jive recordings, like, and you was trying to like, look, I'm giving it to you directly. I'm the artist. You feel what I'm saying? These are mine. Why won't y'all buy them for the real? You know what I'm saying? So it was hella foul how they, you know what I'm saying, responded, bro. Like, I don't know Balance though. I remember Bruce. I remember Bruce was like he DJ. He worked at that Rasputin's or whatever like that. But I never forgot that, bro. Like I never forgot. Like,
but what are you saying though? I'm not feeling nothing genuine coming out your mouth right now. You lightweight on some bullshit to me. Let me tell you, I'm not one of them niggas, bro. I'm a straight shooter. What the fuck is you talking about right now?
What are you saying, bro?
What is the point?
I'm comparing the same story of mistreatment for somebody who's obviously put in the work. And
no, you know what you just did? You just came on my show and tried to recant some bullshit ass story that you happened to be privileged that you was there. Is that facts or not?
How is it a bullshit story?
Because it's some, what the fuck are you doing? We sitting here talking about Metal Nature. We went, hold on.
The treatment at the dispensary.
Let me keep on going. Oh, so you saying I have another time when you were treated bad? Is that what you're doing?
No, actually, it was more or less speaking to the fact that as you displayed and explained, you used the fact that they disrespected you, you were able to adjust the situation based on a cachet in a caveat.
Man, nah, I'm not fucking with you.
Oh, what the fuck?
You on some other shit.
How are you missing?
Because you're trying to look, you're trying to act all smart and acting like, come on, bruh. You on some bullshit. So because you saying your answer was, I just gave you an incident of when I got disrespected at the dispensary. And now you're saying, oh, I'm recanting another time when that happened.
This is like 20 years ago.
So
bro.
what? I'm saying, how is that? What is that action that you're doing right now?
The meta nature, because I think, yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm recounting a personal experience that I saw where I didn't appreciate the fact that somebody who is a legend in the game is being disrespected,
I could take
bro.
that, family. That
That's
ain't what
I'm
that
saying.
shit was sounding like, but I could straight take that
I'm just telling
humbly
you
and
the
wholesomely.
story. And then you asked me if I knew who Balance was. I don't know who Balance is, but I do know a bunch of other people who I work with at that particular location when that incident occurred. And so I'm saying I didn't like the fact that they treated you that way because this is somebody who.
But the cold part is, I wish I would have been able to express that to you at the day when we were standing there. That is, do you know how the business work? Like, that ain't even like, I'm feeling what you saying now. You saying, okay, somebody else treated you bad and I got to witness it, and I'm gonna say, yo, I didn't like when that happened.
Right, because to me it looks like, okay, look, for instance, if I was if Prince walked into a record store with some copies
But
of
why
shit
would Prince
from
walk
his
into a record store like that?
because he's a
Look,
musician,
see you,
bro.
but you doing this wrong. You misunderstanding anything. Like, why would Prince walk into a record store?
Because he's a musician, bro.
No, he wouldn't. That's Prince. Like, what part about that part is you like is leaving out? And then so you think Prince will walk into a record store with some records trying to sell them?
If it's his shit from him, what's the problem with that? Directly from the artist, like direct to like.
Maybe we see
artists.
things hella differently. Audio.
Well, that's why I asked you the caveat of whether or not Hyro Imperium was a factor at the time in 2004 or 5, because
Ollie Mouse, Smash.
Bruh, Hyro Imperiums got founded in 1997.
Smash, I think he's coming from good intentions. I think he's
just
still
like, so Z-Man, you know Z-Man, right? From 99 Dimension, he's on Hyro Imperium, right? With a project. I know Z-Man personally. Like, I'm with folks like that. So that's kind of what I'm asking. Like, when, maybe I was getting the dates wrong, but it's the 2000s is when I saw this happen. So that's why I asked the question of when Hyro Imperium. I was trying to get clarification on that, bro.
Well, let me ask this, Audio Serge, what from the understanding you got, and maybe you don't know the whole situation or how everything went down, or maybe you do from the back end after Casual left. Did Casual get his bread for what he got, for what he left?
And that was the shameful part is, like they weren't trying to give him a fair price for it. And
So
that's what I was speaking to as far as
goods. Did he say, "No, I'm not giving you that"?
I think he did walk away with his integrity, yes, with his dignity. Like, no.
Okay.
See, this is a funny conversation.
The homie tried to do him foul. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then. But you left that part out, though.
No, I didn't. I actually did. I spoke on that because it was
I think Smash took that in a way that you were trying.
Okay, maybe I didn't finish maybe I didn't make it concise enough from the beginning to end. My bad. Because I think he asked me a question about who was working there or whatever, and I think I went off on a tangent trying to prove myself in terms of my familiarity.
That was Balance. Balance would have treated him with respect and gave
that
him
part. Absolutely.
Balance.
Just like if he would have went to Q's up in Double Rock area, like in Frisco, like if you would have went somewhere else, I'm sure it would have been a different situation. But because Rasputin's has in the Bay Area specifically, a notorious reputation for would they buy, sell, and trade, but they never give you a fair price. Whereas, like I mentioned, Amoeba Records, no matter who walks in there, they give you a fair price for whatever you're buying, and especially if you're somebody of acclaim, I'm sure they're going to give you a little bit of better treatment. But Rasputin's just
at Rasputin.
Asshole.
All right, so when that happened, what did you do?
Oh, I talked to I gave Ben a piece of my mind. I'm like, how I was like when it was happening. I can't. I'm at work. I'm not gonna sit here and interfere. But I was like,
you was working. You was on the clock.
I was working. I was working at Rasputin's at the time. I was like 24, 25 years old. Yep.
And what you
living in Frisco. After he left, I was like, bro, that's hella stupid. Like, how you not gonna give him the real bread? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how is this? How does that seem fair, bro? He's a legend. You just sat here and acted like public or store policy supersedes The fact that this is an artist giving you a legit, this isn't a bootleg. Number one, this is coming from the source. So, and your stock of this particular product was empty. You didn't even have none on the shelves. You know what I'm saying? So how are you not gonna not only buy the shit but give it the right price and then stock this shit and be like, he actually came down here and hand delivered it? Like, how could you not make a moment out of this? If that was me, I wasn't a buyer at the time. I was a cashier, stock person or whatever. If I was the buyer, are you kidding me? I would have, man, even if I would have gotten in trouble for it, like if they didn't approve of it.
I don't think you would have got in trouble. I don't know what was going on, but he might have.
Some bullshit.
He got so this is something that let's discuss it. He got a job he doing, right? Ben, I have a job I'm doing.
Right.
I'm leaving a warehouse that we have like thousands of CDs in, sitting there about 2004, and going not to Rasputin's, but going to every store in the Bay at about that. Like, that's how you do this.
Right.
Like, if you
already know.
I'm saying you do hip hop, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know, like, we paved the way to show people how to really do it. Like, I'm talking about, I'm not saying we talk about independent hip hop, right?
Of course, bro. I followed it completely, bro. Since sleeping on my couch with Dell and all that, bro. Trust me. Absolutely.
So that's how that's how you do it. But here's the thing. I probably was hoping to encounter another buyer in that store or something.
Yeah.
But I don't think that, now maybe since you was coming from the fan perspective, then I feel you all the way 100%. But that's why I was taken back from the beginning. Because in all honesty, in this chat, I don't see no fans or nothing. I'm just looking at peers and I'm like,
well,
what is you talking about? No, I hope you took that I hope you took that as a compliment.
Absolutely. I am a fan. Absolutely.
And I'm a fan of hella people. But like right now, as we was engaging, I kind of just wasn't like, you know, I just was in the chat. Like, what did you do?
No, I ain't on some like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. I honestly, in all fairness, I was on the Hobo Junction side during the battle, but that's a whole conversation. just to throw it out there, because I'm a big man. Boxcar Sessions is still one of my favorite albums of all time, hands down. Like, if I had to choose between Boxcar Sessions and Fear Itself, that's a hard, because they came out around the same time. They both hit me in the same kind of way, bro. Like, you guys are both some of my favorite wordsmiths. The way, like, y'all are unorthodox, you know. And I grew up listening to Fellowship, and I mean, Too Short was the first tape I ever owned, because I'm, you know, that's my backdrop from my childhood. So you got to understand, like, as far as Oakland is concerned, to see the cerebral, like, I mean, y'all were beyond. I mean, I love Organized Confusion and Ultramagnetic, but y'all did something. And I'm saying y'all, like Saphir, everybody from the Bay, like, there was something that was so different, bro, and just unique. Like, you had to be different. So all of that to say, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm coming from that perspective of somebody who sat there and listened to the drum, Kevy Kev, like, who actually, I used to DJ at the drum for a little bit. I had a show for a quick minute. I mean, not at the drum, but at KZSU for a quick minute. You know what I mean? I know, Third Sight, all that shit, bro. Like, I'm from the soil, bro.
I'm with you. Let's hear what James got to say.
That name Audio, it really fits you. Now it makes perfect sense. You know what I mean? The Audio Osiris.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Man, it all came together for me, right? Yeah,
I make beats, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been doing this for forever. Like, tapes, like, you know, I come from the tape era. I'm 45 this year, so, you know, we grew up making pause tapes. We grew up recording the, you know, not only the drum, obviously KML, like, all that shit, bro. Like, you know, so I mean, that was my high school. Like, we got in fights in high school over the high road.
What high school you go to?
Junction. I was in San Jose when I was in high school, so I was moving around a lot. You know Mega Abusive. You probably heard of Mega Abusive from San Jose. I'm kind of like from that, like, You know what I mean? I grew up in Oakland in my early years, and then we moved to San Jose. You know what I mean? And but I've never, you know, I've been around the Bay my whole life, so you know how that is. It's just move
Yeah, that's
around.
crazy.
Fremont, Mountain View, motherfucking San Francisco, all that, like, you know. But so that's
crazy.
my
You know
perspective.
what just happened? It's just really wild. Cause we all do this, and no matter where we from. He hit him. He said, "What high school you?"
Right.
And you know I've been
You
quiet
know-
ever.
you know
I've
how
been
that
quiet
shit
ever
work,
since. Huh?
Y'all, that's the I don't know what you call that move, but that move that's a move we all go to. That's the go. Yeah, that's the go-to move when you really want to know. Like you
I went
gonna
to
hit 'em with it.
Independence. I went to Independence High School, which was like the biggest one of the biggest high schools in California. And then I went to Piedmont High School. I went to Milpitas High School. Actually, I went to school with Charisma's sister. Rest in peace, Charisma. His sister, Keezy. You know what I mean? She used to rock after he passed away. God rest the dead. You know, if you know anything about San Jose, Milpitas, I mean, that's where Peanut Butter Wolf, Charisma, all that, like, you know what I mean? I went to school with a lot of the cats from the early 90s that like really like on the bomb compilation, like the homeless derelicts, the derelicts, all that shit. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
No,
Yeah,
who?
you know
I
what I'm
just
talking
wanted
about.
to smash knew the people.
Charisma, that's my name.
Yeah, I know who you talking about.
Okay, yeah, I just
Wolf?
wanted to know. You know, 'cause I know that's a local
Oh yeah,
thing,
nah, but
I
yeah,
never heard
I
of none
feel
of
you. He
these.
said he in San Jose, so I understand.
Word. Y'all
I'm glad
wild.
y'all cleared that up because he really sounded
Yeah,
like
he
he
said
was
I
being genuine with
understand.
you. You know what I mean? He really
Yeah,
sounded
what
like
is
a
this?
genuine
What is,
fan.
well,
You
y'all,
broke
Well, you
apart,
know what?
man.
It's interesting. So San
Sorry,
Jose,
but I'm
San
not the
Jose,
only one thinking like I'm thinking, right? I mean,
so
I
San
don't know
Jose,
how to
so
put
San
this.
Jose.
I don't
First
know
of
how
all,
to
San
put certain
Jose
stuff
is
in
interesting.
words, man.
It's
God,
interesting. San Jose
No,
is
at first
actually.
he did sound
You
like he
ever
was
been
kind of
to?
trying to downplay your business, but he cleared it up, and I think he's sincere, man.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah, we
So
came to that conclusion,
I
but
grew
yeah,
up.
yeah.
I grew up going to the you know, the Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose. I grew up going there for years and years and years, like back in the day since I was in elementary school. Uh, are you familiar with the Egyptian Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose? Smash.
Mm-hmm.
They got the Francis Bacon Theater. They got the observatory. They used to have the metaphysical library there back in the day. They closed it down in the like before 2000, I want to say. Um, but you know, that's where I used to get a lot of my books back in the day, like, you know, trying to research a lot of this stuff, like, you know, as a teenager, because I dropped out of high school and, you know, I just tried to just read, you know what I mean? So a lot of this stuff, man, the esoteric, the occult, all of that has led me to try to understand a lot of this shit more. So, but yeah, man, I mean, hieroglyphics is a very important brand to have influenced a lot of people, and not a lot of people have taken that concept to the point that you have taken it to actually study Medu-Neter. So I applaud you on that, bro. Just coming full circle with the conversation. I'll sit back though. Let's get back into this linguistic.
I appreciate everything you shared. At first, I was questioning your intent of telling such a funny story. But then when I realized you were looking at it from a perspective of a fan supporter, I started to realize what you think you witnessed. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm like, okay, I'm peeping game.
That's what's up.
Yeah. So
That's
that's why I was like, but at first I'm like, oh, you sound like somebody who thought that story wasn't what it was, and you might have thought it was embarrassing or something, and now you're trying to bring the shit up.
And that's the other thing. Before I told the story, I didn't really know how to preface it to even make it to where I wasn't trying to, I ain't trying to tell a bad story. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I watch
I know. I hope I said my words well. I hope I said my words well.
Clear,
yeah,
bro. No,
I didn't. Yeah,
no,
we clear. We good. Yeah.
No, this is all. It's all evolution, bro. Ain't no determinations until there is a determination. It's all good, brother. I appreciate the feedback.
I'm with that. I'm with that and shit. But then I'm sitting here imagining somebody like going on Busta Rhymes show and saying the same fucking story. So I really can't feel y'all all the way. I'm just sorry. I'm too real for that, but I apologize for being this way.
I see.
I cannot be listening to Busta Rhymes podcast and hear that shit and think that he would have been like, nigga, what the fuck? But I'm just gonna leave it at that.
It's all good, man. I seen a lot of stupid shit when I worked at a few record stores in the Bay. I worked at Rasputin's, I worked at Virgin Megastore for a minute, and then the Warehouse before it closed. And I seen a lot of bullshit when it came to in stores, when it came to the way they treated artists and celebrities and employees. Like I seen a lot of weird shit, man. Like, so that's just what
I mean, but like
from,
you said though, Smash, you had a job to do. Like it's just all business. Like you said, you came in. It's your job to get the most for what you got, and it was his job to give you the less, and it's just business.
Exactly.
Everybody can see that.
Exactly. And so that's what I was hoping that my ultimately
I could take that away
in the young man's lesson. Yeah, I hope when you was a young man, not now. I'm thinking about when you was a young man. That's why I asked you, so what did you do when you seen that happen? Remember? Because I was wondering how did that register into your life?
Well, to me, I guess the only takeaway at that time that I had is, we can only give them X amount of percent. You feel me? Like, so, and it's not from a distributor, so blah, blah, blah. There's that. You feel me? So that's how I took it.
So you want to know the real game on that for the rapper? If it's not from a distributor, you getting like $4 more a unit. When I walk into a store like that with an album that they gonna sell for $10, I'm trying to get $7.
Exactly.
To my pocket. But if they get it for the distributor, you're gonna be down close to the $1 or the $2.
Exactly.
Right.
No,
And
I'm
so
already knowing.
So we learned early on. I got one album, it's called Truck Driver. It wasn't until maybe 2015 that I let people buy that record outside of my hand. Maybe earlier than that. Maybe 2010 or something. So at every show we would go to, I would walk around the crowd after we just rocked. So you know how that is. It's like everybody. And then I got a box in my hand, right? And I will make sure that if you're going to have this album, you got it from Casual. Man, I probably sold I went through hell. I ain't gonna say like that, but
no, I know what you're saying.
Because it's the old school out the trunk. It's the old school out the trunk, and you trying to really get closer. If I could not go to the store and sell it directly to the fan, then you all the way closer.
Hey, you know what,
more money, you know what I'm saying?
I ain't even trying to, but because you mentioned it, only because you mentioned it, I collect vinyl. Man, if I could get a copy of Fear Itself on vinyl from you directly, I'll pay the price, bro.
I don't got Fear Itself, but I got some new shit. But that ain't classic though. But
No, I just want that.
If you can find that, I can hit it off. But I ain't got that. That's come on. You know what I got though? I got that old comic book from that record. I know we on some other shit talking.
Oh no, you got the comic.
And man, it's just sitting in my drawer. I'm like, man, I need like 100 of these. But
that's crazy. Yeah, you got to redo those or something. Do a reprint.
Smash.
What's up?
Now that you brought it up. At least you got those 3 tracks, the new 3 tracks. You need to or maybe the 2 tracks. You might need to put them on.
I wanted some cooperation from people who be on the YouTube and
take
shit.
Them on tour. Take them on tour. Yeah.
Man, did Eminem ever respond to your Rap God response?
Nah, not with a rap. He said shout out to Cat. He gave me a shout out at his Hall of Fame induction.
He did. Damn, that's crazy. Because you killed that one, man.
I think that's all the same thing, if you ask me. Like if I gave somebody a shout out who I liked and then they dissed me, I think that's all part of the same shit. Like, come on, you know what I'm saying?
Basically, when you was talking earlier, he felt a certain way because on this show, it'd be weirdos and detractors that be trying to hop on saying so. You just had one earlier, right? Right. As you were saying that, you like, hold up. When he be on this show, it come a certain way to him. So it's not always clear. But Y'all seen Sauneron made that statement on the statement, right?
Oh, okay. So no, what we was looking through was other attestations. The one I want to look over with the Egyptologist is this one, and I think we kind of verified it already, at least. But if somebody got some contentions on this one, then we need to re-examine it, because I ain't doing nothing for fun. You know, like if it can't get past us, then why take it to somebody else? You see what I'm saying?
I see that commit to you.
Oh, you see that? I'm sorry. Watch this. Now, I hadn't shown this, and not like it's a bomb or nothing, but I need us to do this, because y'all gonna see what I'm seeing when I open it up. And they just say Egyptians. So if everything we be saying about grammar be all the way right, I be confused at some points. Now, look at this. We can ask ourselves, is that a TU bird he trying to put there? At the bottom of the screen right here.
Yeah, you could say that.
But I mean, look at it close. It looks just like the bird right in front of it.
Might have been a mistake.
Two M's next to the KMM.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But the fact that Kim M is a word, and that's making this hard to look at.
Yeah. So it looked like Nehesi KMM.
Oh no, that's Nay Kim, it seemed like.
Nekemiu.
But I don't think that's 10 Nay Kemiu. But it looks, because that's the T on that glyph.
So this
I think we was looking into that curly Q thing. I don't know if is that a place, like a temple, or I think J Mill pulled up the curly Q without the line. And
yeah, that right there, that's a W, right?
Where?
Nah.
Which one?
The
one right before the land determined, before the 049.
So
Ain't that what he's talking about?
It's a U sound. It's like a ooh, yeah. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it would be the ooh sound.
The other one. I was talking about the one that looked like girl's hair with a line through her face.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
We're over to the middle.
Before 10. Right.
Yeah.
So is DF, what is that? DF top?
Wait, where you starting from?
Go top of the bottom.
Oh, okay, yeah. DF top, but then this thing throwing me off, and that thing is feminized. So I'm like, what else is feminine?
Like this, or is that at in?
I'm thinking
Chris.
Place.
Go, Chris.
Yeah, that's. I don't remember that glyph, but let's look that glyph up though. The little curly Q glyph.
Yeah, that thing is. J Mill threw something out, but I forgot what happened. What you say, Chris?
What happened was it didn't have a line in it.
That's J Mill pulled it up, but it didn't have a line in it. Do you remember the phonetic value, James?
No, I don't. Because when it didn't have the line in it, it just I just was like, if it ain't got the line in it, we don't know.
That ain't nothing I seen ever nowhere. That's just occurring in this text. I mean, if you ask me, you know what I'm saying? We look over heck of stuff. It might be somewhere else, but it ain't that popular.
Do we know where this list of this saying or these words are on the attestation?
Well, we can translate this translation right here if we want, and this is coming from I can show right at the top of the screen the book, but is the Papyrus Morale Day Leiden, so the Leiden Papyrus or whatever. But
Leiden Papyrus, yeah.
Yeah. Now, and here go another one. I mean, this other I don't want to keep hopping around, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that other glyph. I don't remember the name of that one. Connects.
That's why I was wondering if we could find that papyrus, if that is what it actually looks like on the papyrus. I mean, it should.
Yeah. The Leiden Papyrus.
I don't know. I think the section J Mill looked in was a string, and it had a bunch of strings. If I could remember correctly, it had a bunch of type of strings in it. string.
Yeah,
If it was hair or something strings, it would think it was something like rope and strings with the section that he
yeah,
looked
it
at.
was a thread. Yeah, it was you're right.
Thread or something like that.
Yeah.
So, is y'all seeing? I mean, first of all, I thought that Metu word was just because he was pointing to his mouth and it spelled out Metu. I thought it was Metu, like Medu. You feel me? But I didn't
Yeah.
see a do. I see a two.
Yeah.
So I just was tripping and switched the T to a D. Who know what Metu mean?
Where you see a D at? Where you see?
I said I switched the D. I mean a T to a D just in my head. Just
The line right above it at the beginning.
basically
On the
right
left.
here where we see Metu.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I switched it in my brain and started saying Medu. You feel me? Because a T switched
Like,
to a G.
words, yeah.
J Mill right there, he said the closest he found was B something. I can't see it on my screen.
Yeah, V19.
V58, he said, Mayet. I
What
don't
is
see
that?
Met here, Jay. I see Met 2
Yeah, that's what I see.
or M2, one or the other.
So isn't it true that T, you just said T and D are almost interchangeable, and then in some cases, E and
I didn't
T
mean to
are
mislead you.
interchangeable, right?
I didn't mean in the meta nature. I was
No, he
saying
was just saying what
how
he was
when
reading.
we see the, we say duh. You know, I did that same thing,
Medu.
but that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Well, Metu, Medu, like, okay.
No.
Not proper. That's incorrect. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
he-
saying.
That's a
I
false
made an
translation.
error. Yeah, I made an error. Yeah.
So Gera, there's night, there's cow. Do. All right, so let's Metu, Iri F, Resi, Gera in the night. Per
Is
Sedge.
Resi a I or tears or what? Or none of
Kind
that?
of teardrops arrive, if I'm not
But
mistaken.
I thought that was rim something.
That they are too. Resi
Oh,
is
okay.
like tears too, yo. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going off my head.
Yeah, it can also mean to dream.
Oh yeah, and dreaming at night, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that girl, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
But then I see something about Kenu with the interior right there. Kenu. Now I left out the star and the Haru. Are y'all pronouncing that star and that Haru?
The Ra.
Or the Ra, whatever you want to do.
That's part of the word Gere.
The determiner with that star.
So
right
those
there.
is the determinants to Ger.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then it starts at Kenu. Or Ken. Go ahead.
Kin, but the power ain't to be read. So Kin, suggest. I mean, y'all can do this because we gonna all read it. It's only one glyph that we all about to stop at. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So we might as well just attack that glyph, man. So what?
So it's the giving to what are we saying right before that glyph? Because that glyph is probably the determiner for whatever DF ties.
Well, I don't see nothing else feminine in the sentence.
Right? Taz land.
No, Taz a definite article here. So he gave the something to those of Egypt. Well, at least that's the way they're translating it, to those of the Egyptians. But
yeah. I mean, that's how they translate it.
What is that? A mound, a temple?
I found some words for it, but they don't seem to fit.
You know what? It's in Mercer's dictionary. Hold up. And I got Mercer's
So nothing
dictionary.
is referring back to that word right there. He gave the why does it have a T next to it as if it's feminine?
Right.
Well, yeah, it has to agree with the gender of the article. So that's appropriate. So whatever it is, the gender is correct. So it's ta something with the bread loaf.
So I know, but what is it agreeing with?
The definite article ta.
Oh, you saying that the T in the beginning of ta is being agreed with?
The one after.
What?
Right?
No, that ain't what we're talking about. Yeah. So look, it's a TA and then there's that sign in the T. How is the prefix TA indicative of gender?
Yeah, so you got these series of definite articles called pa ta na. So pa would be masculine, ta would be feminine.
Oh,
and
okay.
then
I'm tripping. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you're right. P, because I just, you know what? I don't even want to say, but there's a masculine member with a P, and there's feminine members with a T, and that's how I'll be remembering that when I when I see the glyph, I'll be like, a P mean masculine because of, and so I messed up right here. So it's agreeing with the tie. You're right, because yeah, okay. So that's perfect. Cool.
But that glyph is
and then you got the in na, so it's those. So that's appropriate in terms of that demonstrative is plural. Those. But damn, what is that thing? I found a word, but it just don't. I found the glyph. It's
What's the word you come up with?
So I found
before or something.
You found the exact glyph?
No, not the exact. He found it.
No. It's a rendition of it. It's the hump with the line through.
The hoodie, I don't think 10 would be
B19.
I don't think 10. I don't think that's 10. The hoodie. Shout out to you in the chat.
This
because the T would be on top of the N. They wouldn't have spaced it like that.
Yeah, they would have aesthetically placed it like we were just discussing. But I'm looking for
something to those Egyptians.
So now my real question about this one was: is this KMT? Because there ain't no T here.
Yeah.
I think that's when he was writing that with his whatever machine or program he was using, he put the wrong bird. Instead of that second M probably should have been a TU bird. But I could be wrong.
No, you could be right.
You saying that you call it, so y'all saying based on the grammar that you guys understand that's the only way that y'all could figure out.
Not the only way.
Hold on. The second owl, which it looks like the owl, because I'm looking at everything else.
Yeah, it looks like
the
the
picture, and it's definitely following the way the artistry of the other one. So y'all saying there had to have been a mistake on that second owl, and that's a TU bird. Do we got a TU bird on this picture?
Well, let's ask Reggie, because Reggie just said in the chat, can someone read what I had translated? Where did you translate this, Reggie? Oh, it says, he says 8 and 9 says, and the God made him escape the blow after he has become attached to it. So speak, let the miracles of God be said in the raising of the mailer or whatever without fault. Now, I don't, Reggie, that's 8 and 9. We looking for,
I haven't seen none of that there.
We looking for 10.
Yeah, right. 10 says, he says, he ensured the unity of this and gave food to the Egyptians.
Oh, so that's unity? And where is the food? I'm trying to figure that out. Tie is bread. Tie is bread too, right?
Yeah, but not in this case though.
So where's the food in the sentence?
That's a definite article though.
Yeah, so where's the food then?
Then it's not food, then gave the unity to the Egyptians. That makes sense?
Well, we see he gave, and it's he gave the whatever that is right there. So that's
Reggie,
the only thing that could be food.
Reggie, how you get that unity?
I just translated it from the French.
Oh, okay. That's what you're telling us. I see. Oh, that nurturer right there, Ox Egyptians. That would be that word.
Well, yeah, Ox, that's the Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
And then I see the word for nights, the word nuit, la nuit.
Mm-hmm.
Night.
But Reggie,
what is that?
That word. What does la notore? I'm sure I said it wrong. Mean.
The
unity, right? The unity, it says the translation says he ensured the unity of this and gave food to the Egyptians.
So that word, whatever it is, that symbol must mean, but it's got to be the food then. Because I see the he give part. The he give
don't
is
gotta be. You could be right, Chris. They don't gotta be. Because it could just be the unity. He gave them the unity. Even though
but the word food is very, very specific, right? So let's I guess we can go backwards and try to look up some different words for food.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's in the position of where food would be at, and that's the only word that we're missing.
He gave
out of everything
meals
else.
or the rations. Yeah.
So that's how you deduce, I guess, and not without knowing. But it would be good to somebody could go and find out how that means food.
Smash, can you put that in your
But with the way Reggie did,
I did.
The way Reggie did it is going straight through the French. That was masterful, Reggie. I got to give it to you. You over here looking at us like we crazy.
Well,
like, why they going through this?
But we trying to practice reading the glyphs. That's all.
Word.
I know, but we have a word that we don't know, so we want to isolate it. It could be wrong. I don't always trust them, but it could be wrong. So we have Paris. So we have Paris Jed, right? So what is Paris Jed?
No. That per is the determinative on kin. Look at the line before it.
Okay.
You see Kindle, the interior?
I see that now. Okay, so thank you. So we have S, so we have a causative, right?
Yep.
And then, okay.
So something made him say? I mean, how do you put the causative in the, what is this, the perfect, or what is this? Past part, what is this?
So sujet can be a marker as in to say conversating or saying.
Okay, so saying is present tense though, right?
Yeah.
Didn't this occur in the past as a complete action?
Well, it still can be saying it in the past. Saying, like, if I had,
so tell me how you would say saying in the past. Give me an example.
was saying the dream.
Oh, he was saying, huh? I mean, that would be using saying in the past.
Yeah. So okay.
But that ain't what this says. I just want people watching to be clear. But go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, no problem. So the problem is they don't use commas. So where we have the ta, and then we have this unity symbol with the T, right? So I'm guessing that one is food and the other is comma unity.
What is food?
Food is ta.
Oh, well, it do look like an article here because of its position and stuff.
DF ta, comma, this funny symbol with the half loaf, the feminine, in to the Kimiyu. So I'm just thinking that the ta, unless they're reading it wrong, what's this?
No, that's like he gave a speech, right? Yes. I mean, that's the best way I can say it, but y'all gonna say it better. Like,
yeah, I was like conversating or saying.
Yeah. But it was completed, right? So he got
so conversation.
But then what you gonna say? Think about it. We need to connect that phrase to what's happening next. That's how we know that ta is probably the ta pata. You feel me? The.
It could be the food, or it could be sometimes they use it as the. So which one is it?
Let me ask you this. Number 10 in French, is that the word starts with acele, and then it says it is a giver of nurture to the number 10 down there in French.
Yeah.
Giver of nurture to the Egyptians. We know the Egyptians, that word we're talking about with the MM. So they say Egyptians, so we know that that's probably a mistake with that second M with the M bird. But doesn't it say is a donor, la nature, is a giver of nurture? Like, even just because you say like nutrition or nurture, that doesn't mean it has to deal with food, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Right, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, because it's a French translation to English.
I was wondering.
Not necessarily.
But you know what? I don't know if it's relevant or not, but maybe working out the word metu, where he got his hand to his mouth, could shed some light. Like, that is the beginning up there. What if it got something to do with that will reveal that is food down there?
Context is important.
Because it say metu, he got his hand to his mouth. We never re-look. Oh, what was that? J Mill looked it up the other day. If you could put it in the chat, J Mill, or something.
I just think that metu is you speaking or giving words.
Nah, it's not medu.
Right.
Yeah, but it's this.
So
We
this
had this
Metu is
problem. We had this problem before when we had the hand to the mouth glyph when we was looking at a translator. Remember that when we was on cruise ships?
The Kimmel. But
yeah.
But I know we're gonna work this out. What did you have, Chris, for the Metu?
Yeah, so Metu is also a class of pronouns. So Metu F is kind of like saying EUS Jedef, and he a night dream.
Your phone went out. Your phone went out. Start over. He what?
Hello.
Yeah,
we hear you. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I was saying, so this Metu, there's also a class of pronouns.
Oh, well, let me ask you something. I'm sorry. Why was we saying Metu REF? Are you just saying Metu F?
Metu EDF.
Okay, good. Keep going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Metu EDF.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had a dream, or he had a night dream somewhere in I guess.
No, we with you. But what I'm asking you is what Metu mean?
No, yeah, I was saying there's a class of pronouns. No, I'm saying there's a class of pronouns, like for example, you got these forms that say UF Sejameth, right? And if you translate it literally, it would be something like, now he said he, but which is weird. So you would just say he said.
Yeah.
Right. So I know in Lady Egyptian we got them too. You got this whole class of pronouns, M2, Mtef, Mtun, and those kind of different pronouns. So, but the EF actually gives what we need to know. So M2F. So it's kind of like he made, or he prepared, or had made a dream.
Oh man.
And that's how they spoke back then too. He had made a dream, meaning he had a dream. Same difference.
Yeah, that's because they did the verb first, and then they piled on everything after the verbs. Yeah.
But really, honestly, is any of this gonna? I mean, I love being thorough, but will any of this help us know whether this is a T in the KMT or a KMEU? Because that's the ultimate goal. While I'm pulling this up, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you're not really.
The French says Egyptians, so we know it has to mean Egyptians.
But they can extract that from this reed leaf and this Uchik and this 049 amended onto this. Kimi is the way that you say Egypt, in Coptic. Now they say Kimi U, and then they say that must be the people, I guess.
Can we pull that up in the TLA? Have we ever seen that word?
Yeah. So you want to know what's hella funny?
Yeah.
That's what Sauneron say in one of his. He say Kim Au, but he's going off the Coptic. Because we you never see no Kim Au. I think I still got that book open. Hold on.
So there's no primary that renders this, that like what Jay does, like going on the wall and seeing this?
It would be on the papyrus. I don't think this is on the wall.
Okay.
All right, no, so I'm wrong. He just pronounced it like that, if y'all see in the screen.
Hold on.
Kimmel. He just pronounced it like that. He didn't transliterate it.
He just put KM.
Yeah.
Not EU, and then the EU.
So what would if this was y'all homework, let's see what each person would do. Just for this Kemet, not for the whole thing. How would you transliterate this? Asar, you here?
Yep, I'm still with you.
How would you transliterate this?
Which starting where?
At the Kim glyph.
Highlight.
That's basically that's black people in the black people that shit.
Hey, how would you say it?
Kemido. Because there's two things, right? You got.
Well, I asked how you would transliterate it, and he said that say black people in the black cities. I'm talking about transliterate.
Right.
Man, transliterate that right there, because it's a noun phrase, technically, right? So it's black.
But when you do that, you be wanting to argue with us. Yeah, he be wanting to argue when he do that.
That's not a noun phrase, bro.
I mean, what you gotta put more than one word there. You can't just say like,
So look. Let's let him say how this is a
Egyptians.
noun phrase, bro.
Yeah.
I
Watch.
disagree, but let's let you say how is this a noun phrase?
That's the
If I
Nisba.
say Egyptians, it doesn't make sense.
First,
It doesn't say, it has no. So it's Kim in the front.
So
Let me finish. That way you can know, right? So it's Kim in the front. That's black.
right.
You got literally three other letters. Well, you got three other words there, or yeah. One is a determiner, which is not even pronounced, the city, right? So we know that what they're saying here, you're talking about those people from that city, but you got black, then you got two M's. One M is a word. The other one is miu, like it's a suffix at the end for what KMMU is. So you gotta use it as a noun phrase. You can't just break that down as one
nah,
word.
you make that up, and then you didn't even say nothing grammatical right now. I'm trying to step my game up.
Actually, I'll pull out the rule on it.
That's a Nisba.
Right.
Now let's break down each port. Let's break down each piece of this noun phrase, so called,
You
that
said
it is.
You said it, Smash.
What I said?
I heard you. You said it. That's a Nisby.
No, that's
I'm about to. Yeah, it's a Nisby, which makes it a noun phrase.
Well, no,
I'm about to pull up the noun phrase.
No, a Nisby is not a noun phrase.
A Nisby ain't a
Yes,
noun
it
phrase,
is.
bro.
Chris, I'm
No,
gonna
a
fight
phrase.
you.
A phrase is two or more words. A phrase is two or more words.
Thank you.
It is.
It's not a phrase. No, it's one word.
So
man.
you saying, now listen, you're saying a noun phrase contains two or more nouns. So where's the second noun then? Just show us. If it's a phrase, it gotta be two. You said a noun phrase, so it's two nouns, right?
Two words is like a compound word.
Man.
You all keep saying the M is a phonetic complement. Show how the M phonetically complements the I and the
I know you're not serious, bro.
So
now you can mount that argument. Now I'm with you, Asar. You can mount that argument on this attestation where it appears to have two M's. But we were still simply trying to figure out between all of us whether that's an M or not. So you saying you decided it is an M, and then you making this into a part of speech that it ain't.
But hold up, I'm gonna do what James do all the time. Hold up, though. We have the spelling. We have the spelling. We have the spelling of black. We have Kim with just the, if you want to say a charcoal, but I'm gonna call it the crocodile tail. So you got the Kim, then you got the Kim with the owl.
Hold on. You said you got the Kim.
And then you got
real quick. I'm only stopping because some things said
good.
inaccurately, not to cut you off. You said you got the Kim, and then you got the Kim with the owl. Is that what you meant to say?
Not owl. Whatever.
So you could have been saying whatever bird it is not two Kims, is my point. You said you got the Kim, and then you got the Kim with the owl. So I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, what I'm saying is the two M's. The two M's. You got the Kim, which is the crocodile tail.
I'm pointing at
then you
that
M's.
So
you know, if you in the dictionary, you got the crocodile tail and two M's also means black. You could do it with one M. You could do it with just a T.
But it's in a different word class. You know that, right?
What the Kim with
let him tell what he thinks.
No, this way we're having a functional conversation. Because if you just run on with stuff that ain't true, then people getting misled a little bit.
You can't show me that.
So don't you know when we see the Kim with an extra M is a verb? So it goes to the Coptic home on. And in the Coptic, they write two M's, so we know it's a different word than just the Kim, which is the adjective.
I'm not saying that is not a verb, and that's incorrect in this case. All I'm saying, if I'm a translator, and I don't know how old this is, and I've been reading Coptic, and it's late night, and I'm deciphering, I could have easily put another M bird after that in a mistake instead of putting a TU bird, and that's too easy to do. That's all I'm saying.
I'm with that. That's what we've been. That's solid. That this could be a TU bird and it could be a mistake, but that's not supporting Asar's argument that this is I don't think you were trying to support it, but he's saying that this is two nouns basically put together as a phrase.
Right. I said it was a Nisby or Nisby.
So
because
what type of noun phrase would this be? I'm saying
black would be your the crocodile tail is your if you want to say noun.
This just don't even work for a noun phrase, bro, because think about it. Or what do you have here? What do we got? I'm talking to Asar. Are we saying this is apposition? Or are the two nouns?
Yeah, you got apposition there for sure.
So
but you have, so you've got, so let me just pull this up real quick. This way,
man, you know that ain't that. You just making us do this.
No, I'm gonna take you through it, right? So nouns are usually single words. Most like junk and food, just gonna come right from the book. Police officer. The result is what's called the compound noun.
Yeah.
The first noun behaves as if it were an adjective. The other's a word. So Middle Egyptian also has phrases compounded of one or more nouns. These are used primarily to express three different sorts of relationships between nouns. Possession, genitive, apposition, which we believe this is, or at least I do, and connection. Technically, this means that they are not compound nouns, but rather noun phrases. A noun phrase is a phrase whose head is a noun or a pronoun, optionally accompanied by a set of modifiers. We know what the modifier is. It's the determinator. And in this case,
that just messed you up then, because that was your only chance. If you was transliterating Niyu as a noun, then you would have Kimyu Niyu, and you would be able to say you got two nouns, right? But I'm simply asking, where is the second noun?
Right.
The second noun is the owl.
What M is not a
God. You know M ain't a noun, bro.
Okay.
So you making it a noun?
That M ain't no noun?
You can demonstrate it, right? You can demonstrate it.
You're gonna sit on that?
You can demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it. Just demonstrate it, because I thought it wasn't a noun. So I don't want to say, you know, I ain't betting. I just don't think.
Yeah. So the best way to do this will be to transliterate it. Let's see your transliteration.
Let's go bigger than transliteration. Let's pull up the term KMM.
Are you about to share the screen?
Yeah, but Smash already told us KMM is a verb, right? It could be a verb.
KMM wouldn't be a verb when we're talking about people. That's when syntax is very important.
Nah, you're messing that up. You're messing that up.
Messing too, gentlemen.
So now, KMM can allude to people now if it has a subject.
If the verb, can allude to people is black.
So think about it.
If it's a subject, that makes it a noun.
Becoming black.
You messing up. It means becoming black. You saying that can't allude to people?
Exactly.
So I'm asking you.
Who, me?
Maybe I'm getting lost. Maybe I'm getting lost.
Adjectives. So if y'all say that KMM wouldn't be
becoming black is not an adjective, bro.
Black. Right.
That's a verb.
Now we in the tanning booth now.
Yeah, you getting the action performed on you. That's an action. I don't know who's performing that action. That's a good question.
About the city.
But it's still an action. We with that, right? You're becoming black. So then it's a verb.
We laying out in the sun or working out we in the field now.
If the city was becoming black, then the people would become that's going into it would be darker folks.
But you gotta make some sense. How is the city becoming black?
Well, y'all put that up. I said pull up KMM, because KMM is more than that. He put it in the verb. Y'all take it.
I'm about to pull up KMM. It's just gonna be a verb.
I've been wanting to.
Like we're not just hating or nothing. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. So the way I mean, so he's right. It's not a verb, and the way you know that is by the position that it is, by its position in the sentence, and then before it has.
Hold on, you got to reiterate that, because you said it's not a verb, and he said as if you was talking about KMM and not the text we was looking at.
Oh yeah, no, that's not.
See.
Or like a prepositional adjective.
So the word
As a
the
disclaimer,
word.
Let
we are
Chris
not in
speak,
the
please.
dojo.
Let's hear it from Chris.
I am. We're not live. I mean, we are live. We're not in the dojo. Let's not beat up everybody. Right. But go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so the word before is kamimi or kamimiyu, right? The way we know is that thing is a noun here is, first of all, it has the demonstrative plural right in front of it, right? Na or ni, na, kamimi, right? And it's agreeing with it in gender and number, right? So we all agree to that, right?
We do.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm cheating a little bit. The word kamimi, if you look at it, well, first of all, it has the city determiner behind it, right? The classifier, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely talking about a place.
Topping
We
them.
agree with that,
Yep.
We just covered
right?
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we agree it's a place, right? And this spelling, I guess why I'm cheating a little bit, and Smash said it earlier, right? Kamimi is kind of going toward like the way you say it in Coptic, or Kamimi or Kamimiyu. Kamimi. So it has to be a city. A city with inhabitants, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we transliterate it, it would be in, comma, right? Y, close, not comma. In, parenthesis, open parenthesis. Y, close parenthesis. In, capital A, right? Then it would be K, MM, with a Y at the end. So it would have to be either those. I'm gonna use the word here for a second. Either those Egyptians or the Egyptians.
Can I ask, where would the dot go?
Those blacks or the blacks?
He explained what I said, and he.
No, you said it was
no,
a
it's
noun
different.
phrase.
He explained exactly what I just said.
You said commend by itself is a noun phrase, and it's not a phrase.
No, I said
right.
I said I said what's it called? Kemet is a noun phrase. We're talking about
no, it's not a noun phrase either.
But adjectives, and this is why I brought this up, because we need to look at the prepositional adjective, which is what this sits in the place of.
No, you messing up.
Yeah, no.
That's the one before that, bro. Right. Oh my god.
This would be my need.
That's the prepositional adjective. Oh.
Yeah.
That belonging to. Isn't that describing something? That belongs. The prepositional adjective in this statement is ni, bro.
Is ni, ra, ni, right here.
Before I said that, you said that you was pointing at the I6.
Because if we take this off and we just use this here, this becomes a descriptive adjective. It's a prepositional.
It's a descriptive adjective. Okay.
Exactly. So in that
if we take that off.
No. Yeah, wait, no, that's not a descriptive adjective, right?
But he said if we take if we take the M and the T and the NIU off. I'm like, that's unfair.
Take Ronnie off. So if I go down here, which they'll just pull up.
I'm sorry, I might have complicated things.
So that would say the speech of black. Right?
Speech of black.
Yeah, if you take off the bread loaf and the NIU symbol, that would say something like speech. And you know what? And it still would be a noun because a genitive construction, right? Is
I don't disagree. It's a noun.
Right. So right. So it'll be the speech.
We shouldn't be fighting that. It's a noun, right?
No,
right. The speech of the black.
But we waiting for you to demonstrate that just the word Kemet is a noun phrase.
That's why I said we have to go down here. I have to pull up.
Still fight.
Let's just stick to the definition of what a phrase is. By that very definition, it violates it. It can't be a word by itself. Cannot be a phrase.
So what would we say Kemet is?
A word.
A place name, right?
Kemet, the place name? It's a substantive. It's a noun. A substantive. Kemet.
It's a locality, right?
Right. It's location, right?
So when we're talking about a locality, it's made up of an adjective that's describing what?
No, it's just a noun. Like Atlanta is just a noun.
Yeah, that's not an adjective. California ain't an adjective.
Kim is an adjective.
I mean, but so here's one thing we should always know, that all adjectives are nouns, so that we can start to confuse stuff.
I see what's going on. I think I see what's going on now.
See how I see it now. So now,
but I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we can if we say Kemet, I don't disagree with the way that they initially comprised it, where they're saying this M is silent. I don't see the rule for that in that particular sentence. I see it when we use multiple symbols of the same thing, such as if we use Nwit symbol and we have 3 Nwit symbols, then we put U on it. It makes sense there. But when we're just talking about the Kim glyph and we're talking about the owl glyph, and then we add the bread loaf,
That's what it looks
the determiner is just telling us what it's talking about. But we don't need that determiner, because we could put a book there and it would mean complete. We still have a description and we have another word there. So to me, that has to be a noun phrase. Whether we say it's a verb and an adjective, that's still 2 words. That's a compound word.
So you're saying the determinative is a word?
No, we're saying that the M that you call a verb in the sentence is also a word.
No, I was calling the whole word a verb, not just the M, not just the M. The whole word. Look. Let's see if you can see my screen right here. Y'all see Kim with the extra M?
Yeah, let me stop sharing real quick.
Yeah. Let's get back to the actual so we can get the visuals.
This is the actual.
Because I remember.
Hey James, what word class is this? Do the honors. Do the honors, James.
So hold on. You done went too far, Smash. Now what's going on here?
What word class is this?
You don't know. You gotta learn.
Yeah, you done went too far. That's what I said. I know how to read it, but word class, no.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Okay, I'm looking at what's on the screen. I see the Kim, but I see it with 2 M's.
You're only looking at the glyphs. Just read the entire source.
Okay, it says to be black and to be dark.
And then what else?
I don't see
the word class verb.
Verb.
I mean, I don't even get it.
Oh, okay, yo, you talking about all of it? Says the word class is a verb.
Right.
Yeah. So he's saying it's
let me ask y'all something. Do that AE? I thought that meant ancient Egyptian. What does that mean?
No, that's a Latin term, which basically means 2. Secunde something. It means 2 or like 2.
So why they put 2?
Because it's 2 words.
Because in the glyph you only see 2. You only see two consonants in the glyphs.
You see 2 words. You see a verb.
No, that's not 2 words. Not 2 words. Not 2 words. No, it's 2.
So you don't believe in phonetic compliments. You don't believe in phonetic compliments.
Let's go back to the what you call it so we can see it. Because I want to see how he's splitting it up is wild.
I'm trying to ask him to define it. I'm gonna make this very simple. Come on. Because you hopping all over the place.
The first M, I do remember
dojo work. We going in.
All right, we in the dojo now. Look, show me now. Look, this is my demonstration of it. Y'all see it?
Yeah.
This is what we've been asking you to demonstrate.
Phonetic compliment. Like I said, do you consider this M a verb?
The M is a phonetic complement. The N is the second consonant on the first
But answer the question. Do you consider it a verb?
Oh my gosh.
You don't. I can answer that.
A letter? No, I don't. No. It's a letter.
That's not a verb.
No, it's a letter.
You don't think it's a letter?
Yes, it's consonant. Consonant. Right.
You don't think you think that's a word?
Oh, the M is definitely a word.
In this construct, though, I'm with you. I'm with you. I know what you're talking about. I'm saying on the screen, you're saying that this arrow should be what word right here. That's what you have to do. What word should I erase phonetic complement and place right here?
You could put, in the case of Kim or Kimem,
you sounded real riparian right now, boy.
Nah, because
there
if
ain't
we
no
say
two
M,
M's off in this, so I see that.
Even
like,
you know that. Even James know that.
we're talking about the M right there, and the
that
word
M is silent,
forehead.
man. I mean, from what let me
Don't forget. Remember, we just looked at the Kim glyph and 2 M's for KMU, right? So you are here with us, right, James? You remember that, right?
Yeah, we had 2 M's on the one that we confused.
I'm talking about there, right? All right. So the M is a
We
word.
questioned whether the second one was an M. You be being definitive on things that we questioning. We were questioning whether the second one was an M.
Smash, hold on. To be fair, that other M is in question, but when you look at it, it looks like an owl. It
So if we accept it as an owl, we got to do it right. You got to put your data in the right. James, feel me? I'm accepting what y'all saying, and I'm putting it in the right category. When you got 2 M's, it's not a noun no more, it's a verb. And that is where that goes. Like, I don't understand. He's trying to make it go someplace else.
So if we're talking about the N1 in or we're talking about the M in the Nisba declension of the preposition M, which means in. So provides a not typical paradigm for prepositional Nisba adjectives.
Wait. I got lost. Can you say that again, please? Sorry.
Absolutely. Let me share my screen for you.
Yeah. But you don't got no word for this, right? This, just to be clear.
He's saying in. Prepositional phrase in.
Black. Would be in of, yeah. But in this case, we're talking about the way it plays out in a Nisba. So here is the M. The Nisba declension of the preposition M in provides a not typical paradigm for prepositional Nisba adjectives whose stem ends in a consonant other than T. The writing, however, is somewhat more anomalous than here read. Note the placement of the dot in transliteration, and this is what we have to get to. So you see the T's when it's used, it works as a preposition.
I thought it said not ending in T, but whatever.
Yeah, that's why it did. But when it ends with T, which is the examples here, can T see this? Quintet, she who is foremost.
But it says it's more a now.
Bro, you messing so up, bro. I don't even want to say. I'm just gonna let you rock.
We gotta have this
the
out.
example you just was looking at don't even got an M on it, bro.
More anomalous.
This one right here.
Show me the M.
It's not the M. This down here.
Man. I'm being patient. I'm about to mute out and listen.
Let me get to my joint. So you see these over here. Emmy, Mary, Eminette, West also. Now the important one is.
So even in Emmy, I don't get that example, but I'm trying to figure it out. But go right ahead.
Let me see my joint. Let me see where it's at.
You know what? It ain't here. There's nothing in this book that's going to say. I'm just saving us some time. There's nothing in
the book. All right. Now phrase as well, but I think I might have passed it.
I need to be more polite, huh? How can I say this in a way that you can digest it, bro? Like I'm saying,
I need to be more polite, huh? What happened to the screen?
I stopped sharing so I could grab it.
Because it's not. It's about to turn to a tomorrow source. Y'all know this process.
Y'all know what I do with my source is different than the other cat's source.
Yeah,
you're a fortune teller. You know
what I would say is that there's problems when you're looking at a demotic text and you're using Middle Egyptian grammar, right? So you have to give yourself some wiggle room. If this is a demotic text, then this is just another form. And if you're using Middle Egyptian grammar books, that may not work, but that's all I want to say. It may not necessarily work out the way that you want. So the issue is this a demotic text? Yes or no?
All right, but I don't know, but I do know this.
Okay.
No one's told us, Reggie, what part of this is a second word.
What part of what is it's either a phonetic it's either a phonetic complement, that other M would be a phonetic to me a phonetic complement, not necessarily another word. But the problem with all of this to me is that it's a phrase or a name, meaning, and sometimes those things are obscure, right? Like a name. Why does somebody call themselves a particular name? I may not be able to figure that out. Right? This is a place, and I haven't seen this place before. So it's a place. So they call something something. Okay, that's their business. Now you want me to?
Yeah, I like Reggie's
These days, so they call something something. Huh? I guess that answers it, Reggie.
Reggie, the great mediator.
I mean, you want me to? I don't know. I would like to talk to.
No, you being nice. I'll be trying to be nice too, but I want people to get the proper information, right? Now you know this ain't no damn word that's in the middle of Kemet, bro. Why? Whoever taught you that? Which teacher taught you that this was a word, this M in the middle?
It's not. It's a compliment.
Right. And this is not a noun phrase that we're looking at.
It's not at all. It's not. It's so not.
I think it's a down phrase.
So
because
we demonstrate.
So they say the black land.
Uh-oh.
In English. When we go to the Medu Neter, what's being said? Say exactly what it says.
The blacker city.
Black sound.
Black city, 2 words, right?
Black city, black town,
well,
right?
Yeah, but not in Medu Neter now. It don't say black city in Medu Neter.
That's why I said say what it
says. Wait, hold on.
What does it say in Medu Neter?
I'm asking that.
It does not say black city in Medu Neter.
It's black.
Let's let Chris talk. Come on. What does it say, Chris?
Right. So we have Kim. We know Kim is the stem, right? We all know in this case it means black, right?
Yeah.
And now we're going to make a locale out of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we put the bread loaf on it because most toponyms, not all, but most toponyms we agree are feminine, right? Not all.
I don't agree with that. I know about the abstract T, but my research don't let me agree. But keep going.
Okay. So in this case, this T, this feminine marker is for a location, right? And then let's make it clear. The Egyptians said, well, let's make it clear that it's some kind of locale or location. So we're gonna put the Nuit symbol on it. So it's not to be read Kemet Nuit, like some people used to do 20 years ago, right? There was people going around saying this said Kemet Nuit. But we know now, we know better that this is just what? A semantine, right? It's just a classifier, right? It's giving us the semantic value or meaning of this word. So we could say that this is a location or a city, right? So it's not 2 words, right? And it has a phonetic complement on it of the owl, because we know by itself the I6 glyph is KM, right? So that's just a phonetic complement. So in and of itself, it's not a word. The M, the owl, used here is not a word. We know it can be used as a word. It can be negation. It can be a preposition, right? But in this case here, though, it's just a phonetic complement.
Now hold on, though.
Wait, hold on. So now
we got the fight.
No, first of all, stop. So we're looking at someone put the feminine T, right? So I don't know who put the feminine T.
No.
Wait,
Whose
what
work
do you
did
mean?
this come from? Wait,
This is
No,
my
I'm gonna tell you.
slide. This is
Whose
my
work?
slide.
Showing it to you.
Whose work? Who? No, let me talk.
No, we're gonna go to
Whose
the
work is
dictionary.
this?
This is my slide, but I'm gonna just go to the
Yeah, but
dictionary and make it
It's your
easy.
slide.
but look, I
Okay,
got
wait,
I got an easy
It's
fix for this
Reggie's
stuff.
turn. Hold on, listen to Reggie.
Thank you
Go ahead.
so much. So, because I have the Newitt symbol there, it could be an agreement. It also could be
Agreement.
with the
Yeah,
Newitt
because
symbol.
it has to be a phonetic complement. It has to agree.
So now things
So-
agree with determinatives.
So I think what Reggie is saying is that the word nuit in and of itself is feminine. It has a T at the end. Is that what you're saying, Reggie?
Yeah.
So well, if you put the people as a determinative, how does that change things?
But hold on though. Nuit is when we want, just like you said, we don't say nuit no more. I don't get it.
Right.
That was, so we know that word ain't said there, right? So we not matching the gender of something that's unsaid, because if they say it out their mouth, they don't need to match the gender or nothing. You see what I
But
mean?
look at that Kemet right there below where your cursor
Right, but
is.
so it could be a collective. It also could be a collective. It could be agreement,
Collective
right?
now.
Or and the feminine T is really just there for an agreement, right?
Go to this Kemet right here.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm with
Yes,
you,
Reggie, I heard
Reggie.
you. Yes.
So, okay, I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
So look, then this one don't got the M,
That one
Asar.
right there.
Is this a different
Exactly.
word?
So it says Black Land Egypt.
Right.
That's the one I want you to go to.
Is this a different word than the one we're analyzing when it has an M in it?
Nope.
It depends on the syntax, but
Oh
here
my gosh.
we're
It
talking
don't depend
about
on the
city.
syntax.
So, well, that's what I'm saying. We're talking about the city. So here, no. So this is why I'm saying in Metal Nature, what is this saying exactly? This is what we all need to confound upon.
In
They're gonna
Metal-
say Egypt. They're gonna mess it up.
In
So when we
Metal
put
Nature, it say the black to me. I mean, it don't even say the.
It say black, huh?
It say
Yeah.
black. That's what it say
Black.
to me.
Right.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah,
No.
no, black as it alludes to a city or a location. Right.
So you saying with the M is saying black in the city, like the people in the city?
No,
Black?
No, he's saying the city, not the people.
No, I'm talking about with the cat with the owl at it.
I'm sorry. Yes, let you say
No,
what you say.
we're coming to an agreement on how it works, because the owl is a different word by itself. But when you put it together with Kemet, they're saying it's a phonetic complement, so it complements the M.
All right, let's just go in on this because, man, you keep saying that, so let's show people what you mean. I'm going to just Google the M, right? Now, everybody know he ain't wrong saying it ain't its
Preposition, there
own
it
word.
is.
But look.
Right, so preposition, as I pointed out.
No,
And what
everybody who read the first page, we all know that's a preposition. All I'm trying to demonstrate is you saying it's a word, so I'm trying to demonstrate your options, right? That because at least the word has been defined, hasn't it? So which one of these is the M in Kemet? That's all I'm asking.
The only, like I said, it could be the blacks in the city. It could be blacks of the city.
Oh, but what about the T?
Is a word, huh?
What about the final T? So there's a Chem.
That's why I'm saying it would just be a feminine in some manner of sorts. The question is how, because this is a word without question, and it's a preposition without question. So anybody who was disagreeing with that earlier, no, this is the case. In that word and how it's put together, this is remember the other day I was saying we need to look at Kemet and see how that fits together.
No one, I know, everyone in this chat who knows the Metal Netter knows that this is a preposition. So I would bet that no one ever disagreed with that. What we're saying, what we're saying is in this word. We say in this word it's only a letter. That's what I said letter to be simple. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's the second consonant in this. That's what they call a phonetic complement. So we all agree with you that's a preposition. And you saying it's the preposition in, I'm with that. So you know how prepositions work, right? They connect. No. Yeah, you do. I'm just saying it for the people. So if this was being connected to what, the T, because we can't just skip over the T and say it's being connected to the Niut symbol. That ain't how it works. So
Brother Jonathan.
Yes.
Brother Jonathan.
Here's my hold up real quick, brother. So here's my other thinking, because you see Kemet spelled like this, and you also see it spelled with the phallus, which is mit. So I don't know how they're breaking it down in particular, but because I keep seeing those and I see the KMM, and if we just look at this and say, okay, they also spell this with the phallus and say Kim Black, this in or of, this T is the complement because of the term mit, and you got the Nowit sign city. It'd be blacks in the city or blacks.
Also, the T could be the complement on wit, but the M can't be the complement on I6. I mean,
that would be a little more difficult, but show us another example of it in the NISP.
An example of what?
Of M being a complement to something as a NISP.
Huh? Oh, what? So wait a minute.
I said this was a NISP.
This is.
It's not a NISP.
This ain't a NISP, bro.
Right, it's not a NISP.
You're not saying it's a NISP now? That's what y'all said.
No,
earlier?
it don't. The NISB got the E on the end when I say it's a NISB, but let's hear what Chris said.
Yeah, no. I think he's saying that the word in the glyphs we saw was Kememi, but not this word that Smash got before us. No, this is not a NISP.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, Chris. Let me ask you, Chris. Can you hear me?
Hey, you're loud and clear.
Okay, Chris. The bird that we're looking at in the owl in question here, M. Would it also? How do you say C? Isn't it spelled with the M like ma?
How do you say what?
Like to look, to see.
It's a couple of words. You get the word pater means to see or to look. And later Egyptian, then in Middle Egyptian, you got the word ma'a. Not the word ma'at. Not the word ma'at, but the word ma'a. Yeah.
But that M would be how you would start the spelling of it with the owl M?
Yes. No, they use the sickle. They use the sickle and the half blunt symbol.
Okay, okay.
Statue
and the eye.
Yeah.
So, yeah, with this, show M as a phonetic complement for any other word. This is.
Wait. I know you're not really saying that. You said show you.
That's what he said.
Yeah, show M as a phonetic complement to another.
All right, so
word.
any word that I will give you. I'm about to do it. Right, it's just not a big deal.
I'm gonna say this. Can you go back to the can you just help me out so I can do some research, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you go to the papyrus and can you tell me what chapter this phrase is in the papyrus so I can look it up?
Let's see. This ain't the papyrus, you mean this right here?
Well, yes.
Now actually from the source, I saved this in the name of the picture.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So, but this is deleting, huh?
Yeah, no, I know the title. I just need to know what chapter because there's different books. So
when it say page 285.
What's that? 17.
No, I
17.
see 285. You don't understand what I'm saying.
He means 17, right?
Let me just talk.
Go ahead.
Let me just talk.
Go ahead.
Right? There are several books that go over this text. This is one. The problem with this particular text is it's a demotic text. It's not showing me the demotic. It's just straight French. So I need to know what chapter so I can look at the text that shows the demotic.
Right here. Ain't that it?
Yeah, chapter, I said chapter 10, that's chapter 15, 16, 17. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so let me see if I can find it in because chapter one of the things I saw some errors earlier, not just little errors that we have to think about. One is I needed to find out that it was a demotic text. So while you was talking, I was looking. I found out it was a demotic text. So then I know there's different characters. Yes, Chris?
Nope, I ain't said nothing. Oh no, it's picking up background noise. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So then when we was looking at that obscure that obscure character, right? Then I realized, okay, that's not standard Middle Egyptian. That must be a Demotic character. Okay. So then now I need to go back and see that phrase in Demotic, right? Because I just need to see that phrase in Demotic. Now, where we went was something else if we're looking at Middle Egyptian, but if we go back to that original term that we was looking at, right, where we went off in Middle Egyptian, it might mean something one way, but in later it may mean there may be some other rules. So I'm not so sure. So now, okay, so I'm gonna try to find chapter 10 of this phrase, and thank you for letting me interrupt, but I do think I'm a little helpful, right? As far as methodology, a little helpful.
Cool. All right, we got it right here. So you ready to give up on that one, Nassar? Here's the term Tim as a negative verb.
Don't be cheating. Yep, there it is.
Determinative.
Determinative.
The
M. No.
It's
a negative verb.
It's what he asked me to demonstrate.
It's a negative verb.
So hold on, let's go slow. When we look at this, they're defining what the whole word is. Remember, we just analyzing. He's told me to show him M in a phonetic complement position. Y'all don't remember?
Yeah.
So yeah, this don't got nothing to do with what we try. He want to see a M as a phonetic complement. He's saying that this is a whole word.
Well, it is a word, but as it pertains with this particular word that the M is found in as an ideogram that's becoming a letter, not by itself, this would be correct. So Smash would be right on this point here.
M is the owl is a determinative.
No.
The owl is part of the word. You see the sled thing in front of it? This is like, this is the word Tim. And then behind it, you have a bread loaf and an owl to pronounce it again, basically. It's like Tim.
So that bread loaf is intended to be exactly. And then the M is intended to be behind, right?
Hold on. It's two. I mean, the word, the actual TM is two uniliterals. So you got three glyphs. One of those, I mean, we know the T for the half loaf, but one of those M's got to be a determinative, right?
All right, no, let me explain. I'm sorry. We've been talking about some terminology that all of us don't know, and that's the problem. I'll be trying to figure out what's wrong. So when we just saying phonetic complement, somebody should just say, what's that? Because really, I mean, I ain't trying to put the blame on nobody else. But,
I said determinative.
Yeah, but I know what you said. I wasn't referring to you. I'm just talking about, it seems, I'm just going to talk about for the people watching, right? They probably not know what we talking about. And so everybody who know the glyphs, we know this middle glyph, the one in the middle, we know that it is a biliteral. It has two consonants, right?
That's a biliteral, okay.
Yeah, that's ain't that what I said? I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, if I messed up, my bad, but it's biliteral, right?
He called it a uniliteral, but it's a biliteral.
I called it a uniliteral?
No, I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was about to say, I'm tripping. Now look, what's the first consonant of this, what I'm pointing at?
T.
That M, isn't it?
No, it's a T. He's right. So you see the first consonant up here?
The sled is a T?
The sled is a T and an M. It's a biliteral, meaning it got two consonant sounds.
Right.
But see, I ain't got that far yet. So I ain't tripping.
So we getting there right now.
I see what you're doing.
So what he's
talking about that. Yeah, I didn't.
So the head makes the Tim sound. Behind the sled, have the T with the bread loaf above, and you have the owl that makes the M sound. So those two together are also saying Tim. So they're helping you understand this Tim in the front.
Okay, let me help with the decipherment method.
Got
Can I help with the decipherment method? Okay, so we have words like hotep, right? Hotep is the table with the bread loaf, right? When decipherment, they didn't know what that meant until they saw the other symbols. So the other symbols, the T and the M, help us understand what that glyph is in this case. So if you understand what I'm saying, so when you have, sometimes they would just write the table and the bread loaf. We know, like in a Hotep Dinosut. So in Old Kingdom, you don't have, you just have symbols. Later, or not later, but at some point, we also find associated symbols that were uniliterals that helped us know what these symbols might sound like in our convention of transliterations. So in this particular case, this Tim has all the ingredients, right? They'll let us know what the sledge looks like, right? And that was just part of the decipherment method. Now, so in this particular case, right, it's Tim. Well, and the owl helps us understand what the M part is. Otherwise, we wouldn't know.
The final consonant on the middle glyph,
Okay,
right?
thank you. All right. Yeah, thank you so
Keep
much.
going. I just wanted to make sure that's
No,
what you're
no,
talking about.
I'm finished. So for the people who are not, how can I say, who are just listening, right? We would never know what this sound like, right, in our convention of transliterations if we didn't have the associated uniliterals. So the half loaf is a uniliteral, and so is the owl. So this actually helps us to understand what this, how this might sound to be a biliteral. We didn't know at first it was a biliteral. We didn't know, right? So now we have other information from other texts that helps us know that this is in fact a biliteral. Otherwise, we would not know. You couldn't know the sign without the uniliterals. I'll stop.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, you know, as a learner, so I see. Okay, so basically, we know. Well, I know what the bread loaf and the owl was.
Good.
But I did not know what that was at the bottom.
Good.
But okay,
See?
so bam.
Hold on, James. Not to cut you off. That's why they did it, James.
Uh-huh.
So
now,
if you're trying to figure out what that's in the middle, read the top one and the one behind it, and it lets you know.
Yeah, got it.
But I would have thought,
yo, genius. The ancestors, they was on their game, like, yo, we're gonna make sure y'all can get this.
But I would have thought that would have had another, but even though they got TM there, I would have thought that would have had another sound to it. But yeah, it's clear now.
Look at this. Look at this.
That said uniliteral, but yeah, that's clearly a biliteral.
Y'all see the other renditions? Now, what's happening with this one? Yeah, but it's still based on the Tim, right? They just know it's a ooh and something else there. But what you notice is they left off the second phonetic complement, and that's just sometimes a choice of the of the scribe.
Like abbreviation, like you told.
Pleasing. It's what makes the aesthetics come out.
So that's why we see Kemet sometimes without that M.
Mm-hmm.
Further letting us know it's just a phonetic complement.
Or without the T.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bill. Regardless.
Can I show you something? I just want to show you something, and so I haven't found it yet, and maybe somebody will find it when I give you this source. So this is a source, and I'll go back and lay it down. I'm just listening, but is it loading? Okay, great. So, yeah, it's coming up. So this is the same papyrus, right? And the difference is that it helps us with the demotic. If you look at it, it helps us with the demotic, right? It helps us with the demotic. So this is what was rendered out when it was transliterated into the meta-netra from the demotic, right? And these things help us, the strokes and stuff in demotic helps us to understand, helps us to understand what And so, but I'm just saying that there were several books. So don't know.
285, 285, I think it is.
I tried that. See,
it wasn't there.
This is another book.
Oh, click the title. I mean, you could go down to the author's name, and then all his other works will pop up right there.
Should be at the bottom. Yeah.
Right, but another author, right? So let's just see. Let's just do what you say because I can follow. Okay, so this is yikes. Okay, in this particular case, this
right over to the left under the title. Click that on his name and see if other books pop up about him.
Talk about
because I don't know if yeah, I don't know if this is the same author.
Oh, okay.
But nevertheless, what I want to give, I'll put this in the chat for you, and maybe we can find this particular title. We moved off on the original point. I just stayed on the original point of trying to figure out what that phrase or city might have meant. But I realized that it was in another time period because I never seen that symbol. So I'll stop sharing and I'll keep listening. But
all right.
Yeah. Okay,
Brent took down one of my probable Kimus. I already knew it was falling because I seen the other Kim meaning what you call it. But if y'all don't want to share something, I want to look at this last one with all of y'all again before I get to going into certain type of discourses. If y'all don't mind. Because after seeing that Hakka construction, that find out it was about the girl. Y'all can see this one. Let's make sure this ain't about the girl before it get cracking. Now, again, this is what a linguist said, and I'm gonna read it, and we can tell if we agree with it from what we know about the grammar. Two versions of the spell is actually three, I think, but two versions of the spell 189G of the coffin text clearly read Hakka Kemet Tepiu Ta. And that can be translated, you have ruled Egypt, which are on earth, which is inconsistent as far as number agreement is concerned. If one translates Kemet as Egyptians, and he's doing this on purpose to show what to show, but he said if one translates Kemet as Egyptians rather than Egypt, the plural agreement of the phrase Tepiu is consistent with that of Kemet as a plural noun. Now, that's interesting because people say Kemet ain't a plural noun, but we got to keep on. It says, this interpretation is consistent with that of the lacunary, I hope I said that right, lacunary, whatever, versions of the spell. Those reconstructions appear to have meant to be read, Hakka Enek Kimu Tepi Ta. Y'all heard them oohs that I stress shows agreement. Now it says, in this case, the reference to Egyptians rather than Egypt is more explicit. Since the word for Egyptians, Kimu, and it's a reconstruction on the text we're looking at, that's why I put the little thing next to it, is directly derived from the root Kim rather than from the word Kemet. So that's important, that this Kimu is directly derived from the root Kim rather than from the word Kemet, that the plural of the word is marked by the more ambiguous plural marker, ooh. He says, so he's going with that plurality, and that the word's reference to humans is expressed by the classifier. Okay? So again,
that's what me and you said
so
on
that
the show.
means the determinant.
Yeah, that's
the classifier. Is that the
yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's another language thing to determine.
We on point.
So let's look at it again, and let's hear from Asar. Go ahead, Asar. Start over.
Well, we said this on the show before. Remember when we were discussing it, and I was saying I think that Kim is the root, and Kimu comes from Kim as opposed to coming from Kemet. And he's saying exactly that.
He's definitely saying that. Now let's let him finish these words, and then we're going to try to see y'all analyze this. He says, if these reconstructions and translations are correct, one would have another instance of the word Kim, Egyptian, and thus further plausible of the etymological meaning of Kemet, Egyptians, as the black ones. Before we start looking, do we find any contention with that breakdown, or is there something wrong with that?
Except for who's the source? Who's the source? Who's the source?
Oh, he don't want me to say no more. You know how they've been messy.
Okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
you know what's up though.
It's a scholar though.
I know he is, but yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So I say it's the black ones. This has been our hypothesis the whole time. So he's confirming it. I can't even. It brings tears to my eyes.
Well, the question is, we got to see what flaws. I mean, this be poke hole sessions. I don't be trying to trust me. I respect y'all a lot, right? And if the cats who can't get it in, then they just some noodles. But if you can show where I'm in error, that is you getting honors from me. So I'm just saying it like that. I don't be feeling like, because I don't want to go to nobody and be a doofus. You feel me? Thinking I'm hella right, and y'all could have told me, but my attitude is the type of attitude that don't accept correction. I'm definitely not trying to be that.
You already know.
But right here, we got one, man. I'm sorry, man.
And you beat this up and this is because I'm telling you how they're going to attack it. I could already see it. And you beat it up last time, and you was doing your show, I think, earlier, when it says at the very last column, which is on the far left for everybody, it says Heka in Ek Kemet. And then it has Tepiu Ta. So those genders, as Chris had pointed out, are in conjunction with each other. And go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying though, they in conjunction if we agree that there's some type of plurality in this type of Kemet right here. Because if we don't, we see a feminine T and then a U chick, and this I don't know what would they have feminized Tepiu, Chris? They would have had to, right?
Well, in this case, since so Tepiu, so remember to the left hand, so this Tepiu Ta begins a prepositional phrase, right? This is a compound preposition, so it doesn't necessarily have to agree in gender with the word that's before it.
But it got to agree in number.
Yeah, but it has to agree in number though, right? Because
so number's more important than gender.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but
number is closer to the root than gender.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's higher priority when, coming out of our mouths. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
You don't have to say Tepiu Tepti. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to, right? Yeah, you don't have to say it that way.
Well, I do see some not scary, but I understand what's going on, because since we got the whole statement made here, these are just reiterations. But if we notice, somebody could point to the three strokes and the man down here and try to associate. I know the grammar, they'll be doing it wrong, but they'll be trying to associate the plurality of the Tepi U to the fact that it's a man down here and the three strokes. You see what I'm saying?
That's people though. Yeah, he would.
Right. So remember,
that gives us more information. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 renditions. So we know that Kemet is more than a place, right? It's more than a place, and because you have the kind of the Shepshu, right? The Shepshu, the people, a person. So this gives us a lot more information, saying that it's people, a place of people, rather than it's just a location.
Let me help you on your thing, Reggie. Right. And not only people, but honestly, if we read this correct, these people are some type of a class above just the commoner. Because notice how he represented himself here, I'm saying whoever represented him, they used a glyph that is reserved for a type of divinity. That's then when they went down here to the Kimu, they used the same glyph. But when they say those who are upon the earth, look, they just went to that. So they like, nah, y'all not like the Kimu, basically. That's how I'm reading it, but hey, I mean, we could. That's
this actually is brilliant. It helps, and it gets rid of the people who don't know any metal nature, who just coming up with like random thoughts They just can't, they run, oh, magic metal nature. But here you have 5 cases, right? And you have that beautiful hierarchy of a person with the beard, and then you have the more
Hey, Lord Albert ain't no agent, Audio Osiris. And that was, and shout out to you. I'm glad that I got to make your acquaintance. You see me in the town, say that was me talking, and we gonna laugh and kick it. But Lord Albert is far from an Asian family. Even if you disagree with him, that's Naeem. When I asked Naeem where he was from, he answered way quicker than you, Audio Osiris. So I'm gonna keep it a buck. And that ain't no disrespect either. But yeah, he like, what? I'm Big Nye from, I remember all that. Remember Lord Albert about 10 years ago? So give him his respect. Don't be calling people agents because we disagree. And shout out to you too, Audio Osiris. I appreciate your support. So let's keep this.
Hold on, Smash, before you get up off of this, I'm lost right at the T. How is that a T right there?
Where right here? Oh, this T.
No, not that one. What is it? No, okay, I'm talking about
down here.
Go to the last one, number 5.
Number
under
5.
the town, the Tepu.
So
like,
this is a
T
so that is the face turned to the side is a T, and you see a P under it. So you know it's I mean it's TP. I'm sorry.
I need to see that.
That's a biliteral.
So
somewhere else, because I can't make that out.
We about to help you. Think of a side profile of a face, but he got a little beard on him.
Mm-hmm.
A face turned to the side. But
yeah, this is kind of blurry. I'm gonna look.
Oh, okay, I can't make it no bigger. Oh yeah, I know, can. Right. Yeah, I can. Look, you don't see a face side profile, bro.
No, show him the glyph.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're right.
He's writing this. Scribe is writing.
Yeah, that's what's throwing me out.
Yeah, the scribe is writing. Listen, don't talk. The scribe is writing in meta nature, but it's a more of a cursive meta nature that has hieratic elements. So this writer, and it's good that he does this because it helps us a little bit with hieratic. So Smash is going to show you right now. Tap.
Okay.
Goes right there.
You see that face now? No, don't look at the European version they put into the computer. I'll be hating.
Okay,
that.
What's with the line behind his head?
Now, this really a head right now.
That's a stroke.
And this one is really the top. Yeah, single stroke. I mean, you know, now honestly, they always seem to use the single stroke on tap though, right? It's hard to see a tap, too many taps without one though. Let's see if it's on the one that we look at. Well, there goes some tappy without one. There goes some taps without them. And we're looking at a text with that don't have them, so I'm incorrect. All right, let's look, because this don't got no single stroke behind the head. So now
that's a whole other. That's a word. So when you're looking at the actual biliteral with the stroke, right? That means it is what it is, right? It means what?
Really ahead or really on top?
Ahead, right?
Yeah, but thanks, man. That's what I wanted to know. I didn't want to go past that without it.
Well, let's keep going. So you know, we told you the word is tep, right?
Yeah. I knew it was tep, but I was just trying to figure out. I never seen that as a T. I know what the T's look like.
But what is this?
That's a P.
What is it? What is it? And what's the part of speech, or what is it? You know,
see that I don't know.
We just been talking about it all day. So if this is a biliteral tap, because we know it got a T and a P sound, but we see a P right under it. So should we be reading this P as part of something else, or is this the phonetic complement on this tap? Remember? So we're not gonna say tap ooh. I mean, you know, because we ain't gonna pronounce 2 P's basically.
Yeah, got you. So you saying, so now hold up. You saying that second P is the phonetic complement, because we already said tep in the first.
Phonetic complements are never spoken. Okay, you already said it with the
with the biliteral.
Yeah, with the tap. Now you don't have to read this tap, then come down here and say tap.
Yeah, just like the other word we was looking at. We didn't have to read.
So look at this. When they come over here, notice he didn't even want to put the phonetic complement. See? So now we see they got the option too, right? He didn't want to put it either.
He just want tepu.
So, but we still read, we still imagine the P because it's both. They're both there, and there's a Y we got to imagine here because of the state of this word. Because
and
it's talking about
behind the head on that one. You know, that as a difference from the other one on the end, he actually did put the stroke. I mean, on that particular line.
Oh, yeah, there's a stroke on this one. I'm glad you noticed that. Stroke on that one, but not. It's just not a stroke on this one.
Word.
Now, this is what I was trying to say earlier. If these are still just, this is just determinative for the people who's on the land. But is somebody going to try to take this further and say this is like Sau? Well, the scholars didn't. What y'all think?
No,
I don't think they would. I mean, I don't see how they could say
Well, then, if that's the case, how does this read the same thing? You know, it's got to be. This is a slight variation.
Yes.
And I never made this variation. I know this, like, what Shapesh or what y'all got for this? This CD, are you? Well, the thing is, he's just a determinative for what word? Because it's tap. We still got the tap, but dude did it different. Like the Uchik is only expressed. Right, yeah. Well, there's no P or no Uchik on this tap, right? But he did put 3 strokes. So, but I see 4 strokes, and so, you know, somebody can say what they see more than me.
Well, ultimately,
I've never.
Sorry.
You
good?
No.
What you were saying, Chris? It's cool.
You know, I was gonna say I've never seen a rendition of Tepiu Ta written like this. I dare to say that this is probably a copy error or an error. Not the seated man, but the arm, the iron arm.
He did put a note number next to it, a 2 and a star. That's what that is over here.
Yeah, I've never seen something like that. But I mean, but it's appropriate though, because it still means beings, right? The whole prepositional phrase Tepiu Ta, right? It still has the same, semantic meaning. Human beings or beings.
So I ain't gonna get beat up if I present this one.
No, I don't think you will.
I want to have a conversation about this one. And I'm not even going into the conversation saying black people. I want to see how a epigraph is like a person who really deal with this text. What problems does this text present for you?
Check his grammar rules and see exactly where he sits with the gender, the number, and the plurality in this. That would be the only, because I know that's where they're going to try and go. Because you ain't got nowhere else to go, because everything else say black. So you
now, how do we say this without saying black people? I'm not trying to be politically incorrect. If it say it, say it. But I'm trying to probe other options to what that's saying right there. Especially since we came up with the other one and it came out to be complete with the same Haka NF construct right before it or whatever.
I guess you could try to say, so for example, let me play devil's advocate here. Right?
Yeah.
So the first column, right, clearly, right, just in the glyphs now, right, it has the word Kemet there. Right. So one would say, you have ruled the Egyptians, right? Those beings who are up on the land, or those people who are up on the land, right? So then I guess you could say in the second column, the word Kimu, I guess you could try to use the word inhabitants who are up on the land.
But I will ask you, where's the plurality first on that Kemet right there? He's going to say it don't have to be there?
Right, and I was going to say, I was just about to say that, right? Since the phrase, the adjectival, I'm sorry you got messed up. The prepositional phrase that comes after it actually takes care of the plurality. Or you could say, well, the word Kemet there, it's plural. It could be Kimut.
So that's what I'm saying. So someone would argue that is Kim Ut. Then they would put the W closer to the root, right? Then it'd be Kim Wet.
Yep, or Kim Wet or Kim Ut.
So that'd be the first time somebody argued that, right? I mean, do we got other instances of Kim Wet?
John was telling us. He was
no, that's how it would occur, but have we seen it?
Right. That's how it would occur.
I've never seen no Kim Wets.
Yeah.
Right. But you're right. That's how grammatically. That's how you would plural. The plural, then the gender will come. It will be WT.
So then they're going to admit that Kemet is not a singular collective. Or wait, right? Because they say masculine singular, right?
Yeah, Chris. What book is that has the grammar rule? Is that P. Allen with the wits as opposed to
What else had Hotch has his nice. Hotch has a table of the how you pluralize, how you decline substantives. Yeah, he has a whole table. It's pretty nice too, because it's just like you could follow it like with your eye, like a grid. I don't know if Allen has it. Probably not. I don't remember seeing it in Allen, but I know Hotch has it though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure Hotch has it.
The people who don't know, there are different grammar books. Hotch gives a grammar book. You can Google Middle Egyptian and Hotch, and then that will help you know what he's talking about. So there are different grammar books, and so there's Gardner grammar book, and then there is Hotch, and then there are others, but people go between usually Gardner's book, right, and then Hotch. So that will help you. I know this is for some people who are just kind of joining. These are all complicated, and we try to simplify it for you. When we argue amongst ourselves, we're not simplifying for you. We are actually arguing amongst ourselves, trying to figure out what is the source, what source are we coming from? So you hear all these crazy English grammatical words, but for the people who do more advanced grammar stuff like Chris, it helps, and then Smash, and then Asar, and I'm the lowest on the totem pole when it comes to grammar, but I can read. Anyway.
Well, grammar is something I deprioritized when I first started learning, but now, I mean, I wish Ujahu was around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's...
No,
y'all gotta stop being haters. You can mess up and be wrong on some shit and still have a body of knowledge on some other shit. Like, cut it out.
Back and said what he said.
I'm grown. I'm 59. I don't have to cut it out. I don't have to.
All
cut it
right,
out.
man. How do you receive cut it out? That's just saying stop
You
it,
my
bro.
dude. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, it's not nothing harsh. It's just like cut it out.
Hey, Chris,
I'm grown.
I feel you.
When you translate that, can you translate it without using the word Egyptians?
Yeah.
Okay. So go.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do.
Yeah. I'm not gonna let the dude say Egyptians because I'm gonna talk about the anachronism.
Right. Smash. Right.
So do each line like you were getting ready to do. So commit to you, or you were saying come wet, but I don't get that. But commit to you.
So what I was saying was I was saying that you could try to say you have ruled the inhabitants.
Nah, you messing that up, Chris. Come on.
But it says black though.
Now you being liberal and making it a TU.
Right, you doing it in inhabitants.
But it is a TU, right?
It ain't no TU, no. It's just Kemet. See, our whole point is this. Let's let Patah feel this. We got a Kemet that is showing they talking about the people, and we can't let them add nothing on else to it because it's written like this. Because then they can say, nope. It should be a Niut sign here. You know what I'm saying? But he has ruled Kemet, who are upon the earth. That ain't no city.
Oh, so that Tepiu is not part of the Kemet?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not part of the Kemet.
Okay.
It's related to it, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, cool. Okay.
And that's why, thank you so much for the pause. That's why I don't want to hear from Ujawu, because Ujawu would be messing it up.
Dude, he'll mess up repairing, and we beat that. I won that argument. See, I didn't win that argument because I know the grammar better than Wu. No, I been knew that. Like, it's not that. Y'all just wrong on some shit, and you ain't about to be able to demonstrate. Well, I'm talking about, I knew he wouldn't be able to demonstrate that, and that's why he fell back on the repairing thing. That was a very good conversation for the community, but you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater, Reggie. Like, come on, you saying nothing that he said was useful? I don't know.
No, his grammar, I always said his grammar is great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But in this conversation, in this type of conversation, he would mess it all up because he would defy all the rules to prove his point.
But that's true, kind of true. I seen him go to some extents I thought he wouldn't go to. And then some of that stuff don't go well if you go listen back to it. You be like,
but now look at this though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Tepi, yeah, not TU.
If you cross out the two far columns, and you showed those two Ujawu, right? Cross out the two far columns.
The two left columns, you mean?
Oh yeah, the two. Well, no, the one on the far left and the one on the far right.
All right, yeah.
Oh, okay, the middle. Keep the middle three.
I'll keep the middle
Right, the middle three, and that's it. You cross those out, right? And you ask to translate the rate and translate that, right? I mean, the problem is my eye keeps going over to the column with the word Kemet in it.
Mm-hmm.
Had I not been tainted and just saw the middle three, my first instinct would be to probably translate it as the blacks.
That's what it say.
Right, but you can't. The problem is, Chris, you know the rules. They would say it's incomplete because the part scratched off. So
no. Just for the class, Reggie, the reconstruction is completed in the book by Seth. So they can't say that. You see the star right here?
Yes.
At that star, he tells them that this is a Uchik right there. So they did. So keep going.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right, and you can see the column next to it, right? It's clearly a Uchik. Yeah, Uchik right there. And then with that seated deity, with that seated man right there, it's kind of hard to wiggle around.
But the seated man, I know. And then when you got the ruler got the same class of man as the people. Man, come on now. He's saying, and they better than these people down here. I don't think y'all want to see that, but y'all can see this is a commoner determinative. That those who are on the earth, that's commoner. But I don't know. Because Kimmel are actually on the earth. It says he has ruled the Kimmel, those who are upon the earth. So I'm just saying, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that last seated man on the tie is kind of like a generic.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
right?
generic.
It's already established that he's some kind of he's divine, right? So that's already established, right? Because column two takes care of that. Because column 2 uses the seated the Shapes glyph.
There's people that do this work to actually find this, to help you find this, right? Unless you found it.
No, I did not find that.
But that's some. I gotta give so much credit for somebody to say, you know what? I've read this in the Medu Neter. Let me just show you this example, right, to help you out. Man, I'm just so glad we have people that can do this. But let me go back to my BS Smash. Negro gonna do 9 hours trying to prove that that the humans ain't cattle, right? And I'm supposed to 9 hours, a line on me, and I'm supposed to do what? I'm supposed to do what? Lying for 9 hours. Okay, I'll stop.
Well, it was an erroneous correction. Some of the worst things, they don't wear well for history. Because you could go back and watch a whole video with somebody trying to correct something and they was wrong.
9 hours.
Now, to be clear, as a lay person, I don't want to brush over this too harshly or too quickly. So we got Kemet and then we got Kemu interchangeably, where we know that Serge Sauneron said, in order, if the Egyptians would have said blacks or black people, they would have said Kemet or Kemu. Clearly, this right here, which is it shows each line identical almost. One says Kemet with the Niyut symbol. One says Kemet without the Niyut symbol. One we can clear. Well, you said it was translated, so we can clearly state that one says Kemu, or 3 say Kemu, which would say blacks. Kemet with the Niyut symbol would say blacks, or black city of the blacks.
Well. I just want to inject on that part. This is giving us more. To me, it's giving me more evidence that the 049 is representative of the people who stand on top of that intersection. I'm saying this is what I looked up. It don't get used unless y'all can cite this. I asked Jay Mill. He's very good with this. Name a necropolis that got the 049. You want to know why they don't got them? Because the people, necropolis, like
they don't have a
Valley of the Kings, any place where they bury the dead. I did limited research on that, and I'm finding the one places I found they don't have a 049 glyph.
Wait, Smash. Did you mean like a necropolis as in cemeteries?
Yeah, I meant cemetery. I didn't mean Valley of the. Yeah, I said Valley of the Kings. That's where they got buried, right?
Yeah,
I thought you meant like a city or like
your necropolis, like a
area.
cemetery, or any place where the people are deceased.
Okay.
You're like a great cemetery. They don't mark cemeteries with 049s or places like that. And then look, check this out though. Go look up a ruin or a place like what would be synonymous with a ghost town. And it's it's basically the striking stick, the stinging stick. But what I see it as the X inside of the 049 without the circle around it. Because we're not I'm gonna show you what I mean. Y'all can say that this is a stretch, but if you saying that it's desolated and ruined, and Professor Wang said that the circle around the 049 is representative of the city walls, well, this is probably why they would write an X without a circle on it to represent ruins. Let me see, R-U-I-N-S. But now, again, it's a stretch. I don't even think Gardner got that X in the same category, but that wouldn't matter. You know how ancient Egyptians was. If it looked like the same thing, they use it. So
I was going to say in Gardner's grammar, the nude symbol as a part B of the definition, it does allude to people.
Okay.
Or the populace, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so if they ain't there, they ain't gonna really 049 it, is what I'm saying. Right. And I the way I see it is like, you know how cities develop, right? If you ever been camping in just open unpopulated camping, what's it called? Undeveloped camping. Somebody set up the first plot, bro. Like, then you go support that plot and you start building onto it. And I'm saying, I think it's representative of the initial intersection or the downtown. You know how we represent that now? Just all I'm saying, but I could be wrong.
Administrative center. Are you saying that it has an administrative center in it?
Yeah. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. But put it this way: even a ghost town wouldn't take on an 049. Like I've been trying to look, like, see if I can find something that wasn't inhabited no more to them, but I only found it with an X under ruins. So when we go back to what we're analyzing, Patah, I was saying that this might be an instance of the opposite, to where we can use this to show, the person who wrote this, or the artist who wrote these, who was duplicating the text, knew that he could write a 049 here, and his people would still be thinking about the people, just like he's supposed to be thinking in all of the other texts, or in the other three at least.
Excellent example. To the scholar that found this, to specialize and drill down to this point, we are really, really thankful, because people can't really get around it and try to make it make the 049 something away from the people, right? A populace, right? And then change the whole word of Kemet with not understanding how this phrase can be also seen in other texts, in other examples. So this is really just a teaching tool. This is a whole chapter. This whole thing right here is a whole chapter. Huh? And the worst thing is then to summarize it and use this faulty word Egyptians, right? Instead of using Kemet or Kemul, right? To take the blackness out of it, right? So I love that they use Egyptians to kind of ignore the fact that they're talking about sacred people, and this helps me a lot. But the sacred Black people, and this helps me a lot. But I'm working on killing this concept of Egyptian, right? But that's another story.
What you got coming?
I just want to kill Egyptians. Let's tell it to you real quick. Of course, I mean, Herodotus called the people Melicros. And we went over some of those other terms from Mycenaean Greek and stuff like that. So
you mean you want to demolish the term Egyptians? Because you know they'll
yeah, I
take
want to
these sound
determine
bites.
and then doing that, demolish the nation state called Egypt, which is a Greek word, and say and using that to say that the people that was before them was the people of the nation state, right? No, they have a different ethnicity. Modern day Egypt is coming from a Greek word or Greek invasions of the people, having nothing at all to do with the ancient people, right? That they call Egyptians. So they're using this fake parallel. We're Egyptians, so that these other ancient people must be Egyptians. That's not true. These other people were Africans who had a particular ethnicity that you don't have. Anyway, sorry.
That's funny.
Reggie,
I'm listening.
got a question for you.
Yes.
Do you ever think during the course of the history that the word used to describe the people from the area some point in history?
You have to say it again.
Your mic.
Blacked out. I didn't hear all that you said. Say it again.
Do you think, is there any point in the history that land where Egyptians would be appropriate? Ancient wise. So, before the Arabs. Do you think there's a time where Egyptian would be appropriate?
Only during the time of the Greek period.
Yeah, during the Demotic period, to me, Reggie, during the Demotic period, Egyptian is appropriate. Because Homer popped up at 800 BC saying Egyptian, right?
Yeah.
It's just not it's not appropriate when the people didn't use the word.
Okay. It wasn't a what's the name that you name yourself? Yeah, it wasn't somebody else gave him that name. So you're right.
Right. So then that destroys. That's what the Bible stuff does, and all of this stuff. Egyptology is fake because it came from a period where they were looking at the Greek viewpoint, right? The Greek viewpoint, right? It wasn't even looking at the Persian viewpoint, and they weren't looking at the viewpoint of the people. So now we have the ability to read what the people wrote about themselves, and they weren't calling themselves no damn Egyptians. And until we get rid of that, we can't force them to say no, these are African people, right, with a particular ethnicity, and they can speak for themselves, and we don't need we don't need your damn viewpoints because we can read the text. It was a time when we couldn't read the text. Now we can read the text. So we don't need you to thank you for your help with the primaries, and thank you for your help with some of the translations. But every time you put in Egyptians, you're still taking that land out of Africa, right? And putting it in your own context, right? Because Herodotus called them Melicros, which you could say black skin, but really black footed. So when they called it Melicros, black foot, they said these people had black feet, and then they got to this bullshit of fertility because the land was so fertile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Right. And so now that's where they come up with the goddamn fertility because their feet is black. Like we're reading idiots who they're calling masters of civilization, the Greeks. We're reading idiots, right? And then but they want to avoid the Hepsed festival, and they want to avoid the consecration of the land by the Apis bull or the Hep bull. They want to avoid that shit to keep alive the bullshit. So now when we read about the concentration of the field where you're letting the black bull run, right? And he's copulating in the field and he's pooping, right? He is fertilizing the field, not the damn black silt. The black silt is a donor, but Happy is a donor, not the black silt. It's Happy that's the donor, and it's the Apis bull is the donor, but it's not the damn black silt and the black-footed ones. Thank you so much.
Reggie, Smash, Asar, and the rest of the, I got another question for you all. As a location, would the word Kemet be closer in relation to the black soil or wetness, water?
Well, you said as a location?
Yes, when used as a location, is it closer to meaning of black fertile soil? And I'm saying that on purpose.
Yeah.
black fertile soil or water or wetness.
No, more people.
Those options, the options are limited. I would even say, from their perspective, as a locale, I would think it was wetness. Let me just say why. Because they had to be along the Nile River, right?
Right.
And then they called it Osiris. And so I think that's what the Kemi is. I can't form no thesis on that because I ain't found nothing behind it. But Osiris was Kemi before Kemet was Kemet. Right. Who else think it was silt or wetness? I just want to go with wetness. But when I look for evidence of it being the silt, but they keep being overwhelmingly negative about the flood, as if, like, you know, when it rain out here and it flood, we don't be hella juiced. But they texts don't really seem to show that they was juiced either. But I'll surrender. Who else?
Mine is real quick, and maybe I can make the store. But here goes. Kim is always associated with, almost always associated with sacred black coming from the Apis bull. So it's always connected to, it's almost always connected to that, right? So it's not connected. If it, again, Happy is a donor, right, of fertility, right? Happy, right, is a donor, not the soil. The soil has to be consecrated. They don't believe that the soil is sacred unless it's consecrated. So the consecration comes from Happy and it comes from Kim. It has to be consecrated. That's what makes it sacred.
Now, y'all still see my screen? We're going to end the show like this. This has been a long one.
Yeah,
Hold on.
that's your.
Have y'all still see my screen?
Definitely, for sure. Because when you go, like I said, it says the Ka bull ejaculates the noon.
Yeah.
In the
Can y'all just let me know if y'all see the screen?
Okay, I gotta go. I'm gonna see if I can catch the store.
Oh yeah, I'm
stop saying it's mine. Stop. I hate when people do that, when they say that's my thoughts. My thoughts are cited.
Okay.
What you talking about?
I was saying that was your opinion. That was like
No.
Let you do that. I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm 57.
Why don't you? I'm gonna do it.
Look, he's like, y'all about to have an old man fight. Come on.
No, yep, we're about to do it. Smash said everybody say their piece. You said your piece, and you asked for people, did they agree or not? And I mean, I agree. So now I'm gonna say my piece. And Chris said his, or Smash said his piece, and now I'm gonna say my piece.
Chris asked a question.
You said, did everybody agree? You was asking for, for everybody to buy into your opinion. And I did say I do agree with your opinion, but I first stage just say to keep neutral, to keep neutrality. That was your opinion, and here goes my opinion, and everybody doesn't have to agree, and I could cite sources too, but I would say that the Nile River is way more important than the land in the Nile Valley, and then I would say the city that we have come to find out about Kem, it seems to me that those people were not just farmers, they also had husbandry. They had cattle, those cattle seem to be black cattle. And they seem to relate themselves to those cattle and began to divine themselves as a the herd was sacred, and they began to divine themselves as a sacred herd. And that was my opinion. Do you agree? No, I'm kidding.
That's a good opinion. You know, that's his thesis. You know, that's Reggie's thesis.
Okay, well, I'll say
all
this. The land is always more sacred than the river. There are other people who live on rivers.
Well, read the screen, Reggie. Have you read this one before?
No. Oh, let me see.
And I want Chris to dive in on this. We're gonna go out. We're not about to go in. We're gonna just breeze across this. This is the Sun people, the Nehesi Nu Kemet. That is the Sun people, the Southerners in Kemet. See, they don't want to do that. Now, who want to read this and say that? Don't say that.
And the Sun folks are from Heliopolis.
Well, right here they say Nehesi in Kemet. So I'm saying that's south, right? Yep. There you go.
The Nehesi.
You like that, Reggie? You don't like this one, huh?
No,
Reggie?
I love this, but first of all, if you're talking about the cattle, right? Okay, so I did research on that based on what other people say, so it's cited in my paper. So it's the issue. The question was, is the land or the river more important? The question is, it's the land that the people live on, right, that they have made sacred, right? And you can see other terms like Ta-Necha from other groups of people. It's the land that's sacred,
not the water. So that's how you.
Not the water.
Okay,
so
we disagree then.
Right, and so we could go back and forth on that.
You're gonna lose that hella easy.
Huh?
You're gonna lose that hella easy.
I think that's
no. I would agree. I would agree that both are sacred, and without the
they both are sacred. Geb and Osiris. Now, you tell me they walked around hollering about Geb all day like they did Osiris.
Because if my land is dry and detriment, I ain't gonna be happy about my land, even though I can't swim or I can't live on the water forever, without some kind of structure.
Isn't there a hierarchy to the Neteru? I know Geb is higher in the elder than Osiris, but did he have more importance amongst the ancient Egyptians?
But we could argue that all day and say that the Ra is the most important.
Nah,
deity.
you'll get hands put on saying that. I got like 3,000. I'm talking about scholastic ones. I got like 2,800 attestations of people who died and called themselves Wasir.
Yeah, Asar would be the most sacred to the people.
Without the sun, we'd all die.
Ra wasn't even in the statement. Only the kings was being Ra. They had a lock on that. Sa-Ra, the son of Ra. Somebody will throw Ra in their little name or something. You know what I'm saying?
Older than Osiris?
But I'm saying, this is what I mean. When you die, you become real quick.
I agree.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he is. But I'm just trying to say this real quick. When you die, you become Wasir. When you try to incorporate yourself with Ra, you are his son. You the Sa-Ra, and everybody can't be that. That's only like one person at a time almost. Somebody can correct me on that, but
you're right about it.
I think that you're 100% right. What's important to humans is different than what's important to nature. And so what's important to humans, right, is Wasir, right? Now, Geb is important to the world, but the whole world, but not necessarily humans. So you have you have to do the whole Ennead, right? Right. You have Shu and Tefnut, you have Geb, right? Right. And so that's important on another stage. But when you get to the human part, right, then you have Osir, Aset, and in this case, Horus the Elder, right? So in our world, then it's Wasir. Ra is important to the whole world, right? Because guess what? Before humans lived here, other insects and stuff lived here, right? The whole insect animal world. Ra is important to all the river and all that stuff, right? But then they moved away from Ra worship. They moved away from that. So there was a period where, and then they rethought about it. Then they have things like the KMT. They said there had to be an answer even for Ra, right? So that was the Kemenal. And so they restructured themselves. That's called syncretism. But that's the whole point. Humans are just thinking and reordering themselves. Okay, let me go. I'll talk to y'all later.
Before you go, Reggie, you know we in the dojo, and you just boomerang dangered yourself. You said the land was more important than Wasir, and then you just said Wasir is more important than.
Yeah, he needs to go. Let him go get his food, man. Go get your food, Reggie. You going back and forth. You about to bump into the wall in the dojo, bro.
You're not even in the dojo. You somewhere else.
Hold
on.
on.
Peace, brother Reggie.
So let me get my last statements, if I may. If I may share my screen too.
Oh, you got the right.
So we want to look at some of these statements, such as your ancient throne is the mound of Hermopolis. It is from the lake of two Niles that you reach land, where we want to go. Just as you have alighted upon the heavenly cow while grasping her horns. Okay, this is Amun. This is This is Amun right now, declaring his greatness and some of the things that he does concerning and in conjunction with the king. So when Saber Reggie is breaking some of this stuff down, and I ain't gonna hit you with all of it. What was this? This was about the skin. When we mentioned that about the skin, remember, and I'll read it again because I don't want you to forget. It says, he having overturned their forms just as he colored their skin, so that he distinguished their tongues in order to interact. We read this earlier. Just so you know who said this, Sauneron said this. And this is what I'm talking about. Most of them only know Sauneron from the UNESCO book. I've got several works from Sauneron. Sauneron also studied this passage, comparing it to a number of texts from Esna describing the differentiation of skin and languages by the creator God. So when these guys make this type of mistake, it's silly. It shows that you guys really don't know the text, you don't read the text, and you're not familiar with what's in it. Where's the other portion? Where is it at? It's 125. We'll grab that real quick, because in here it talks about the great bull ejaculate on behalf of the beautiful women, things that Saber Reggie breaks down. And this is the great Amun hymn. And it goes in conjunction with Kamutef, right? Your Ba, ram is in Mendes, assembled from the four gods in Ampet. Ithyphallic scarab, lord of the gods, Kamutef, who rejoices inside his heavenly cow. Husband, who procreates through his phallus, you leading her to anywhere you please, namely to your shrine in the Neath-Known. Okay, so it's calling him a bull. It's calling his wife a heavenly cow. But it gets even more distinctive in other quotes, because it starts to say, you, the great bull, who ejaculates on behalf of the beautiful women. And that's in here. All of this was on that video. So I'm telling you, look, Ampet bears your Bahram, you're existing. There is a Banebjed, bull, who ejaculates on account of the beautiful women. You understand? So when Saber Reggie is telling you this, yeah, that's why I said if he would have pulled up this video, it'd have been over. Because there's about 5 to 6 statements in here where it tells you, oh, this great God, and then they're talking about either the God or they're talking about the king, and they're all bulls who ejaculate on behalf of the beautiful women. So don't tell him he's wrong when he tells you it comes from a bull stable, ladies and gentlemen. You need to know that this is the account. This is what's left here. If you go into the text, a lot of y'all don't go into the text. You just kind of hear us go over the text. But if you ever take the time and you start reading stuff like Lord of Strength of the double plums, Lord of the white crown supplied with the flail, Lord of the phallus, which flourishes in its rising, and then they start talking about women and him being a bull, you're going to know exactly what Saber's talking about. Simple as that. I'm done. Go ahead.
That was good. I've been trying to find the source to end it on with. Hey, Moon2, I ain't heard from you all day, family. Peace.
Moon2 in the building.
You been in the whole time?
Yeah, we trying to get Moon2 up in the Discord.
Or why he ain't in there? Send him an invite.
He dropped something in the back chat for you.
Oh, okay.
He had a video. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I thought I mentioned it, though.
Oh, video?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like you got some goats in the back.
Oh yeah, these are like birds or something.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just move away.
No, don't move away.
Yo,
it sounds good. Keep going.
All right, all good. I was at work the whole time, but I was listening in, and there's like a couple of things that you guys discussed, but then I'll just like maybe ask about the last one. Like I'm still learning as well, you know. And you were talking about the Newit cliff like 20 minutes ago. Those cross the X in the circle. You mentioned camping, right? And a lot of the times people say that those are like crossroads, but isn't that like a form of settlement? Isn't that like an old symbol from like, you know, earlier settlements? Where
Yes.
I also think a week ago, I heard a scholar saying those are like logs, not a road, but two logs that are crossed. So everywhere where you have a settlement, like in old times, the first thing you do is set up a fire. Before you open any roads or anything like that, you set up a fire with those logs, and then the circle is how people traditionally sit around a fire to form a settlement. But then because they were moving around, you know, when they leave, the only thing that would be left is like a dead fire, which is just the X without any people around it.
That's
But I don't know, like I'm still learning as well. And it could sound pseudo, but I'll try and find the clip of the scholar that was talking about it.
A scholar really said that?
What culture is that you referencing?
Sorry?
What culture is that you're referencing?
And
Like,
what's
is
the
there
name
several-
and what type of bird is that? What culture are you referencing? And like, do you work at a zoo or something? Like, what bird is that we hear?
Oh no, I actually live like right next to a river.
A river. Do you know, is that
Yeah, so
some
there's, like,
indigenous bird to
birds
your
and
area?
stuff.
Because I never heard one that sound like that.
Moonchu, ain't you in Sudan?
Nah,
I thought you was someplace else. Where you at
I'm
right now?
I'm
Kenya,
from
right?
Zimbabwe.
Oh,
I'm from
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine what that bird looked like.
It's probably like a crow or something.
Oh, like a crow. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll look for the clip where the scholar was saying they're not sure as well. It could be like two crossed logs.
Do you think
And
he
then the
was a
other stuff,
qualified scholar? I mean, do you think he credible, or are you asking us to look at the video and see is what he's saying credible?
oh, the scholar is credible. And I think
Okay,
I
yeah,
saw the clip either on your stream or one of the streams that are like, you know,
Okay, cool.
on YouTube recently.
Word up.
The other fire stuff, that's just my speculation to say like, you know, the first thing you do when you get to like setting up a settlement, you put logs together and you start a fire, and then you have people being like surrounding the logs and stuff like that. That's just my speculation from that little hint that I heard from the scholar. So I'll find the clip and I'll try and come back with that. And then the other thing
That's what you
is
push
the
toward.
whole, yeah, like, do you think those are like logs? Would you suspect
Well,
that those could be logs?
not the 049s. J Mill showed me some photos though. A lot of them painted, filled in with water. But just because that instance shows it, and sometimes doesn't mean it was always like that. And now, one thing we also noticed, I can't verify this. I'm kind of out on the limb, but I'm saying since we know they use symbols that look like other symbols, and they're like kind of like good with wordplay. Well, there's something like symbol play too. If that has an X and it represents something new, and then we find the old version without the circle and the X, and it represents old and desolate, I would ask us to take a look to see if we think there's some type of connection there. Because yes, A ruin is marked with the X without the circle. You feel me?
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll try and look more into that as well and just see what I can find.
And that X is 2 pieces of wood, by the way, in the ruin one, but not in the other one. But I see DQ came in, right? We about to get ready to close it down. So what's up, DQ?
Oh, nothing, baby. I'm just coming in, tapping in with the fam. It's all good, baby.
Word up.
The book. Yeah, everybody bought a book, Exploring Texas Ponds, a Bass Fishing Guide. You know, I got a line of fishing hats coming soon too. I'm whole business, baby.
Man, I didn't even know you. I didn't even know you was a fisherman like that. We're gonna have to get it in one day. I'm an angler,
best
boy.
believe it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No bait, no bait, just lure tackle box. You feel me?
All day.
Yeah, we might do a 3 lure contest. 3 lure contest. What's up?
Let's do that shit.
We can only take your best 3 out there and see who pull them out. You get 2 hours. See how many you pull out.
No, let's do the show, man.
Oh, with the fishing show?
That's with Texas.
Let's do that
Man,
shit.
you know I know some of the best fishermen in California. I need to show you some of my people pages. You follow Ripping Lips?
I actually do.
You know, those that's my partners, partners. Like I call damn near right now on the phone. You know, the one who always going, yeah, that's my partner. Like I don't fish with him because he be like Smash, you be playing. Like I see him when he out, when I'm taking out my jetties or something, he'll be going to fish. You feel me?
Yeah.
But yeah, all them boys is my partners. Coop Bali, all them on there snatching them fish. They be making me jealous. I ain't in not one Ripping Lips video. But I'm ripping lips off fishing, please believe.
100. That's a bet. That's actually my nickname down here. DQ Lip Rip Hamp.
Yep.
That's what I'm known as in the fishing community.
Yep.
So yep.
Yeah, them boys be so all start fishing professionally. Obity. So if you see, you could just go look at any lake and you could go inside and look at the trophy number. His name almost in every lake in the whole Northern California, bro. He hard.
That's hard, bro.
Yeah,
that's
brothers
hard.
they be out there getting it. But yeah,
we're gonna make that happen.
Word up. I'm gonna get ready to wind this down. I know it was a long stream, but I ain't streamed in like 2 weeks, so hey, I put it all in one show.
Right on.
I'll close this down. And hold on, Mutu. Let me get you that link real quick.
Yeah, because I was trying to get it with my Discord and tripped out again. It won't open up.
Hey, shoot that to me too, Smash.
All right, I'll get the link and then I'll try and log on to the Discord.
Do I need to transfer the controls back to you, Smash, or you got it?
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. But I appreciate that. Let me see.
I also put a link in there with the KMT stuff. But I don't know if you can show that video or not because it's like a scholar as well, and I'm not sure about it. So I usually like just upload and lock the videos and just keep them on private.
Yeah.
That's a Joseph Ben Levy.
Here, y'all click that in the back chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the first to like it now. Bing.
All right, let me see the video that you shared real quick. Where is it? This right here? Let me see.
And so when we look,
we about to play it and let this take us out. Appreciate y'all for all the help. Make sure I don't get humiliated out here. But I'm going in, gentlemen, and I ain't pussyfooting around. No grammar. So what I know is preparation is take away my anxiety, right? So if I think something because I need to perform every time, so it's called performance anxiety because you gotta rip it. You can't just be weak, right? And so I gotta go through. That's why I'm rereading these books and I'm sharpening up. I don't want nobody to say no term to me. I ain't know what's that going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got to be able to represent, and so I appreciate y'all support in making sure I ain't off.
For sure.
Word up. Let me see. What am I trying to show? I'm sharing the screen for DQ.
I should have been Levy.
Oh, this video. I'm puzzled. I'm doing too much. I've been streaming for too long. So this is the brother just for the record, this is the brother who just in the beginning of this video, this is him.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know that, right?
Yep.
When we was watching us with the sisters and he was talking to me about the 049 glyph. Let's hear what he says. Tell me if y'all got audio.
And so when we're looking at that history, we have to always start in the Nile Valley, and we have to look at the ancient civilizations there of ancient Kush and ancient Nubia and then ancient Egypt, which was called at the time Kemet. Now, unfortunately, when people think of Egypt today, they see the population over there, or at least the one that they see on TV, is made up mostly of Arabs, because for the Arabs, the country is known as the United Arab Republic, the UAR, not Egypt. And the fact that it wasn't until the year 639 of the Common Era that we see the Arabs show up. Mm-hmm. Prior to then, the people who existed there were in fact people that we would call today black people. Now, the argument, of course, has been that they were not black people. So if you mind, I'd like to go to the blackboard and illustrate for you how the people in the Nile Valley identified themselves in their language. Because I think that puts to rest the notion of whether or not the ancient Egyptians were black or not. Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to go to blackboard here. Okay. While we're here, I'm going to show you an example. Now, the ancient Egyptians, the people we call the ancient Egyptians, wrote in a language that is traditionally described as hieroglyphics. Well, the ancient Egyptians didn't know something called hieroglyphics. The hieroglyphics comes from the Greek word hierio and graphio, which means sacred writing. But they called their language Medu Neter. Medu Neter, which was written like this.
Oh, dang, he did that different. I was like, what's that at first?
Means divine speech. Now, this is important because they thought of the language that they spoke as something very, very special, that it was something that came to them from the divinities, or what we translate as God. Mm-hmm. Of course, when they just say that the ancient Egyptians worshipped gods, that's false, because first off, the term God, which comes from the High German word Geu, which means a blast of the wind, did not exist because the Germans did not exist at that time. All right, so this is very important to do nature. Now, in identifying their land, where they lived, they call their land Kemet. Kemet is a very interesting word, because all of the symbols that exist in what's called Medu Neter all stand for something that existed in their life, in their world around them. All right, so this right here is what's called the determinatives, and it is rather what's called a biliteral. A biliteral is.
He fixed that. He fixed that, by the way. He said determinative. He fixed it and said biliteral.
Yeah, made a mistake.
I just wanted to point that out for people.
A symbol that represents two sounds. In this case, it represents the sounds KM. And the symbol they used to argue is a crocodile tail. All right, now if we want to make the case that it's a crocodile tail or alligator tail or whatever, most alligators are black. But what we really know it as is Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop from the University of Dakar, now called Cheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar, Senegal. The late Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop pointed out to us that this is a piece of charcoal. It's burnt wood. And so Kim means black. Now this symbol is a bird, it's an owl. They have all types of birds. But this is an owl, and it is what's known as a uniliteral. A uniliteral has one sound. So that sound for it is M, and it's called a phonetic complement to Kim. So it's not Kim M, just Kim.
Stop. Hey, you hear that, Asar?
You got me. Got me.
James, I had to, because I was like, I can't wait till he say that this is a new word. What if he starts saying with a
word?
He got you. Go ahead.
He showed that it's a compliment in this word.
All right, let's keep going. You ready?
Not Kim M, just Kim.
Not Kim M.
This symbol right here is a T. This is a loaf, like a loaf of pita bread, right? Which has the phonetic value of T. It's also uniliteral. This symbol right here is what's called a determinative. It tells us something about what all of this represents. And this is a symbol of a town or community with the streets going through it. And so we know that this means black community.
Guilty.
Or black town. Now, many books that you read on ancient Egypt will refer to this as the Black Land.
See, they've been doing the homework we've been doing a long time ago.
But we know that that's incorrect, because the symbol for land in Medu Neter looks like this, and it's pronounced Ta. And the symbol Ta does not exist in this word. So we know that this doesn't mean black land, but it means black community. Now, the next thing is their name, how they identified themselves. Now, when they identified themselves,
so nice with the Medu
Nice
Neter,
with
right?
it. You nice with it, though. I can't front. He'll do a whole chalkboard on you, hella quick. Yeah.
He just going on.
Look how he did the man real quick. He killed him. I need a chalkboard. He
they
just got me
identified
just.
themselves very similar. We see the word Kemet like here, but now we have different determinatives. We have here the word Kemetu. Now, the distinction here is that Kemetu has a man and a woman with 3 strokes under it. The 3 strokes imply this is 3 to millions of people. So now we have the word not just black land or black community, we have black people. And so this is how they identified themselves.
So now we've helped to correct now we can't correct nobody like this, but this is an old video. Y'all seen I just was talking to them last week, and that's why they was laughing like, oh, you on it like that? Okay. Well, we just saying we're not worried about KMT no more, because we found the attestations with Kemet and Kemu. Thanks for sharing this video. I'm going to let that lead us up out of here. Boy, this is an 8-hour stream. I came back tripping. But hey, it's all good. I appreciate y'all.
Great show.
Yeah, and if y'all ain't in that back, y'all know we learn in the back chat, man. We got good classes going on. Make sure y'all, if y'all archers out there in making or whatever it is, it's not like that. It ain't no gang, nothing going on. It's a place where you can learn amongst people who just like you. And we trying not to bring the ruckus. It's all being on some responsible learning stuff. But we still us. You feel me? I'm just saying, you ain't gotta act like you a square to learn. But nothing's wrong with being square. I'm totally square. Like out of all y'all in this chat, I have no mark on my criminal record. Okay? I'm that type of square. Do you know that the police pulled me over? They be coming back to the car. One time he told me, you lucky because the computer ain't working. I said, no, it's working. You just saying it ain't working because I have not one. I never even been accosted by you guys. So I'm definitely square. Don't get it twisted.
See, I can't say the same thing. And I can't even, I'm glad Saber Reggie got off because he be like, oh, Mr. Brown Gangsta Boo and Pretty Tone Capone. And so I can't say that. But I would tell you, it's better to be square than to have been there.
Hey,
I heard that.
You already know.
Now we're gonna leave this, and I'm not even gonna break it down, but we was going over this, right? This is when the Admiral brought back the hands. So I was trying to practice reading. Y'all see these glyphs? I was trying to practice. Oh, y'all can't see it. I'm gonna make sure y'all can see it. And then we're gonna go out on this one because this one is another dagger for him. So we was reading this, and my new practice is reading it in English to make it more good for my show. So it's kind of like, I guess I brought back hands, right? And then one brought or gave to me gold, right? And it is like of a particular type. Now we looked up this. Oh, and then he did it again. Or he put it on both arms. He put it on both arms. Huh?
That's how they.
Did he do it again, or did he do it on both arms?
He put gold on both arms.
Okay, and then one started fighting or a fight broke out. You know what I'm saying? And where did it break out? Well, what's this ot here though?
No, that
This must.
Oh, that's not an ot. That's supposed to be a oot. So that's m oot.
Yeah.
So help me with the m oot. I know the M because this is where the fight broken out, but the oot is saying oot timet reset, huh?
Is that Manchu?
Let me hear Chris. What you say?
That's M-Ta, at or near or around the border.
M-Ta, okay. So okay, I'm sorry. Now again, no, this is what I'm apologizing to myself because of this rule about this T up here. If it's up there, it's still supposed to be looked at like it's in front, but y'all gotta see it ain't no space in front of it to occupy. Right. So they put it behind it, and that's why I was saying but that's why I said I'm sorry because
that's real common with bird glyphs.
Yep. That's so we gotta realize that if it's up on the same level of his head, it's intended to be in front. That's supposed to be the rule. Like, and so I should have said tie. So then the fight broke out. But this tie ain't the Kemet. It's just
southern.
Basically in the now look. In South Kemet, it appears to be because this Kemet has a T, and then this Rasut doesn't have a T. So I think that we got agreement right there. So this may be South Kemet. I thought it was south of Kemet, but the part we could talk about that, but it says in or concerning, you know what I'm saying, the city limits, right? Now this city, not this state, not this nation, but this is something for something smaller than that, like a city. But you can break it down, Chris.
Mika?
No, you said it. Yeah, ni demi pin.
In this
south of this boundary or border, or
You can see second line. He going over there too. In as Sakar.
He gonna get some captives back. Yeah, brought some captives back to me. That was brought to him.
This is almost son of Ibanya. It has to be.
I'm not sure, but I thought it was. I forgot, bro. I got. Oh, here it go. Arkton. Yeah, I got it right here. It is in Arkton, but I got the source, but I don't know which story. But notice it was. I thought it was Tahuti, and this is his admirals talking about what. This ain't the main boss speaking. That's why he brought back hands. You know, the Pharaoh don't bring back no hands.
So Smash.
He get them brought back to him, and then he give rewards out. What's up?
So he brought back hands. Do you think he brought back literal hands, like they do foreskins?
Yeah, literal hands.
Cut off hands and to get
back. But I don't want to be immature. Egyptians definitely castrated deceased too. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like he brought back prisoners, like tied up hands.
He cuts off the hands so he can get paid.
Yeah,
so
he's
because
right.
I did a certificate in ancient Egyptian warfare, in order to get paid, you would cut off the hands, which is part of why they didn't get to fully rush Megiddo and get to the Amu who were running with who were being led by Hikakasu leaders. So anytime you went to war, in order to get paid, get your grain sacks and what have you, you needed to cut off hands. And some of them, they would just cut one hand off so that they could use the other people as servants. Sometimes if they didn't do hands, they would use feet.
Right. That's what I was going to say. I've seen in cultures where they did hands, feet, foreskins, ears, and even heads.
Well, all of those cultures, I mean, you know, something about that ancient stuff is crazy. But let's finish this reading so I can close the show. So when you was at Asar, you said something about they brought back captives. We on this line now. This is what this mean, like to go or to. It don't mean to bring or to. What is this? This any. Oh yeah. Then I went to the water, right? Then I went to the water. Oh, well, I don't see then, but it's like
they say one of them can't swim. Then this is almost son of Ibani.
Where does it say that at? Oh,
after they say that, I know it's happened.
So this is that. What is this I know but traveling, right, because of the feet, I remember Chris remembered me that, but I don't know which traveling word is this ha. Well, it's a traveling word. He went to the water. Yeah. Two, I mean,
Well, I went.
Oh, went. So this is holding the went, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to go on the close.
I went to the water while I traveled.
Mm-hmm. Well, this Mac, huh? So behold.
Yep.
Behold. We ain't saying behold, y'all. They got us saying thou shalt. So this says thou shalt. Nah, so behold is more like I. So check it out. He said, what this is Netty F. He went or what happened? We went. What's this Netty F? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Any net.
He carried.
Yeah, any net, right?
Any net.
Yeah, I said Netty Uf. No, this is any net. So he carried, what did he carry? Oh, some seized people upon Ta on the road. Yep. He carried some seized people on the road of the outskirts of the city, or Demi, right? So there we go. Now, the reason why I wanted to read this one, because this is showing that Kemet is a city, man. We got them saying the word for city around it. Now, in later time periods, we're right. It turned into the whole thing. But we showing its progression and how it went. Yo, and this is almost 8 hours of streaming. And so, with that being said, I appreciate y'all. I'm going to close this down right about now. Peace. Yeah, that was another good show. If I had enough time to break up my shows and put in the stuff, but nope, I got to go support a family. I'm about to go dance on the corner with my bucket in San Francisco. First, I thought dude was going to say, I seen you rapping with the can. You was rapping with the can in San Francisco. All right, y'all. And when I go on this tour in Europe, it's the same thing. I hope y'all don't know we started this. I need to take at least 15 racks worth of merch of my own. And I need to get it to people hand in hand. So if y'all coming to that tour when we out in Europe, I'm going to be standing right